marble penthouse in the sky, where the floors are always a little slick with spilled nectar, and the host of the party is a middle-aged thunder god with a wandering eye and a wife who notices everything. You've arrived late. The good couches are taken. Somewhere off in the haze there's the low rumble of someone important being annoyed, and you can't tell yet if it's weather or a marriage. This is the story of who Zeus loved, or pursued, or charmed, or descended upon in a shape no reasonable person would expect, depending on which lover we're talking about and which poet was writing it down. There are a great many of them. We're going to go through them slowly, one at a time. If a calm voice walking through old myths while you fall asleep is the kind of thing you like, a like helps the channel, and subscribing means the next one finds you. And if you'd leave a comment with where you are and what time it is there right now. I always like reading them in the morning. Now, dim the lights or switch them off. Get comfortable. Here's the thing I want you to wonder about as we go. Why did the king of the gods, who could do anything, so often arrive as a bird? Who was the woman who got turned into a cow over a misunderstanding, and how long did she walk like that? Which of these lovers was a man, and why does nobody ever mention him? What happened to the children, all those half-divine kids scattered across the Greek world like loose change? Why did one queen spend her entire immortal life furious, and was she wrong to be? And who, in the end, got the worst of it, the god or the people he came down for? Let's begin where these things always begin, with a marriage that was already complicated. You've just woken up in a version of the ancient world where the weather has opinions. The sky is a person. He has a name, Zeus, and a temper, and a long memory for slights and an extremely short one for promises. He's married to Hera, who is his sister, which the Greeks found completely normal, and we're simply going to move past. Their wedding, by some accounts, lasted 300 years. Picture the catering bill. Hera is the goddess of marriage. Sit with the irony of that for a moment, because she certainly did for eternity. She presides over weddings and wives and the sacred promises between them, and she is bound for all time to the single most unfaithful husband in the entire imagination of an entire civilization. It's a bit like making the world's most committed vegetarian the patron saint of the sausage festival. She did not ask for this. She got it anyway. Their courtship before the marrying tells you everything. Zeus wanted her. Hera was not interested. So he did the thing he would go on to do for the rest of recorded myth, which is change his shape to get close to someone who'd said no. He turned himself into a small bird, a cuckoo specifically, bedraggled and shivering, caught out in a storm he had personally arranged. Hera, who was kind to small cold things, picked the little bird up and held it to her chest to warm it. You can guess the rest. The bird was not a bird, so that is the beginning. That is the foundation the whole marriage is built on. A trick involving a disguise and a woman being nicer than the situation deserved, and you should keep it in mind because it is the template. Almost everything that follows is a variation on that first cold cuckoo. He just kept finding new animals. After they married, the trouble didn't stop, it multiplied. And Hera, who could not punish a god she was bound to, found other targets for all that justified fury, which is the quietly sad engine under this entire story. The lightning never landed where it deserved to. Hold on to Hera, she's our recurring weather system. Every section from here has her somewhere in the background, watching, counting, remembering. She never sleeps, even when you do. Now let's meet the first of the mortals foolish enough to be beautiful near him. Her name was Io, and she was a priestess. Specifically, she was a priestess of Hera, which is the kind of detail that would be too cruel if a novelist invented it, but is just sitting there in the actual myth, daring you to find it funny. She served Hera. She tended Hera's temple. And Zeus looked at her and decided she was next. Io started having dreams, voices in the night telling her to go out to the meadows by the river, that the king of the gods desired her. She told her father. Her father, sensibly alarmed, sent to the oracles to ask what to do, and the answer that came back was essentially send her away or it gets worse for everyone. So Io was cast out of her own home to wander, which is a thing that happens to a lot of these women, this getting thrown out of safety for a crime that was done to them rather than by them. Keep an eye on that pattern too. It recurs. Zeus found her in the meadow, and because he knew Hera missed nothing, he wrapped the whole region in a thick dark cloud. A great smothering fog rolled out across the countryside in the middle of a clear afternoon, so that no one could see what was happening underneath it. Which, if you are the goddess of marriage and you're looking down from Olympus and you see a suspicious localized cloud bank appear over exactly one meadow on an otherwise cloudless day, is not subtle. It is the opposite of subtle. It is a man hiding a birthday cake behind his back while standing in an empty room. Hera came down to investigate. Of course she did. And Zeus, hearing her coming, panicked and did something quick and desperate. He turned Io into a cow. A white cow, a lovely one, but a cow. He stood there in the clearing next to this nervous heifer trying to look casual, like a man who has absolutely not just transformed his companion into livestock to avoid an awkward conversation. Hera arrived. She looked at the cloud now thinning. She looked at her husband. She looked at the suspiciously beautiful cow standing very still beside him, and she said, more or less, "What a lovely cow, darling. Give it to me." What was he going to say? No. On what grounds? He had no innocent reason to refuse a gift to his wife, because any reason he gave would admit the cow was something other than a cow. So he handed Io over. He gave the woman he'd just ruined, in cow form, to the one person in the universe most motivated to make her miserable, and he did it smiling. Hera does not fooled for a second. She took the cow and she set a guardian over it, and this guardian is one of my favourite grim little details in all of this, so we'll get to him properly in a moment, because he deserves his own quiet introduction. His name was Argus, and he had 100 eyes, Argus Panoptes, Argus the All-Seeing, a giant with 100 eyes set all over his body, and the useful thing about a creature with 100 eyes is that he never fully sleeps. He closes some and keeps others open. He rests in shifts, the way you might if you owned 100 eyes and a deep sense of responsibility. Hera tied the cow Io to an olive tree and posted Argus to watch her, and now there was no cloud thick enough, no moment of distraction long enough for Zeus to undo what he'd done. The woman was a cow, tied to a tree, watched around the clock by a man who was essentially a security camera with legs. Io grazed. There was nothing else to do. She tried to speak to her own father when he wandered near, and what came out was lowing, just the sound a cow makes, and he didn't understand until she scratched her name into the dirt with her hoof. Imagine being him. You sent your daughter away to keep her safe, and now she's writing to you in the mud with her foot. The Greeks did not flinch from this stuff. They put it right in the children's stories. Zeus, to his minor credit, felt bad enough to do something. He sent his son, Hermes, the messenger, the trickster, the patron of anyone who's ever talked their way out of a locked room. Hermes came down disguised as a herdsman and sat with Argus, and he did the one thing that works on a creature who cannot ever fully sleep. He bored him. He talked. He played dull music on a reed pipe. He told the longest, flattest, most meandering stories he could invent, the kind with no ending, the kind that circle back on themselves, the kind I am frankly attempting on you right now for kinder reasons. And one by one, the 100 eyes began to close. When the last of them shut, Hermes did what he'd been sent to do, and Argus's long watch ended, and the giant was no longer living. Hera grieved him. He'd been loyal, and loyalty was rare in her world. So she took his 100 eyes, and she set them into the tail of her favourite bird, the peacock, where they remain to this day, 100 little watching eyes spread across the feathers, beautiful and slightly unsettling, the way the best memorials are. Next time you see a peacock fan that tail out, that's Argus. He's still watching. He just got promoted to decoration. Io was freed, technically, but Hera wasn't finished. She sent a single small fly to torment her, to sting and never stop, and the cow that had been a woman ran. She ran across the whole known world to get away from one insect, swam a strait so famous for her crossing it that they named it after her, the Bosphorus, the Oxford, the place where the cow went over. She ran all the way to Egypt before Zeus quietly restored her to herself, and the whole long ordeal finally wound down. She got a life back, a throne, even, eventually. But she spent the prime of it as livestock running from a fly, and the fly was the easy part. That's Io. Hold on to the cloud, the cow, and the peacock. All three come back. Now let's go somewhere drier and meet a princess who got a much shinier deal and a much stranger ride. Europa was the daughter of a king, gathering flowers by the seashore with her companions on a bright ordinary morning, the kind of morning where nothing is supposed to happen. There was a herd of cattle on the beach, among them one bull, and this bull was magnificent, white as fresh snow, gentle as a pet, with horns like polished crescents, and a smell about him, the old poets insisted, of flowers and spice rather than barn. He was, you will not be stunned to learn, not a bull. Europa was charmed. The bull knelt in the sand, friendly, inviting, and she draped flowers on his horns and eventually, laughing, climbed onto his broad white back. Which is the exact moment a normal bull becomes a problem and a disguised god becomes a getaway vehicle. He stood. He walked to the water's edge, and then he went straight into the sea and started swimming, with the king's daughter clinging to his back and the shore getting smaller behind her. She sailed the whole way to Crete on the back of a bull, across open water, too far out to do anything but hold on. Sea creatures supposedly rose up to escort the procession, dolphins and lesser sea gods turning the abduction into a parade, which is a very Greek way to dress up a kidnapping as an honour. On Crete, Zeus returned to his own shape, and Europa became a queen, and her sons became kings, and one of them, Minos, became a name you might know from a certain maze with a certain creature in it. We'll let that thread dangle for now. But notice the geography. A princess from the eastern shore carried west across the water, and a whole continent took her name, Europe. You are, if you live on it, named after a girl who climbed onto the wrong bull. The map is full of these. Half the place names in the Greek world are someone Zeus liked, frozen into geography forever, which is one way to be remembered, and not the way most of them would have chosen. The bull got remembered too, set among the stars as the constellation Taurus, though only the front half of him, forever swimming, the back end submerged below the horizon line. Even the cattle in this story get a better afterlife than most of the women. Keep the bull in mind. We have not seen the last of Zeus arriving with hooves and a plan. Now you've met two who survived more or less intact. Let's meet one who did everything right, asked for one reasonable thing, and got the worst outcome in the entire catalogue, because the universe these people lived in did not reward good sense. Her name was Semele, a princess of Thebes, and Zeus loved her, and for once he came to her not as an animal but simply as a hidden visitor, a presence in the dark she couldn't quite see. And Hera naturally found out. Hera always found out. But this time she didn't send a fly or a giant. She did something quieter and far more clever. She planted a doubt. Disguised as an old nurse and age-trusted woman, Hera came to Semele and got her talking, the way an old confidant does, and she let slip a worry. "Are you sure, dear, that this visitor of yours is really a god? Anyone can claim to be a god in the dark. How would you actually know? You should ask him to prove it. Ask him to come to you the way he comes to his own wife, in his full glory, and then you'll be certain." It was a perfect trap because it sounded like care. Semele, now uncertain, went to Zeus and asked him for a promise before she made her request, and he, besotted, swore by the river Styx to give her whatever she asked. That oath was the most binding oath a god could make, unbreakable. And then she asked, "Show me your true form. Come to me as you come to Hera." He begged her to choose something else. He knew exactly what would happen. A mortal cannot stand in the presence of a god's full, undisguised power any more than you can hold a lightning storm in your two hands. But he'd sworn by the Styx, and even the king of the gods could not take that back. So he came to her as he truly was, all the storm and fire of him at once, and Semele could not survive the sight of it. Her life ended in that brightness, undone by the one wish she'd been tricked into making. But she was carrying a child, and Zeus, moving fast, saved the unborn baby and sewed it into his own thigh to finish growing, which is exactly as strange as it sounds, and which we will absolutely return to, because that child grew up to be the god of wine, and he never stopped trying to bring his lost mother back. The thigh. We have to talk about the thigh, because it's one of those details that sounds like a mistranslation and isn't. When Semele's life ended, the child inside her was only 6 months along. Zeus snatched the infant up and made an incubator of his own leg, stitching the baby into his thigh to carry the remaining 3 months himself. And when the time came, the child was born a second time out of his father, which earned him a name that means twice born, Dionysus, the god of the vine, of wine, of the loosening of everything tightly held, born once from a woman the world undid, and once from the thigh of the man who'd loved her. No wonder he turned out the way he did. He grew up hunted. Hera's grudge didn't end with the mother, it followed the son, and so the infant Dionysus was hidden, passed around, disguised, raised in secret in faraway places by nymphs on a mountain nobody could quite locate, dressed at one point as a little girl to throw the searchers off, a childhood spent in hiding from your own stepmother, who happens to be the Queen of Heaven. Therapy had not been invented. He invented wine instead, which the Greeks considered a reasonable substitute, and which, in fairness, is more widely available. And here's the part that lands quietly. Once Dionysus was grown and a god in his own right, with his own followers and his own power, he went down into the underworld to find his mother, down to the realm of the ones who are no longer living, to fetch a woman whose life had ended before he was born, and he brought her back up and set her among the immortals, gave her a place on Olympus, renamed and restored. Of all the children in this whole sprawling story, he's the only one who went back for a parent. Most of them were too busy surviving. Hold on to Dionysus. He's the warmest thread in a cold tapestry, and he comes back at the very end. Now let's go from the woman who got the worst of it to the one who arguably started the worst of it, though she never asked to. You've woken up in Sparta this time, in the household of a king, and there is a swan in trouble on the water. A large white swan beating its wings, being pursued across the surface by an eagle, and the queen of this household, a woman named Leda, watches the chase and feels for the swan. It flees to her for protection, this elegant, terrified bird, and she shelters it in her arms. You already know. The swan was no more a swan than the cuckoo was a cuckoo, or the bull was a bull. The eagle was staged. The whole little drama was theatre, arranged so that Leda would do exactly what kindness told her to do, which was take the frightened, beautiful thing into her arms. This is the third time now we've watched the same machine run. A woman is kind to a helpless animal, and the animal is the trap. Cuckoo, cow's tail aside, swan. He found a woman's decency and used it as a door. I want you to notice that the disguise isn't really about the animal. It's about the kindness. He kept choosing shapes that would make a good person let down her guard. That's the actual pattern, and it's bleaker than the costumes make it sound. What came of that night in Sparta is genuinely strange. Even for this, Leda produced eggs, 2 of them, by most tellings, because that same night she was also with her mortal husband the king, and so the children came mixed, some divine and some human, hatched together. From those eggs came 2 sets of twins. The brothers, Castor and Pollux, one mortal and one immortal, so devoted that when the mortal one's life ended, the immortal one asked to share his own deathlessness rather than live on alone, and the 2 of them were set in the sky together as the constellation Gemini, taking turns, one always above and one always below. That's a love story tucked inside a grimmer one, and it's allowed to just sit there being lovely. And from the other egg came a daughter, Helen. Helen of Sparta, who would become Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman in the world, whose face, as the line goes, launched 1,000 ships, a whole 10-year war, an entire ruined city, the long sad catalogue of the Iliad, all of it traceable back to one staged swan on a Spartan pond. Zeus didn't fight in that war, he mostly watched, but he hatched it, in the most literal possible sense. The egg sat in his lap the whole time. Hold on to Helen, she's the longest fuse in the story. We lit her here, she goes off much later. Let's stay with consequences for a moment, because the next one is about a child who paid for the circumstances of his own birth, and a mother who was tricked by the exact same nurse and doubt trick Hera used on Semele, just dressed differently. Her name was Danae, and her father the king had been warned by an oracle of the worst possible news a Greek father could receive, that his daughter's son would one day end his life. Note the cruelty of the setup. Not that Danae would harm him, but that a grandson she hadn't even had yet was fated to. So the king did the logical, monstrous thing. He locked his daughter away, shut her in a chamber of bronze or a tower, depending on who's telling it, underground or up high but always sealed, so that no man could ever reach her and no grandson could ever be born. He imprisoned his own child to outrun a prophecy. This never works. Outrunning prophecies is the one activity Greeks were worst at and most committed to. It didn't work this time either, because you cannot wall out the sky. Zeus came to Danae in a sealed bronze room as a shower of golden rain, a fall of light pouring down through whatever small gap the architecture left, and there was simply no defending against that. How do you lock out the weather? And so, in the one place in the world built specifically to prevent it, Danae conceived a son. His name was Perseus, and yes, he's that Perseus, the one with the wing sandals and the reflective shield and the head of a certain snake-haired creature you must never look at directly. He's a whole heroic saga of his own. But he begins here, As the impossible baby in the locked room, the prophecy the bronze walls couldn't stop. When the king found out, he didn't dare harm a child of Zeus directly, so he chose deniability. He put his daughter and her infant into a wooden chest and set them adrift on the open sea, sealed them up and pushed them out onto the water to let distance and chance do what he wouldn't do with his own hands. A mother and a baby in a box on the waves. The Greeks really did hand these stories to children at bedtime, and the children presumably slept, the way you're going to. The chest didn't go under, of course it didn't. They drifted to a far island and were hauled ashore in a fisherman's net, and Danae and Perseus stepped out of the box alive into the next chapter of a prophecy that, decades later, would complete itself in a way the old king never escaped, because they never do. We'll leave him there, still on his throne, still certain he's clever, with the sea breeze coming in. We've spent a while now with women who were pursued. Let's change the shape of the story entirely, because Zeus didn't only come down for women, and the one time the lover was a young man, it rearranged the staffing of heaven. His name was Ganymede, and he was a prince of Troy, a boy tending his father's flocks on the slopes of Mount Ida, said to be the most beautiful mortal alive. Not a woman in a meadow this time, a shepherd boy on a hillside. And Zeus, looking down, decided he wanted this one near him always, up on Olympus, not visited and abandoned like the others, but kept. So he came as the eagle, the same eagle possibly that had pretended to chase the swan, now playing itself instead of a prop. A great bird stooped out of the sky and lifted Ganymede off the mountain and carried him up, and the boy was gone from the world, taken into the household of the gods. His father grieved, the way you would if your son were simply lifted into the clouds one afternoon and not returned. And Zeus, who occasionally understood that he owed people things, sent compensation, a gift of magnificent immortal horses, the finest ever seen, in exchange for the boy. A father's son traded for a pair of horses. It was meant kindly, in the strange arithmetic of the gods, and it didn't help at all. Up on Olympus, Ganymede was made cupbearer. He poured the nectar at the feasts, the role that had belonged to Hebe, the goddess of youth, who was Hera's own daughter. So now a Trojan boy, brought up by the husband, held the position the wife's child used to hold, refilling the cups at every banquet, present at every meal, a permanent reminder pouring the wine. You can imagine how that went over with Hera. Add it to the list. She kept a long one, and here is the part that lingers. Ganymede was made immortal. Unlike almost everyone else in this story, his story doesn't end in loss, or transformation or wandering. He simply stays young forever up there doing his small eternal job. He was set among the stars too as Aquarius the water-bearer, the one pouring out an endless stream. Of all of Zeus's loves he may have gotten the gentlest ending, which is a strange sentence to write about a child carried off by an eagle. But the bar, as you've noticed, is on the floor. Hold on to the eagle. It's the one shape Zeus seems to have actually liked being. Now let's meet the goddesses, because so far we've mostly watched mortals get caught in the gears, and the gears themselves have a history. Before Hera, before the marriage that anchors all of this, Zeus had other wives, other partners, divine ones, and the very first of them is one of the saddest and least remembered. Her name was Metis, and her name means cunning, or wise counsel, the deep practical intelligence that solves problems. She was Zeus's first love and his first wife, and she was, by every account, cleverer than he was. She'd helped him in the great war that put him on the throne, given him the means to free his swallowed siblings, been the brains behind the rise. And then a prophecy arrived, because of course it did. Metis would bear children, a daughter first, and then a son who would one day overthrow his father and take the throne, exactly as Zeus had overthrown his own father, exactly as that father had overthrown his. The family pattern was sons unseating fathers, over and over, going back to the beginning of things. Zeus knew the pattern intimately because he was its latest winner, and he did not intend to be its next loser. So when Metis was carrying their first child, he solved the problem the way his ancestors had solved theirs, with one grim improvement. His father had swallowed his children after they were born. Zeus swallowed the mother whole while the child was still inside her, and the wisest being in the cosmos went down and was simply gone, absorbed, ended as a separate person. But she wasn't entirely gone. This is where it turns strange. Some time later, Zeus developed a headache. Not an ordinary one. A splitting, mounting, unbearable pressure in his skull that grew until he could not stand it, and at last another god took a blade and opened his head to release it, and out of the wound, fully grown, fully armoured, with a shout leapt a goddess, Athena, wisdom, strategy, the grey-eyed one, born from her father's head because her mother had been swallowed before she could be born the ordinary way. She carried Metis's cleverness forward into the world. The mother became the daughter's mind, and Metis herself stayed down inside Zeus, they said, advising him from within, the swallowed counsel he could never quite be rid of and never again had to credit. So the wisest of his loves became a voice in his own head, and a goddess sprung from his skull, and her name, Metis, faded so far that most people who know Athena have never heard it. That's the cost of the throne, paid by someone else. Sit with her a moment in the dark. She was first and she was best, and almost no one remembers her name. Let's stay among the goddesses because the second wife is the one who quietly organised time itself. Her name was Themis, and she was one of the old powers, a titaness, the embodiment of divine law, of right order, of the way things are properly done. After Metis, Zeus took Themis, and this was a different kind of union, less a conquest than a structuring. With her, he didn't produce monsters or heroes or scandals, he produced order. Their daughters were the Horol, the seasons, the ones who turn the year and keep the natural rhythm of growth and rest. Spring, summer, the turning of it, the reason the year has a shape at all, and their other daughters were the Moirai, the Fates, the three who spin the thread of every life, measure it out, and decide where it ends. Think about that arrangement for a moment. The king of the gods, with all his lightning and all his appetite, fathered the three beings who hold the measuring and the ending of every life in the cosmos, including, in the oldest understanding, his own. There were limits even on him, and he'd fathered them himself, with the goddess of how things ought to be. Even Zeus could not simply overrule the fates. He could rage at the thread. He couldn't cut it early or splice it longer. The thunder stopped at the spinning wheel. This is the quietest of his unions and maybe the most important, because it's the one that put guardrails on the universe. With Metis he gained a mind by swallowing it. With Themis he gained structure by honouring it. The contrast tells you something about which loves built the world and which ones just rattled it. Hold on to the fates. Their thread runs under every single section still to come, including the ones that end badly, which is most of them. After Themis came Mnemosyne, and her name is one you half know without knowing it, because it's the root of the word memory. Mnemosyne was memory itself, another of the old Titan powers, and the story of her union with Zeus is unusually specific about its duration. 9 nights. He came to her for 9 nights in a row, and from those 9 nights came 9 daughters, born together, the Muses. You know the muses even if you've never counted them. They're the ones poets call on at the start of every epic, the divine sources of music and dance and history and astronomy, and the different kinds of poetry, the inspiration behind every song and story the Greeks valued. And here's the lovely logic buried in the parentage. Their mother is memory. Their father is the king of the gods. So art in this telling is the child of power and remembrance, the thing that happens when raw force is wedded to the act of not forgetting. Every poem is a small rebellion against things vanishing. The Greeks built that idea right into the family tree. There's a tenderness in this one that's missing from most of the others. No disguise, no trick, no fleeing kindness turned into a trap. Just 9 quiet nights with memory, and the result was everything that lets us still hear any of these stories at all. Without the muses, none of this survives. The whole reason you're lying in the dark hearing about a cuckoo and a swan and a shower of gold is that 9 sisters, born of memory, kept it from slipping away. Hold on to the muses. In a sense, they're narrating this whole thing. We're inside their job description. Now down from the heights again, because we've been among the goddesses for a while, and the mortals are where the real cost always lands. Let's find a nymph, because the nymphs got a particularly raw deal, and one of them turned a punishment into the saddest sound in the woods. Her name was Echo, and she was a mountain nymph with a gift for talk, a chatterer, quick and delightful and never short of something to say. And she got pulled into the oldest job in this story, which is covering for Zeus. When he came down to dally among the nymphs in the hills, Echo was the one who'd keep Hera busy, talking and talking, a charming endless stream of conversation that held the queen's attention while, elsewhere on the mountain, the others slipped away. She was the distraction. She was good at it, right up until Hera worked out what the talking was for. Hera's punishment was perfect in its cruelty, because it took the exact gift Echo had misused and turned it inside out. From now on, Hera decreed, you will not speak first. You will never again start a conversation, never say your own words, never tell anyone what you feel. You will only be able to repeat the last words spoken to you by someone else. The chatterer was sentenced to silence wearing the shape of speech, and then, because the universe was not finished with her, Echo fell in love. With a beautiful young man named Narcissus, who you may have heard of, who was so taken with his own reflection in a pool that he couldn't love anyone else. Echo followed him through the woods, aching to speak to him, to tell him how she felt, and she couldn't. All she could do was wait for him to say something and throw the end of it back. He'd call out who's there, and she could only answer there. He turned away. She faded and faded until there was nothing left of her but the voice, the helpless repeating voice you still hear bouncing off canyon walls and empty rooms. That's her. When you shout into a valley and the valley answers with your own last word, that's a nymph who once talked too much to cover for a god, repeating you because she's not allowed to say anything of her own. The next time it happens to you, be a little gentle about it. That's the texture of being a nymph in Zeus's orbit. You weren't even the lover sometimes. You were just the help, and you paid anyway. Let's meet one who was the lover, and who got turned not into a voice, but into a fixture of the night sky, hunted there forever by a jealous arrangement. Her name was Callisto, and she was a follower of Artemis, the huntress, the goddess of wild places, whose companions all swore to stay unmarried and free, running with her through the forests. Callisto took that vow. She meant it. And Zeus wanted her anyway, and knowing she'd never break her oath willingly, he did something especially underhanded, even for him. he came to her disguised as Artemis, as the very goddess she'd devoted herself to. He wore the face of her beloved leader to get close, and by the time the disguise dropped, it was too late. When it came out, as these things always did, Callisto lost everything at once. Artemis cast her out of the company for breaking her vow, even though the breaking wasn't her doing. And Hera, furious as ever at a husband she couldn't punish, turned her fury where she always turned it, onto the woman and changed Callisto into a bear. A great shaggy bear, wandering the forests she used to run through as a girl, afraid now of the hunters she used to hunt beside, carrying a human mind inside an animal's body. We've seen this exact shape before, with Io and the cow. Hera had a signature move, and it was making women into the animals their hunters would aim at. Years passed. Callisto the bear had a son, born before her transformation, a boy named Arcas who grew up not knowing his mother was the bear in the woods. And one day, inevitably, they met. The young man out hunting the bear that was his mother, lumbering toward him in what she meant as recognition, and he could only read as attack. He raised his spear. A son about to harm his own mother, neither of them knowing, the whole horrible accident a heartbeat from completing itself. And Zeus, watching, finally intervened, snatched them both up into the sky before the spear could fall, and set them among the stars as the Great Bear and the Little Bear, Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Their mother and her son turned to constellations so they could be together without harm. It sounds like a rescue. It almost is. But Hera got the last word even there. She went to the old sea gods and asked one final spite, that these two new constellations never be allowed to sink down and rest below the ocean's edge the way other stars do, and so the Great Bear and the Little Bear wheel around the pole and never set, never dip below the horizon for their rest, circling the north all night, every night for all of time. Look up on a clear night and find them. They're still turning up there, the woman and her boy never allowed to lie down. Hold on to the bears and the stars and Hera's very long memory. We're nearly to the part of the night where the sky is all that's left of these people. Let's go back down to the mortal world, because we left some of the biggest stories on the table, and the next one is the reason a hero exists whose name you already know before I say it. Her name was Alcmene, and she was already married. Happily even to a man named Amphitryon, a good soldier away at war. And this is where Zeus did something he hadn't quite done before. Something that makes the Callisto trick look almost honest by comparison. He didn't come as a swan or a bull or a fall of gold. He came as her husband. He took Amphitryon's exact face and voice and bearing, walked into the house as the man she loved, home early from the fighting, and Alcmena welcomed him the way any wife welcomes a husband back from a war she's been dreading. She had no way to know. There was no seam in the disguise, no animal to be suspicious of, nothing to warn her. It was the cruelest possible version of the deception, because it wore the face of the one person she'd have opened the door to without a second thought. And Zeus wanted this night to count, so he made it longer. By the old telling, he ordered the sun not to rise, stretched a single night out to the length of 3, so that the hours he spent as the false husband ran on, while the world stayed dark and the dawn simply didn't come. 3 nights folded into one, the sky held shut over the whole sleeping countryside. Somewhere a rooster must have been deeply confused. Then the real Amphitryon came home, the actual one that very next day, back from the actual war, expecting the welcome a returning husband gets, and finding his wife a little puzzled, because as far as she knew he'd already arrived the night before, and they'd already had their reunion. You can imagine the conversation. It went about as well as that conversation can go. It took a prophet to sort out what had happened, to explain that the king of the gods had been wearing his face, and to convince a justifiably bewildered man that his wife had done nothing wrong, that the deception had been total, and the fault entirely the sky's. What came of that long-stolen night was Heracles. Hercules, if you grew up with the Roman spelling, the strongest hero the Greek world ever imagined, the one with the lion skin and the 12 impossible labours and the temper and the enormous sorrow that ran underneath all of it. He had a mortal twin too, a half-brother conceived the same crowded night by the real husband, an ordinary boy named Iphicles growing up beside a child who could strangle serpents in his cradle. Which Heracles did in fact because Hera, learning that another of her husband's sons had arrived in the world, sent 2 snakes into the nursery to end him before he could grow. The infant simply caught them, one in each fist, and that was that. His mortal twin screamed the house awake. Heracles played with the snakes. Here is the part that turns the whole thing bitter, though. The name. Heracles means, more or less, the glory of Hera. The greatest hero of the Greeks was named in honour of the goddess who spent his entire life trying to undo him, possibly as an attempt to appease her, to flatter the storm into calming. It did not work. Nothing worked. She hounded him from the cradle to the end, drove him at one point into a madness that cost him everything he loved, and the famous labours themselves were penance for harm done while he wasn't himself, harm she had engineered. The strongest man in the world spent his life carrying a punishment for something that was never his doing, named all the while after the one who arranged it. Hold on to Heracles. He's the clearest case in the whole catalogue of a child paying his father's bill, with interest, forever. Let's stay a moment with how often that happens, the children of these unions inheriting a debt they never ran up. Because the great bloodlines almost all start exactly here. Zeus loved a woman, and from that came a son, and from that son a grandson, and so on down a chain of generations that runs straight into the most famous cursed families in all of Greek storytelling, the houses that the great tragedies are about, the ones where every generation does something unspeakable to the next and the gods keep score across centuries. That's the thing nobody mentions about the grand bloodlines. They almost all start in a meadow or a tower or a borrowed bed, with Zeus noticing someone. The heroic genealogies the Greeks were so proud of, the royal houses that trace themselves back to a god to justify their crowns, are very often tracing themselves back to exactly this, a moment when an ordinary woman's life was taken over by the weather. The glory and the curse came from the same source. You couldn't claim one without inheriting the other. That's worth sitting with as the room gets darker. The Greeks didn't separate these things the way we'd like to. The divine ancestor who made your family important was the same divine ancestor whose carelessness seeded the disaster that would eventually undo you. Descent from Zeus was a blessing and a debt in the same breath, and the great tragic houses spent generations paying down a loan their founding mother never asked to take out. We'll let those bloodlines run on into the dark where they belong and turn to someone who got a kinder myth, or at least a stranger one. Let's talk about Aegina, because a story has a detail in it that's pure and grim and quietly beautiful all at once. Aegina was the daughter of a river god, carried off by Zeus to an island that afterward took her name, the usual shape. A father raging along his own banks, a daughter gone, a new place on the map named for a woman who didn't choose to lend it her name. But what happened on that island later is the part worth staying awake for. Her son, Aeacus, grew up to rule the island, and Hera, still working her way down the long list of her husband's loves and their offspring, sent a sickness over the place. A plague that moved through the people until the island was nearly emptied of them. the living grown so few they could no longer tend the ones who were gone. Aeacus, alone among a vanishing people, his kingdom thinning to almost nothing around him, prayed to his father for help, and he prayed beside an oak tree, an oak sacred to Zeus. And as he prayed, he watched a long column of ants moving up and down the trunk, an endless, industrious line of them, thousands, working together, carrying their tiny loads, and he asked, half broken, for as many citizens as there were ants on that tree. He went to sleep grieving. He woke to a kingdom full of people. Zeus had turned the ants into men, a whole new population risen overnight from the insects on the sacred oak, and they were called the Myrmidons, from the Greek word for ant. And they became the most disciplined, tireless, loyal soldiers in the Greek world, the very warriors who later followed Achilles to Troy, an army born from an ant colony, given to a man who'd watched his real people fade away. It's the closest thing in the catalogue to a fair trade, and it's still built on a foundation of loss. Even the rescues here are stitched out of grief. Hold on to the ants, hold on to the oak. Of all the strange afterlives in this story, a kingdom of former insects marching off to the most famous war in history is one I'd want you carrying into sleep, because it's the rare one where the answer to a prayer was simply more life, handed over by the same sky that usually only took. We've been with the famous ones. Let's go quieter now, into the company of women whose names the great poems barely paused on, because the dark is the right place for the half-forgotten, and there are more of them than the catalogue likes to admit. There was Taygete, one of the Pleiades, a sister of shy Maya, and her story has a rescue folded into it that doesn't quite work. Pursued by Zeus, she went to Artemis for help, and Artemis, goddess of the unmarried and the wild, did her a favour and turned her into a doe, a deer, to hide her, to let her slip the chase wearing another body. It didn't hold. It never holds. But the doe she'd briefly been left a mark on the world, because that disguise became, in some tellings, the famous golden-horned deer that Heracles spent a year chasing across the north for one of his labours, the one creature he was forbidden to harm and had to take alive. So a woman's hiding place became a hero's impossible quarry. Generations later, the deer still running because the woman inside it had needed once to not be caught. Her son Lacedaemon gave his name to the land around Sparta. She lent her own name to a mountain. And the mountain is still there, a long pale ridge above the valley, called Taygetos to this day, named for a Pleiad who spent part of her story as a deer trying not to be seen. You can look it up. The map remembers her better than the stories do. There was Electra, another of the 7 sisters, and her grief is the kind the Greeks built right into the night sky. By one tradition, she was the mother of Dardanus, the founder of the line that led to Troy, and when Troy finally went down in flames at the end of that long war, Electra could not bear to watch the city her descendants had built come to its end. So she left her place among her sisters in the Pleiades. She hid her face, and that, the old storyteller said, is why the cluster is so hard to count, why you reach for the 7th sister and can never quite find her, why the Pleiades shimmer at the edge of sight with one star always seeming to be missing. It's a grieving grandmother who turned away from the sky so she wouldn't have to see what became of her family. The next clear night, try to count them and come up short, and know that the missing one is a woman who couldn't look. That's the kind of thing the Greeks did with a smudge of faint stars. They made it a heartbreak you can verify with your own eyes. There was Pluto, a name that throws people, because we associate it with the lord of the underworld, but this Pluto was a nymph, a daughter of the old earth powers, and her name simply meant wealth, abundance, the riches that come up out of the ground. Zeus loved her, and their son was Tantalus, And now we're back at the edge of one of those cursed houses, because Tantalus is the founder of the worst of them. He's the one whose name gave us the word tantalize, condemned in the underworld to stand in water that drains away whenever he bends to drink, and beneath fruit that lifts out of reach whenever he stretches up for it, forever almost satisfied and never quite. He earned his punishment with a crime so awful the Greeks used it as the benchmark for impiety. But notice his mother, a nymph named for abundance, for plenty, for everything, coming up rich out of the earth, and her son became the eternal image of never having enough. The richest name in the family produced the hungriest fate in it. The Greeks rarely missed a chance for that kind of dark symmetry, and they didn't miss it here. And there were the ones with almost nothing left at all. A nymph named Himalia, on the island of Rhodes, who bore 3 sons, and whose name survives mostly as a footnote and, oddly, as one of the small moons now circling the planet Jupiter. Because when astronomers needed names for the dozens of little worlds orbiting the king of the planets, they reached, with a kind of grim wit, into exactly this catalogue. The planet named for Zeus is ringed by moons named for his loves. Himalia is up there, a speck of rock 30 kilometres across, and so are Io and Europa, and Ganymede and Callisto, and Leda and Thebe, and dozens more. The whole guest list of this story relocated to the cold dark around a gas giant. The pattern that started with constellations finished, 3,000 years later, with telescopes. We're still naming the things we discover after the people Zeus noticed. The catalogue never actually closes. It just keeps finding new skies to write itself across. That's the texture down here at the bottom of the list, where the stories thin out to a name and a son and a place that took the name. Let's stay with one more of the quieter ones, though, because she did something none of the others managed, something that cuts against the whole helpless pattern of this catalogue. Her name was Nemesis, and she was a goddess, the embodiment of the thing her name still means, the force that brings down whatever has risen too high, the corrective that comes for the proud and the lucky and the ones who've had too much go their way. Retribution, balance, the bill arriving, and Zeus pursued her, the way he pursued everyone, and Nemesis did not simply submit to it. She ran. And as she ran, she changed shape to escape him, became a fish and dove into the sea, became every kind of beast in turn, a whole desperate sequence of bodies, fleeing across the world and through the elements, refusing at every step to be caught. For once the shape-changing belonged to the one being chased. She used his own favourite trick against him, and she used it to say no over and over, in a dozen different forms. She lost in the end. That's the hard truth of it, and I won't dress it up. He matched her transformations, became a creature that could catch each creature she became, and in the final shape of the chase he took the form of a swan, and there's that swan again, the same bird from Leda's story, and the two traditions tangle here in a way the Greeks themselves couldn't fully sort out. By one strand of the myth, the famous egg that produced Helen was actually Nemesis's, laid after this chase and only fostered by Leda, so that the whole Trojan War traces back not to a Spartan queen's kindness, but to retribution herself, fleeing and caught, which would mean the most beautiful woman in the world was the daughter of the goddess of consequences. Sit with that for a second. It would make Helen not a prize but a reckoning, a war that was always going to come due, balance arriving wearing the most beautiful face anyone had ever seen. The Greeks left both versions standing. They liked the idea that the face that launched 1,000 ships might have been retribution all along. Hold on to Nemesis, the one who fought the whole way and changed shape after shape to refuse it, and lost, and may have laid the egg that burned a city down anyway. If there's a patron saint of everyone in this catalogue who said no and meant it, it's her. We're moving into the last stretch now, and the women left to meet are the ones whose stories the Greeks told to explain why the world has the shape it has. Let's talk about the loves that explain things, the ones the Greeks reached for when they needed a reason the world works the way it does, because some of Zeus's unions weren't scandals at all. They were the scaffolding of how the cosmos got organized, and the first of them gave the world its harvest. Her name was Demeter, and she was his sister, one of the great goddesses, the power of the grain and the growing earth, of everything that ripens in a field and feeds a people through a winter. Zeus and Demeter together had a daughter, and her name was Persephone. And if you know one story about the underworld, you probably know hers. Persephone was gathering flowers, the way these stories so often begin, when the ground opened and the Lord of the Dead came up in a dark chariot and carried her down below, and the crucial, quietly devastating detail is who allowed it. Persephone's abductor had asked Zeus, her own father, for her, and Zeus had said yes, or near enough to yes, without telling her mother, without telling the girl. He gave his daughter away to the realm of the departed and let it happen as an ambush. Demeter searched the whole world for her child, and in her grief she let everything that grows simply stop. The fields going bare, the harvest failing, the first winter spreading across a world that had never known one, until the threat of an entire mortal race fading from hunger forced a bargain. The bargain is the part everyone remembers. Persephone had eaten a few seeds of a pomegranate in the underworld, and anyone who eats the food of the dead is bound to it, so she could not simply come home. The compromise was a division of the year. Part of it she spends below, and during those months her mother grieves, and the earth goes cold and bare and nothing grows. Part of it she returns to the light, and her mother rejoices, and the world greens and ripens again. That's the seasons. That's why the year has a winter. A father's quiet betrayal of his daughter, a mother's world-stopping grief, and a compromise measured out in pomegranate seeds, and the whole turning calendar of cold and warmth that you live inside every year of your life comes out of it. Every winter you've ever been cold in is Demeter missing her daughter. The Greeks felt the season change and knew exactly whose sorrow they were standing in. Hold on to Persephone. Of all the children in this catalogue, she's the one whose story you live through personally 4 times a year, whether you think about her or not. The cold coming on is hers. Let's stay among the great organising goddesses, because before the famous marriages there were unions that built the very structure of the divine world, and one of them gave us a set of goddesses you've absolutely heard invoked without knowing whose daughters they were. We touched on Themis earlier, and the fates and the seasons that came of her, but there's a softer set of daughters from a union we should sit with, because the Greeks credited Zeus with fathering the Graces. The Charites, 3 goddesses of beauty, of charm, of the grace that makes a feast warm and a gift gladly given, and a piece of music land in the chest the right way. Their mother, by the common telling, was an ocean nymph named Eurynome, a daughter of the old sea, and from that union came the 3 sisters who attend on beauty wherever it appears, who dance in the company of the muses, who make the difference between a thing that is merely correct and a thing that is lovely. If the muses are the source of art, the graces are the source of the charm that makes art worth having, the warmth in it, the thing that makes you glad rather than merely impressed. The Greeks separated those 2 qualities and gave them 2 sets of divine sisters, and made Zeus the father of both, so that the king of the storms is also, somewhere in his vast contradictory portfolio, the origin of grace itself. It's an odd thing to hold beside the cuckoo and the cow and the false husband. The same figure who took so many lives over fathered the very idea of charm. The Greeks were comfortable with their gods being everything at once. We're the ones who want them to be consistent. There were Eurynomy's daughters, and there were stranger pairings still, because the older the layer of myth you dig into, the weirder and grander the unions get, away from the soap opera of mortal women and into the architecture of reality itself. Let's go down into the underworld for one of them, because Zeus's reach extended even there, into the realm of the departed in a story most people never hear. There's a tradition, an old and shadowy one, in which Zeus took a form to approach Persephone herself, his own daughter by Demeter, down in the dark kingdom where she'd become queen. It's one of the most uncomfortable corners of the whole mythology, and the Greeks who told it knew it was uncomfortable, which is part of why it belonged to the mystery cults, the secret religious societies that met at night and swore their members to silence about what they'd learned. From that union, by the secret tradition, came a child sometimes called Zagreus, a horned infant who was meant to inherit the whole cosmos, who the old Titans came for and undid, and who was reborn in the deepest layers of the story as a form of Dionysus himself. The same Dionysus from earlier, the twice-born, the one who went down for his mother. In these hidden tellings he'd been down there before in a previous life, undone and remade, which is why he of all the gods could walk into the realm of the departed and walk back out. He knew the way because he'd been through it once already. I'm flagging this one as genuinely shadowy, the kind of myth that was deliberately kept half-secret and survives in fragments, contradictions, and the writings of people trying to reconstruct rituals they'd been forbidden to describe. The Greeks didn't all agree it happened. The ones who believed it didn't all tell it the same way. But it's there, in the deep strata, the suggestion that the warmest figure in our whole catalogue, the son who fetched his mother back from below, could make that journey because some older and darker version of himself had already been broken and reassembled in the dark. Hold on to that lightly, the way you'd hold a thing you're not sure is real. It's the underside of Dionysus, the part the daylight stories leave out, and it makes his one act of rescue feel less like a miracle and more like a man going back to a country he'd already survived. We've gone about as deep and as strange as this story goes. Let's come back up toward the surface, toward the loves that left their marks not in the underworld or the calendar, but simply in the long human business of cities and kings, and the founding of places people actually lived. So much of the actual map of Greece, the real cities where real people lived and farmed and argued in the marketplace, traced itself back to one of these unions, and the people telling the stories were often standing in the very place the story was about. Think about what that meant on the ground. If you were born in a Greek city, there was a decent chance your city's founding legend ran back to Zeus and some local woman, a nymph of the nearby spring, a daughter of the river that watered your fields. Your home had a divine origin story, and that origin story was almost always this same shape, the sky taking an interest in a local girl, and a bloodline beginning. We've met Thebes, built by the singing twins from Antiope. We've met the line that ran to Troy through Electra and her son Dardanus. We've met the island of Aegina with its army of former ants. But it goes on and on, city after city, each one with its founding mother, each one proud of a descent that was, when you look at it plainly, the same act of weather over and over, dressed in local colours. There was a nymph named Thebe, who lent her name to that same great city, tangled up in its founding alongside the others, because Greek cities often claimed more than one origin and weren't troubled by the contradiction. There was Dia, mother of a king. There was a whole roster of river daughters and spring nymphs whose names survive only in the dry lists the ancient genealogists kept. The catalogues of who begat whom that scholars compiled to organize 1,000 local traditions into something like a family tree. Those lists are oddly moving to read, if you ever do. Page after page of women's names, each one attached to a sun and a place, each one a whole local cult and festival and civic pride reduced by the organizing impulse to a single line. The genealogists weren't trying to honor these women. They were trying to file them. But the filing is all that's left, and so the dry list became the memorial, which is not what anyone intended and is somehow the more honest for it. Here's the thing worth feeling about all these founder mothers as the night gets later. They were how a community explained itself to itself. When the people of a city gathered for their great festival and told the story of where they came from, they were telling this story, and they weren't telling it as a scandal. They told it as an honor, a distinction, proof that their particular patch of ground had been singled out by the highest power there was. The shame we might read into it now, they read as glory. A city descended from Zeus could hold its head up against any other. The woman at the root of it became less a person than a kind of civic foundation stone. Her name carved over the gate, invoked at the festivals, her supposed tomb shown to visitors. She got remembered, in a way. She just got remembered as a monument rather than a woman. Hold on to the founder mothers, the whole quiet army of them, because they're the reason this catalogue isn't only a list of disasters. To the people who told these stories, every name on it was also the beginning of a home. Let's narrow back down from the cities to a single strange woman, though, because one of these founding figures has a fate so peculiar and so sad that it became a byword in itself. Her name was Lamia, and she was a queen of Libya, beautiful, beloved by Zeus, and the mother of several of his children. The usual beginning. And then the usual antagonist arrived because Hera found out, and Hera's revenge on Lamia was among the most terrible in the whole catalogue. She saw to it that Lamia's children were taken from her, every one of them, all at once, and the grief of it broke something in the woman that never healed. She withdrew into a cave. She stopped being able to bear the sight of other people's children, the living ones, the ones still safe with their mothers, and her sorrow curdled over the long years into something monstrous, until the queen, who had lost everything, became a figure that Greek parents used to frighten their own children into behaving, a creature of the dark that came for the young. The Greeks had this habit of turning their most wronged women into their monsters, of taking a victim and generations later, using her as a bogey. Lamia started as a grieving mother and ended as the thing you warned children about at night, and the distance between those two is the whole tragedy of her, compressed into a single name that came to mean monster. There's a detail in her story that I find almost unbearably human, so I'll give it to you and let it sit. By one telling, Hera cursed Lamia so that she could never close her eyes, never rest, never escape into sleep from the images of what she'd lost, condemned to lie awake forever with her grief. And Zeus, unable to undo a curse his wife had laid, did the one small thing he could. He gave Lamia the ability to remove her own eyes, to take them out and set them aside, so that she could at least have some respite from seeing, some darkness, some version of rest. It's a grotesque image, and also, if you turn it the right way, an act of mercy, the only comfort available in a situation with no good options, a way to give a sleepless woman a few hours of the dark she needed. I think about that more than I'd like to. The king of the gods, who could do almost anything, reduced to offering a grieving mother the ability to unsee the world for a little while. It's the smallest kindness in the entire catalogue, and it's offered to the woman who suffered nearly the most. Hold on to Lamia, gently. She started as someone loved, and ended as a warning, and the only tenderness she got was a way to close her eyes. So let's give the night some air, and go to one of the odder, lighter-footed corners of the catalogue, where the consequence wasn't grief or a monster, but simply a very strange family and a few unlikely gifts to the world. There's a tradition that Zeus, in the deep early days before the famous marriages settled into their patterns, fathered Aphrodite. Not the well-known birth, the one with the sea foam, but a quieter alternate tradition in which the goddess of love was simply his daughter, by an ocean nymph named Dione, a shadowy figure whose name is really just the feminine form of his own. The Greeks couldn't agree on where Aphrodite came from, and that disagreement is itself revealing. Some said she rose from the sea, born of the foam in a way we'll keep tasteful and leave at the water's edge. Others said she was Zeus's daughter, plain and simple, and they worshipped her that way at certain old sanctuaries, with Dione beside her as the mother nobody fully remembers. So the goddess of love herself might belong to this catalogue, might be one more child of Zeus and a half-forgotten nymph, which would make love itself his daughter. Set that beside everything we've covered, and let the irony land softly. The being responsible for so much sorrow in the name of desire may also have fathered the very goddess of desire. The Greeks didn't resolve it. They let both stories stand in different temples, and never insisted you choose. And there were the genuinely peculiar children, the ones who don't fit any of the patterns. There was a tradition of a union producing the Corybantes, wild armoured spirits who danced and clashed their weapons together in a deafening rhythm, the ones whose noise once hid the cries of an infant from a devouring father in the founding story of the gods themselves. There were minor deities of rivers and winds and obscure local powers, each one slotted into the family tree by some priest or poet who needed Zeus at the root of their particular sacred thing. The pattern by now should be clear, and I won't belabor it. If a Greek wanted to explain where something came from, something powerful or beautiful or strange, the readiest answer was that Zeus had fathered it, and so the family tree grew until it included nearly everything, a sprawling, impossible genealogy with the storm god's name at the centre of it, like a spider at the middle of a very large web. Here's what I want you to take from the strange ones, the Corybantes and the obscure river spirits and the contested Aphrodite. The catalogue isn't really a list of romances at all. We call it the lovers of Zeus because that's the hook, but what it actually is, when you stand far enough back, is the Greek explanation for abundance, for why the world is so full, why there are so many gods, so many heroes, so many sacred places, so many distinct powers running the rivers and the seasons and the arts and the cities. The answer they reached for over and over was generation fathering descent. The world is crowded with divine and half-divine things because the sky kept reaching down into it, and every reach left something behind. It's a fertility story dressed as a scandal sheet. Underneath all the disguises and the jealousy and the grief, the thing it's actually describing is a world too full of wonders to have come from any single tidy source. Hold on to that as we start to come down. The list is long because the world is full, and the Greeks couldn't think of any other way to explain a world that full, except to say that something enormous had loved a great many times. Let's go back to Thebes, because we mentioned the singing wall in passing, and then walked right by it, and it deserves to be stood in front of properly, because it's one of the few places in this whole catalogue where a child of Zeus built something instead of breaking it. Her name was Antiope, a princess of Thebes, beautiful enough that the trouble found her early. Zeus came to her by the usual route, and she conceived, and then her life did the thing these lives so reliably do, which is fall apart in the aftermath of a thing that wasn't her fault. Afraid of her father's anger, she fled her home, married a king in another city to escape, and was eventually dragged back and handed over to an uncle and his wife, a cruel woman named Dirce, who hated her and saw to it that the years that followed were as hard as a person can make another person's years. Antiope bore her twin sons in the worst possible circumstances, out on a mountainside, and the infants were taken from her and left exposed on the slope to fend for themselves or fade, and she was shut up in captivity, mistreated for a span of years long enough that she must have stopped expecting it to end. The babies didn't fade. A herdsman found them and raised them, the way babies in these stories are always being found by herdsmen, and they grew into two very different men. Zethus was the strong one, the practical one, a herdsman and a fighter who worked with his hands and had no patience for anything that wasn't useful. Amphion was the dreamer, the musician, who'd been given a lyre by Hermes himself, and could play it in a way that did things ordinary music doesn't do. Two brothers, one who built with muscle and one who built with sound, and for a long while neither of them knew their mother was a prisoner suffering not far away. She got out eventually, escaped her captivity, found her way to her grown sons, and at first they didn't believe her. This ragged woman claiming to be the mother they'd never known. But the truth came out, the way it does, and when the brothers understood what had been done to her, and by whom, they came down on the city, and the woman who'd tormented her with the full weight of two angry sons who'd just learned what their mother had endured. The cruel dirts met an end the Greeks described with their usual frankness, and a spring near Thebes was said to carry her name afterward, which is the Greek way of leaving a permanent marker on a story that ended badly for someone. And then, with the city theirs, the brothers built its walls, and this is the part worth staying awake for. They divided the labour by temperament. Zethus, the strong one, hauled the great stones on his own back, heaving each one into place by main force, the honest brutal work of building a wall the way walls get built. And Amphion took out his lyre and played. He didn't lift a single stone. He sat and made music, and the stones of his half of the wall heard it, and rose up on their own, and floated into place, fitting themselves together in time with the song, until his entire stretch of the fortification stood finished, raised by nothing but sound. The two halves met in the middle. The strong brothers' wall and the musical brothers' wall, one built by labour and one built by beauty, joined into a single ring around the city, and Thebes had its famous 7 gates. I love that they built it together, the two methods side by side, because it refuses to pick a winner. The Greeks could have made the music the whole point, the magical brother showing up the labourer. They didn't. They had both walls go up, both brothers contribute, and the city stand on a foundation that was half sweat and half song. For once, a pair of Zeus's grandchildren used what they'd been given to make something that protected people and lasted for centuries, and they did it to honour a mother who'd been given nothing but suffering. Hold on to the singing wall. In a catalogue mostly made of things taken apart, somebody finally put stones together and did it with a tune. Let's stay with the mothers who got their rescue late, because there's a thread of them, the ones who suffered for years and then were reached by a child who came back, and the next is the gentlest goddess in the whole story, who had nowhere in the entire world to lie down. Her name was Leto, a titaness, mild and lovely, and Zeus loved her before the trouble of the famous marriage had fully hardened into its permanent shape. she conceived twins, and Hera, learning of it, did something that shows you the real reach of her fury, because she didn't go after Leto with a transformation or a monster. She went after the ground itself. Hera forbade every land in the world, every patch of solid earth, every island anchored to the seabed, from giving Leto a place to bring her children into the world. The whole earth was closed to her by decree, a pregnant goddess, near her time, wandering from country to country and being turned away at every shore, not because the people were cruel, but because they were terrified of what the Queen of Heaven would do to any land that took her in. Picture the loneliness of that. The entire world, every coast and valley and field, and not one square foot of it allowed to let you stop and rest. She wandered, heavy and exhausted and running out of time, and every place she approached shrank from her. There's a particular cruelty in being refused not by enemies, but by frightened ordinary places that would have helped if they dared. Leto wasn't hated. She was just radioactive, a danger to anyone who sheltered her, and so she stayed alone with her unborn children and nowhere to set them down. The one place that took her was barely a place at all, a small bare island called Delos, a scrap of rock that floated, unanchored, drifting on the sea, not fixed to the bottom of the world the way real islands are. And because it wasn't fastened down, because it was technically not part of the solid earth Hera had bound by her command, it could take Leto in without breaking the decree, on a kind of cosmic technicality. The floating island that belonged to nowhere offered the homeless goddess the one welcome the whole rooted world had refused. She came ashore on the drifting rock, and there, with nothing but a single palm tree to hold on to, she brought forth her twins. And they were not minor twins, they were Apollo and Artemis, the god of the sun, of music and prophecy and healing, and the clean, far-shooting arrow, and the goddess of the moon, of the hunt and the wild places and the protection of young things, the same Artemis whose stolen face Zeus had used to deceive Callisto, the same Artemis who'd tried to hide Taygete as a deer. Two of the brightest, most powerful gods in the entire Greek pantheon, born on a rock so poor and so small it wasn't even attached to the world, because a jealous queen had shut every richer door. The island was rewarded for its courage. After the twins were born, Delos was anchored at last, fixed permanently to the seabed, and it became one of the holiest sanctuaries in all of Greece, a place pilgrims sailed to for 1,000 years. The poorest scrap of land in the story, the one nobody else dared shelter, became sacred ground because it was brave when bravery cost something. Even the dirt sometimes gets a better ending than the women if it opens its door at the right moment. Hold on to Delos, the floating island that stopped floating, and hold on to Leto, who walked the whole earth alone and was taken in only by a rock that belonged nowhere, and gave the world the sun and the moon as her thanks for the one kindness she was shown. Now let's meet the shy one, because not every woman in this catalogue was a princess in a meadow, and one of them wanted nothing to do with any of it, and got the cleverest son in the world for her trouble. Her name was Maia, and she was the eldest of the 7 sisters called the Pleiades, the daughters of a Titan who holds up the sky. The other sisters we've already met scattered through the night, Taygete, who became a deer, Electra, who hid her face when Troy fell. Maia was the one who wanted solitude. She lived alone in a cave on a mountain called Selene, away from the company of the other gods, wanting no part of crowds or feasts or the noise of Olympus, content with quiet and her own company. Which made her, of course, exactly the kind of person Zeus would visit, because he conducted his visits to Maia at night, while Hera slept, away from notice, in the dark of the mountain cave where no one would think to look. And from those quiet visits came Hermes, and Hermes did not stay quiet for long. He may be the most precocious infant in all of mythology, and his first day on Earth is one of the great comic sequences the Greeks handed down. He was born in the morning. By midday he had climbed out of his cradle, bored, and gone looking for trouble. He found a tortoise at the mouth of the cave, and he looked at it, and in a flash of the cleverness he'd carry his whole career, he saw not an animal, but an instrument, hollowed the shell, strung it, and invented the lyre on the spot, the very lyre that would later pass down to Amphion and raise the walls of Thebes. A few hours old, and he'd invented an entire category of music. Then, that same afternoon, still his first day alive, he decided to steal his half-brother Apollo's cattle. He slipped out, found the herd, and drove off 50 of them. And because he was already the patron of every clever thief who would ever live, he covered his tracks by making the cattle walk backward so their hoof prints pointed the wrong way, and by wearing strange woven sandals that left no clear trail of his own. Then he drove the herd to a hiding place and went home and climbed back into his cradle and pulled the blankets up and pretended to be the innocent newborn he technically still was. When Apollo, who was a god of prophecy and not easily fooled, tracked the theft back to the cave and accused him, the day-old infant looked up with wide eyes and asked, "More or less, how could a baby born this morning possibly have stolen anyone's cattle?" He almost got away with it. The matter went all the way up to Zeus, who listened to a newborn lie to the god of truth with such confidence and charm that he simply laughed, and made the brothers settle it, and Hermes ended up trading his new invention, the lyre, to Apollo to square the debt, which is how Apollo became the god of music and Hermes kept the cattle and the reputation. Maia, through all of this, raised him. The solitary nymph who wanted only her quiet cave ended up the mother of the busiest god in the pantheon, the messenger who never stops moving, the guide of travellers and merchants and thieves, and the one who escorts the departed down to the next world, the one god welcome everywhere because he belongs to the in-between, the crossings, the borders, the roads at night. The shyest mother in the catalogue produced the most sociable son in it, and her sisters, the Pleiades, ended up in the sky as that faint cluster you can almost count, the little misty knot of stars that vanishes if you look at it straight on and reappears when you glance to the side. Try it on the next clear night. They're easier to catch out of the corner of your eye, which feels about right for the family of a woman who only ever wanted to be left alone in the dark of a mountain. Hold on to Maia and the tortoise and the day-old thief. Of all the sons in this catalogue, hers is the one I'd most want guiding me down a dark road, because he knows every road there is, and he learned them all before he was a day old. Let's turn now to the bloodlines that curdled, because we keep brushing against the great cursed houses and stepping away, and it's time to walk into one properly, the most famous of them, the family the tragedians could not stop writing about, and watch it run from a child of Zeus down to ruin. It starts with Tantalus, who we met already, the son of Zeus and the nymph named for abundance, condemned to eternal hunger in the underworld for a crime against the gods so severe it became the measure of all other impiety. He had committed the unforgivable at a feast, an offence against the sacred trust between gods and guests, and his punishment was eternal, but the curse didn't stop with him. It ran downhill into his children and his children's children, because that was the nature of these things. The wrong he did poisoned the whole line, and each generation found a fresh and terrible way to harm the next. His son inherited a kingdom and a curse. His grandsons, 2 brothers, hated each other with a hatred that drove them to acts the Greeks held up as the very worst a family could do to itself, one brother wronging the other so deeply that the wronged one called down a curse on the entire house that would not lift for generations. And from those brothers came the names you might know, even if you've never read the plays, the kings and queens of the Trojan War generation, the family where a father offered up a daughter to get a fair win for his ships, where a wife waited years and took a terrible vengeance for it, where a son was bound to avenge one parent against the other and was hunted afterward by the spirits of guilt for doing the thing duty had demanded. Every generation of that house did something unspeakable, and every one of those unspeakable things was, in a sense, the next installment of a debt that Tantalus had run up at a single dinner, generations before any of them were born. That's the shadow side of descent from Zeus, and it's worth sitting in for a moment, because it complicates the whole idea of the divine bloodline being an honour. To be descended from the king of the gods was to be important, royal, marked for greatness. It was also, very often, to inherit a curse you had no part in earning, to be born already owing a debt, to find yourself doing monstrous things not entirely by choice, but because the whole machinery of your family had been set in motion long ago by an ancestor's crime, and you were simply the latest part to move through it. The Greeks understood inheritance this way, as something you couldn't refuse, blessing and curse arriving together in the same bloodstream. The glory and the doom came from the same source, and the source, very often, was a night when Zeus came down for somebody. Hold on to the cursed house, not as a horror story but as the true cost of the bloodlines everyone was so proud of. The crown and the curse were the same crown. Let's go to Crete, because we left a thread dangling all the way back at the beginning, when Europa's son Minos became a king, and we said something about a maze and a creature and walked on. It's time to follow that thread, because the most famous monster in Greek mythology grew indirectly out of one of Zeus's oldest affairs, and the woman at the centre of it has been quietly defamed for 3,000 years. Remember Europa, carried to Crete on the white bull. Her son Minos became the king of the island, the great lawgiver, the one who after his life ended was made one of the judges of the underworld, weighing the deeds of the departed. A powerful man, a grandson of Zeus, ruling the richest island in the sea, and Minos married a woman named Pasiphae, who was herself the daughter of the sun, a being of divine blood in her own right, and for a while they were simply a royal couple with a kingdom and the usual concerns of kings and queens. The trouble came, as it so often did, from a broken promise to a god. Minos had asked the sea god for a sign that he was the rightful king, a magnificent bull to rise from the waves, and he'd promised to give the animal back as a sacrifice once it had served its purpose. The bull came, white and perfect, more beautiful than any bull had a right to be, and Minos looked at it and decided he wanted to keep it, and offered a lesser animal in its place, thinking the god wouldn't notice or wouldn't mind. The god noticed. The god minded. And the punishment fell in the cruel sideways way these punishments fall, not on Minos directly, but on his wife, who had done nothing wrong at all. Pasiphae was struck with an overwhelming and unnatural longing for the bull, a desire placed on her by a god as a way of getting back at her husband, and there is no comfortable way to tell what followed, so I'll keep it at the edge of the lamplight, the way the Greeks themselves often did. From that divinely inflicted madness came a child that was not entirely a child, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull, the being the world remembers as the Minotaur. Sit with how unjust that is for a second. because Pasiphae gets remembered as the monster's mother, as a figure of horror, and almost no one remembers that none of it was her doing. She was punished for her husband's greed, made to suffer a curse meant for him, and then blamed across the centuries for the result of a wrong she had no part in. It's the Hera pattern again, in a different costume. The woman absorbing the consequence of a man's offence and then carrying the shame of it forever after, while the man who actually broke the promise goes down in legend as a wise and noble king. Minos is a judge of the dead. Pacifier is a punchline. The distance between these two reputations is the whole quiet injustice of her story. Minos, ashamed of the creature, had the great craftsman Daedalus build the labyrinth, the maze so cunningly made that no one who entered it could find the way out, and shut the Minotaur inside it, hidden away in the dark at the heart of the palace. And there the creature stayed, fed in the way the grim old story describes, and I won't, until a hero named Theseus eventually came with a ball of thread and a plan, and the maze gave up its secret, and that chapter ended. But the thread we were following runs back the other way, back through the maze and the cursed queen and the kept bull, all the way to a girl picking flowers on a beach who climbed onto a different white bull and was carried to this same island to start the line. Europa's ride and Pasiphae's curse are the two ends of one long rope, both of them turning on a beautiful bull that wasn't what it appeared to be, and a woman who paid for it. The Greeks built their stories to rhyme like that. Hold on to the maze and hold on to Pasiphae, who deserved better from 3,000 years of telling. Let's slow down now. The room should be getting heavier around you, and the stories from here should match it. Fewer details, longer pauses, the energy draining gently out towards sleep. Let me gather a last handful of the names we haven't touched, not to explain them fully, but just to let them drift past in the dark, the way names do when you're almost under. There was Niobe, not the famous grieving one, but an earlier Niobe, said to be the very first mortal woman Zeus ever loved, the first of the whole long line, before Io, before any of them, the one who started it. There's something quietly enormous about that, a single woman standing at the head of this entire catalogue, the first ordinary person the sky ever came down for, and almost nothing else remembered about her. She's a doorway. Everyone else walked through after her. There was Callirhoe, a name that means lovely flowing, fitting for a daughter of a river. There was Callis, mother of a king named Ethlius, whose line ran on to heroes. There was Protogeneia, whose name means the firstborn, a daughter of the man who survived the great flood, who bore Zeus a son in the world's early days when everything was just beginning again after the waters went down. There was Calm, mother of a huntress nymph. There was Theia, after whom a festival was named, and Othrys and Cassiopeia, and a scattering of others who appear once in some old text, bear a son, give a name to a hill or a spring or a small island, and vanish. I'm not going to build each of them a section, because there's nothing left to build with, only the bare fact of them, and the bare fact is its own kind of eulogy. They existed. The story remembered that much and little more. Let them drift past. And there was the whole shadow catalogue of the ones who were lost entirely, the women the genealogist never even filed, the local traditions that died when the last person who knew them stopped telling them, the festivals that ended and took their founding stories with them. For every name we have, there were surely others we don't, swept off by time the way most of everything is. The catalogue we've walked through tonight is the surviving portion. The full list was longer, and we'll never know how much longer. And that unknowing is part of the proper feeling of this, the sense of a vast crowd of half-remembered people standing just beyond the edge of the light. Before the sky, There's one more thing worth holding still for, and it's the question underneath all of this that we've circled all night without quite landing on. What was Zeus, really? Because if you've been listening closely, you'll have noticed he's strangely absent from his own catalogue. He arrives, he changes shape, he charms or takes or deceives, and then he's gone, off to the next, while the women and the children live out the long consequences he set in motion. He's the least present figure in his own list of loves. The storm passes over and moves on, and the landscape it changed has to live with the change. That's the thing about weather, and the Greeks knew exactly what they were doing when they made their chief god the sky. A storm isn't cruel, not really. It isn't kind either. It simply is, enormous and indifferent and following its own nature, and the damage it does isn't personal, even when it ruins you. Zeus's desire and power fused into a force of nature, and the catalogue we've walked through is what it looks like when that force moves through a world of people who can be hurt. He doesn't hate the women. He doesn't even, in any lasting way, love them. He notices them, the way a storm notices a coastline, which is to say not at all, and then the noticing rearranges their entire lives. The Greeks didn't make their king a villain. They made him a climate, and living under a climate you don't get to argue with it. You only get to survive it or not, and build your stories out of whichever happens. That's why Hera's rage is so central and so futile. She's the only one who treats Zeus as a person, who could be held accountable, who could be reasoned with or punished or made to change, and she's wrong, in a sense, to think that's possible, because you cannot reform the weather. Her whole eternity is the tragedy of someone demanding moral behaviour from a force of nature, and being driven slowly cruel by its refusal to provide any. She wanted a husband. She got a season that never ends, and everyone downhill from her wanted mostly just to be left alone, and got noticed instead. It's worth pausing here on Hera one last time, because the whole catalogue has been quietly building toward a question about her, and the question is whether she was the villain. She's easy to cast that way. She's in nearly every section we've covered, and almost always as the punisher. The one who turned the woman into a cow, sentenced the nymph to silence, sent the bear into exile, closed every door in the world against a goddess in labour. If you tally the harm in this story by who delivered it directly, Hera's name comes up more than anyone's, more even than Zeus, who mostly arrived, charmed, and left. She did the lasting damage. The cruelty in these myths usually wears her face. But look at where she was standing. She was the goddess of marriage, of the vow of fidelity, bound eternally to the least faithful being in existence, and she could not touch him. That was the trap underneath all her cruelty. She couldn't punish Zeus. He was stronger, and he was her husband, and the one time she did organize a real revolt against him, it failed, and he hung her from the sky by her wrists until she swore never to try again. So the rage had nowhere to go. The one person who'd actually wronged her, over and over for centuries, was the one person she could never reach, and so it spilled, sideways, downhill, onto everyone he touched, because they were the only targets left within reach. That doesn't make it right. The women she punished were innocent, tricked, transformed, exiled for things done to them. But it makes it legible. She was a powerful being aimed permanently at the wrong target by a marriage she never had the option to leave. The Greeks knew this. They weren't simple about her. They made her petty, and they made her trapped, both at once, and they let the contradiction stand the way real people are usually more than one thing. Now let's do the gentlest thing left to do, which is gather the survivors, the ones who came out the other side with a life still in their hands, because the catalogue isn't only loss, and it would be dishonest to send you to sleep as if it were. Io got there in the end. After the cloud and the cow and the 100 eyes and the long mad run from a single fly across half the world, she reached Egypt, and she was restored, and she became a queen, and her descendants ran back across the sea generations later as heroes and founders. The fly stopped. The horns came off. She got a throne and a long life and a line of children who remembered her not as livestock but as a foremother. It took everything she had to survive the noticing, but she survived it, and the survival is real and worth holding. Europa became a queen of Crete and the mother of kings, and a whole continent carries her name, and whatever the bull cost her, she did not vanish into a footnote. Danae and her impossible son washed up alive in a fisherman's net and walked into a saga that ended eventually with the prophecy completing itself far from her. The old king undone by the very grandson the bronze walls were built to prevent, and Danae herself safe by then, a survivor of a box on the sea. Alcmen raised the strongest hero the world ever knew, and for all the sorrow that came with him, she raised him, lived to see it, was honoured for it. These women paid enormously, and some of them, not all but some, got to keep a life on the far side of the payment. The catalogue has survivors in it. Hold on to them too, alongside the lost ones. The night shouldn't end as if no one made it through, because some of them did. And the warmest survival of all, the one I keep circling back to, is the one that wasn't even the woman's own doing. Semele, who lost her life to a flash of fire and a wish she'd been tricked into, who should have been the most thoroughly lost of all of them, gone before her child was even born, got brought back. Her son went down into the dark and carried her up into the light and set her among the immortals, and the woman who'd been undone by seeing a god too clearly ended up living among the gods herself, restored, renamed, safe. Of everyone in this entire catalogue, hers is the ending that runs furthest in the wrong direction, all the way down and then all the way back up, and it happened because she'd raised, without ever getting to raise him, a son who refused to accept that being loved by Zeus was the end of her story. The room is dark now. You've stayed with this a long time, through cuckoo and bull and swan and golden rain, through the bears that never set and the voice that can't speak first and the queen who never could rest. There's only the sky left and the letting go. Let me take you up there one last time slowly, and then I'll leave you to sleep. So look up, one final time, the way someone did 3,000 years ago on a dark hillside with no lamp anywhere near, and the whole sky thick with stars we can barely find anymore through the glow of our cities. There they all are. Taurus, the bull, the front half of him still swimming after Europa across a sea that ended long ago. Gemini, the devoted brothers, taking their endless turns above and below. Aquarius pouring his stream, the Trojan boy who never aged. The great bear and the little bear, the mother and her son, wheeling slow around the pole and never ever lying down to rest, because a jealous queen asked the sea to refuse them. The Pleiades in their faint cluster, 6 bright and one always hiding her face from a city that burned. The peacock somewhere in a courtyard below with 100 old eyes spread across its tail, and further out than any of them, past where the naked eye can reach, the planet that bears his name, ringed by dozens of little cold moons that carry theirs, the whole catalogue lifted up and scattered across the dark, still being named, still being found, 3,000 years on, and not finished yet. They wanted to be remembered. Most people do, and they got their wish in the strangest possible form, not as themselves, as patterns, as stories told in the dark to help strangers fall asleep, which is a kind of immortality the women in those meadows could never have imagined and might not have chosen, but it's the one they have. Every clear night the whole catalogue rises and turns overhead, whether anyone is watching or not, whether anyone remembers the names or not. The bull keeps swimming. The bears keep turning. The lost sister keeps her face hidden. They don't need us awake to do it. That's the comfort in it, finally. The thing I'd hand you as you go under. The sky keeps their watch all on its own. It's worth saying once, plainly before sleep, that they were people, or that the people who made them up were people, which comes to the same tenderness in the end. Someone with a name we'll never know stood under these same stars and felt the year turn cold and called it a mother's grief. Someone heard their own voice come back off a canyon wall and called it a girl who'd loved a boy who couldn't love her back. Someone watched a peacock open its tail and saw 100 faithful eyes that had earned their rest. They were trying to make the world mean something, the way you do when you're small under a very large sky. And the meanings they made were full of grief and full of wonder in exactly the proportions that real life is, and they handed those meanings down so carefully that here we are, in the dark, still holding them. That's the whole human project, really, looking up at something enormous and indifferent and refusing to let it be meaningless. They did that. We're still doing it. You're doing it right now, lying here, letting these old names settle over you like a blanket, and the boy who went down for his mother is still down there somewhere in the deepest version of the story, having gone back to a country he'd already survived, to bring up one person the careless sky had let fall. If you take nothing else from this long catalogue of weather and loss, take him. In a story where the highest power there is never once stopped to care, somebody decided that one of the forgotten ones would be carried home. That's the warmest thing these people left us, warmer even than the stars. The idea that being overlooked by the powerful doesn't have to be the end, that someone can choose to go back, that the dark is not the last word as long as there's one person willing to walk down into it after you. The lights are off. Your phone is dim and face down somewhere you won't reach for it. The whole long list is walked, every lover and every disguise, every bull and bear and shower of gold and lost half-remembered name. All of them up there now, turning slowly over your roof in the dark, whether you can see them or not. There's nothing left on the list. There's nowhere you need to be. The bull can swim, and the bears can wheel, and the lost voice can fade off down its valley, and the one hidden sister can keep her face turned away, and none of it asks a single thing of you tonight. The stars will keep their watch, the way faithful old Argus once did, only kinder, and they'll do it all night without you so you can finally set it down. Let it go. Let them turn. Sleep well. Good night. Tonight we're climbing, slowly, up the side of a mountain that doesn't quite exist, into the cloud-damp living room of a family so spectacularly dysfunctional that they make every holiday dinner you've ever survived look like a model of restraint. This is Mount Olympus. The air smells like ozone and roasting meat and faintly of someone's wounded pride. Somewhere below, an entire civilization is leaving out bowls of wine and honey and hoping, very sincerely, that nobody up here notices them today. That's the place we're settling into. Not the polished marble version from the museum gift shop, but the real one. The one the ancient Greeks actually believed in. A world where the thunder had a temper and a name, where the sea could hold a grudge for 10 years, and where the difference between a good harvest and a ruined one might come down to whether some god felt adequately complimented that season. We have a lot of ground to cover, you and I. Centuries of it. gods, monsters, heroes with more confidence than sense, and a truly staggering number of people who got turned into trees. If you find this pleasant, and only if you do, a like helps more people stumble onto this little corner of the dark, and a subscribe means the next one finds you. Leave a comment with where you are and what your local time is right now. Dim the lights or switch them off. Get comfortable, set your phone aside or face down, and turn the brightness all the way down. Then let's wonder about a few things together. Why did the king of the gods keep turning himself into farm animals? What exactly was in the river that the dead had to cross, and why did it cost money? Who decided that a woman opening a jar would explain every bad thing that has ever happened? Why was there a god specifically in charge of the awkward boundary stones between two farmers' fields? What did ambrosia actually taste like, and why was nobody allowed to describe it? How do you accidentally start a decade-long war by handing a piece of fruit to the wrong person? And what sort of family produces a son who overthrows his father, who had himself overthrown his own father? You're seeing the pattern. But to understand any of it, we have to start before the gods, before Olympus, before there was even an up or a down to climb between. We have to start with nothing, and then slightly less than nothing. In the oldest version of the story, before there was a single thing to point at, there was chaos. Not chaos the way we mean it, not a messy room or a bad morning, but a vast, yawning, formless gap. And nothing so complete it didn't even have edges. The Greek poet Hesiod, who wrote this all down around 2,700 years ago, and is essentially our oldest surviving gossip columnist for the divine, says simply that chaos came first. Out of that gap, things began to be. Not made by anyone, there was no one yet to make them, but simply emerging the way condensation appears on a cold glass without anyone deciding it should. First came Gaia, the earth, broad and steady and the closest thing this whole story has to a reliable adult. Then came Tartarus, a pit so deep below the earth that if you dropped an anvil from the sky it would fall for 9 days before reaching the ground, and then fall the same distance again to reach the bottom. And then came Eros, desire, the urge for things to come together and make more things, which is the ancient world's tidy way of explaining why, from this point on, absolutely everyone is about to start having children at an alarming rate. Gaia, the earth, got the whole dynasty started more or less on her own. She brought forth Uranus, the starry sky, to cover her on all sides and be an equal to her, and then, in the way of this story, promptly married him. We're going to encounter a great deal of this. The family tree of Greek mythology is less a tree and more a single dense shrub that keeps grafting back onto itself, and I'd advise you not to think too hard about it tonight. Just let the names roll past like stops on a train you're too sleepy to get off of. Gaia and Uranus had children, a lot of them. The first batch were the Titans, 12 enormous beings who were, by the standards of what came later, almost reasonable. Then came the Cyclopes, 3 of them, each with a single eye in the middle of the forehead and a real gift for metalwork. And then came the third batch, and here Uranus seems to have lost his nerve as a father entirely, because the 100-handed ones were exactly what they sound like, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, and Uranus took one look at his newest sons and decided he simply could not cope. So he hid them. he pushed them back down into the body of the earth, into Gaia herself, and would not let them be born into the light, which is, when you sit with it, a profoundly uncomfortable thing to do to your own children and your own wife simultaneously, and Gaia was not having it. The earth, in pain and furious, did what put upon mothers in these stories tend to do. She made a plan. And she made a tool for the plan, fashioning a great jagged sickle out of grey flint. Then she gathered her children, the Titans, and asked which of them was willing to help her deal with their father. And there was a long, awkward silence of the kind that happens at every family meeting when someone asks for a volunteer for the unpleasant job. The Titans, enormous and powerful, all suddenly found their sandals very interesting. All except the youngest. His name was Cronus, and you should remember him, because he is about to set in motion the single most repetitive cycle of bad parenting in the history of storytelling. Cronus stepped forward and said, essentially, that he had never liked his father much anyway, and he would do it. What happened next is the foundational unpleasantness of the entire Greek cosmos, and I'm going to tell it to you the soft way, because it is genuinely a lot. Cronus lay in wait, and when Uranus next came to embrace the earth, Cronus struck at him with the flint sickle and, in a single decisive act, ended his father's reign and his father's, let us say, capacity to father any further children. The sky was separated from the earth permanently, which is the mythological explanation for why they no longer touch, why there is a gap of air between the ground and the stars where once there was none. And from the wound where drops fell upon the earth, more beings sprang up, because in this universe nothing is ever wasted and everything has consequences. From those drops came the Furies, 3 spirits whose entire job is to punish people who harm their own family, which is a deeply pointed thing to be born from this particular moment. The Furies will be back. They have, you might say, generational job security. So that is how the very first king of everything was overthrown by his own son. Uranus, withdrawing to the far reaches of the sky, left his son Cronus with one parting gift, a prophecy, hissed out like a curse. You did this to me, he said, and one day a child of yours will do the very same to you. Cronus, newly crowned, master of all creation, heard this and tucked it away in the back of his mind, where it would sit and fester and slowly poison every good thing that came after. He took his sister Rhea as his wife, settled into his father's throne, and began what the Greeks remembered, a little wistfully, as a golden age. The Greeks, when they pictured the time of Cronus's reign, imagined something they could only describe by everything it lacked. There was no labour in the Golden Age. The earth gave up its fruit without anyone having to plant or plough or sweat. There was no winter to prepare against, and no old age to dread. People lived easily, gently, and when their time came they simply slipped into sleep and did not wake, and even that was painless. There were no laws, because no one needed them. There were no locks, because no one took what wasn't theirs. It is, you'll notice, a fantasy assembled entirely out of the things the people telling it were tired of: work, weather, weakness, and one another. Cronus presided over all this from his throne, and by every account those years were genuinely good. The trouble was that Cronus could not enjoy them. His father's prophecy sat in him like a swallowed stone. One of your own children will overthrow you, just as you overthrew me. And the longer he ruled, the more that thought wound itself around his every waking hour, until he arrived at a solution so monstrous and so simple that it tells you everything about the kind of king he'd become. His wife Rhea began to have children, bright, strong, immortal children, the first of the gods we'd recognise. And as each one was born, Cronus took the newborn and swallowed it whole. Down it went, into the dark of him, where it could not grow, could not plot, could not ever climb a throne, a living child sealed away inside its own father so that it could never replace him. He did this 5 times. 5 children, each one carried for the full term, each one delivered into the world, and then, in the same hour, taken from it. Not ended, exactly, because gods cannot truly end, but folded away into a living darkness, which is arguably worse. Rhea, the mother, endured this 5 times. And if you have been keeping a careful emotional ledger tonight, you will already know that no mother in this story endures that kind of thing forever. She, like Gaia before her, was about to make a plan, and the 6th child, the one she would manage to hide, the one who would grow up far away in a hidden cave, with the sound of clashing bronze drowning out his infant cries so his father couldn't hear, that 6th child was named Zeus. The cave was on the island of Crete, and the noise was the whole point. Rhea, pregnant for the 6th time, and entirely finished watching her children disappear, had gone to her mother Gaia and her absent father Uranus for help, because in this family you settle scores by recruiting the previous generation against the current one. They told her where to go and what to do, and so when her time came she slipped away to Crete in secret, and brought the child into the world in the deep dark of a cave on a mountainside, far from Cronus and his endless swallowing hunger. Then came the trick. Rhea wrapped a stone, an ordinary large stone about the size of a newborn, in swaddling cloth, and carried that bundle back to her husband with all the weary tenderness of a mother presenting her latest child. And Cronus, who had never once paused to actually look at what he was doing, took the bundle and swallowed it whole, stone and swaddling and all, satisfied that he had once again outwitted destiny. He had swallowed a rock. He felt great about it. This is, I gently point out, a king who has now consumed 5 children and 1 piece of geology, and noticed no difference between them, which should tell you something about how closely he was paying attention to his own life. The real child stayed hidden in the cave, and here the story gets wonderfully strange in the way old myths do when they're trying to explain a local custom. Baby Zeus was raised by nymphs, and in some versions nursed by a divine goat named Amalthea, whose name you may want to hold on to, because that goat is going to do more for the future king of the gods than most of his actual relatives ever will. And to keep the infant's cries from carrying down the mountain to his father's sharp ears, a group of armoured attendants called the Curetes danced around the cave entrance, clashing their spears against their shields, drumming and shouting and making a tremendous racket divine babysitting by way of a heavy metal concert. Every time the baby wailed, the bronze rang out and swallowed the sound. Cronus, far away on his throne, heard only what sounded like young men being boisterous, and thought nothing of it. So Zeus grew, quietly hidden, nursed on goat's milk and honey, dandled by nymphs, guarded by the clamour of dancing soldiers. He grew strong and clever, and full of a very particular kind of patience, the patience of someone who has been told from infancy exactly what he was born to do. And when he was grown, he came down off the mountain to do it. He needed help, and his first ally was an unexpected one. There was a Titaness named Meti, whose name means something like cunning or wise counsel. She was in essence the smartest being in creation, and she's going to matter enormously later in a way you won't see coming. Meti gave Zeus not a weapon but a potion, a mixture that would make Cronus violently sick. The plan was elegant and a little gross. Zeus, disguised, got close enough to his father to slip him the draught, and Cronus, that great swallower of children, was suddenly and powerfully made to bring everything back up. Out came the stone first, the decoy, the swaddled rock he'd eaten last. And then, one by one, out came the children, fully grown now, having spent years sealed in the dark of their father, waiting for exactly this moment. 3 sisters and 2 brothers, alive and immortal and absolutely furious. Their names were Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon. And with Zeus that makes 6, the first 6 Olympians, reunited at last, and united by the single shared experience of having been eaten by their dad. The stone, by the way, did not go to waste. Zeus set it up at a sacred site called Delphi, planted in the earth as a marker, and for centuries afterward you could go and actually see it. A real stone that real pilgrims really visited, pointed out to travellers as the very rock that Cronus swallowed in place of the king of the gods. The Greeks loved a physical souvenir from a cosmic event. The myth was vast and unprovable, but the stone, at least, you could touch. What followed was war. Not a skirmish, not a palace coup, but a full and grinding 10-year conflict that the Greeks called the Titanomachy, the Battle of the Titans. On one side stood Cronus and most of the Titans, the old order, the reigning generation. On the other stood Zeus and his 5 freed siblings, the new gods, the children come back to collect on their father's prophecy. And for 10 years the 2 sides fought to a standstill, neither able to break the other, the whole young cosmos shaking with it. What finally tipped the balance was memory. Zeus remembering who else his grandfather had locked away. Down in the pit of Tartarus, you'll recall, were the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, those earliest, strangest children whom Uranus had buried and Cronus had simply left imprisoned, because tyrants rarely free the people their predecessors feared. Zeus went down into the pit, released them, and gained both their loyalty and their gifts. The 100-handed ones, with their 50 heads and 100 arms apiece, could hurl 100 boulders at once, an artillery barrage made of relatives. And the Cyclopes, those single-eyed master smiths, gave Zeus the weapon that would define him forever, the thunderbolt. They forged it for him in gratitude, and from that day the lightning was his to throw. You can guess how the war ended after that. The new gods, armed with thunder and backed by 100-handed bombardment, overwhelmed the Titans at last. Cronus and his defeated allies were bound and cast down into Tartarus, that same pit, the deepest dark there is, the 9 days falling place, and the 100-handed ones were stationed at its gates as eternal guards. Which is a satisfying bit of justice when you consider they'd once been prisoners there themselves. The old king who had swallowed his children to escape his fate was now sealed in the lightless deep by those very children. The prophecy had come true. exactly as Uranus promised it would, exactly as Cronus had tried so desperately to prevent. And if you are feeling, somewhere in your sleepy mind, that this is the same story you heard at the start of the night, the son overthrowing the father who overthrew his father, then you are paying better attention than Cronus ever did. That is the pattern. That is the dread that now settles, quietly, onto the shoulders of the victorious young Zeus, who has just learned by direct example that kings in this family do not keep their thrones by being kind. He will spend a great deal of his reign listening for the same prophecy his father heard, and he will try in his own way to outsmart it. We'll see how that goes. With the war won, 3 brothers stood as the new masters of creation, and they did something almost unheard of in this story. They divided the inheritance peacefully. They drew lots, 3 brothers casting lots for the universe like siblings dividing up a house after a parent is gone, which in a sense is precisely what they were doing. Zeus drew the sky, and with it the role of king, lord of the heavens and the thunder, first among them all. Poseidon drew the sea, every ocean and river mouth and the deep places under the waves, and a temperament to match it, by turns calm and shattering. And Hades, the eldest brother, drew the realm beneath the earth, the land of the departed, the kingdom of all those who had finished living. The earth itself and Mount Olympus they agreed to share in common, neutral ground for all of them. It was, on paper, a fair split. But you may have noticed that one brother got the bright halls of heaven, and one got the glittering sea, and one got the silent country of the dead. And you may already suspect that the brother who drew the dead is not going to feel that the lots fell entirely evenly. Hold that thought. We'll go down to him later, when the night is darker and quieter and better suited to it. For now the new order was set. The Olympians had their kingdom. And the very first thing a new royal household does, once the war is won and the territory is split, is start to fill out its ranks, which in this family means marriages, and affairs, and a sprawling next generation of gods, and at least one wife who is going to spend the rest of eternity being absolutely magnificent and absolutely impossible to live with. Her name is Hera, and she has just survived being eaten by her father and winning a 10-year war, and she is in no mood to be trifled with by anyone, least of all her brother, who is about to become her husband. Because of course he is. Hera did not by any account want to marry her brother. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because Hera tends to come down to us through the myths as the jealous wife, the nagging queen, the one forever scheming against Zeus's various companions. And that reputation flattens her into something much smaller than she was. She was one of the children swallowed and freed. She fought in the war. She was, in the original reckoning, a goddess of enormous dignity and power in her own right, worshipped at some of the oldest and grandest temples in all of Greece, older in some places than the worship of Zeus himself. She was not a minor character who happened to marry up. And when Zeus set his sights on her, she turned him down flat. So Zeus cheated. He did the thing he is going to do. In one form or another, for the entire rest of this story, he transformed himself. On a cold day he took the shape of a small bird, a cuckoo, bedraggled and shivering and pitiful, and let himself be buffeted about in a storm near where Hera was. She, seeing the poor frozen creature, took pity and gathered it to her chest to warm it. At which point Zeus resumed his true form, having engineered the entire situation, and Hera, trapped by her own kindness into a compromising position, agreed to marry him. It is not a romantic story. It's a story about a powerful woman being manoeuvred, and the Greeks knew it was that, and they told it that way on purpose. Because it explains the marriage they're about to describe, a union that produces a great deal of thunder and very little peace. Their wedding, though, was a genuine event of cosmic importance. Gaia herself, the old earth, gave Hera a gift, a tree that grew golden apples planted in a far western garden at the edge of the world, tended by nymphs called the Hesperides and guarded by a dragon that never slept. Remember that orchard. A hero is going to have to rob it eventually, and the dragon is going to be very put out about it. The honeymoon, some say, lasted 300 years on an island far away, and you can decide for yourself whether that says more about their devotion or about how long it takes two people that's stubborn to run out of things to argue about. Because argue they did. Zeus was constitutionally incapable of fidelity. He pursued goddesses, nymphs, and mortal women in an unbroken procession across the centuries, fathering an enormous portion of the gods and heroes you'll meet tonight. And Hera, as goddess of marriage itself, took every single betrayal as both a personal wound and a professional insult. She could not strike at Zeus directly. He was the king, and stronger than her, and protected by his thunder. So she struck at the only targets within reach, the women he pursued and the children they bore. Much of what we remember as Hera's cruelty is, looked at squarely, the rage of someone forbidden from confronting the actual guilty party, taking aim instead at the people he kept dragging into her marriage. She is the patron of an institution her own husband will not stop violating, and she spends eternity furious about it, and honestly, who could blame her? Their children together tell you something about the marriage too. There was Ares, the god of war, not the noble strategy of battle, but the raw butchery of it, the bloodlust and the chaos, and even his own parents didn't much like him. Zeus is recorded, in one poem, telling Ares directly that of all his children Ares is the one most hateful to him, which is a remarkable thing to say to your son, even for this family. There was Hephaestus, the smith of the gods, about whom much more in a moment, because his story is one of the strangest and most sympathetic in the whole pantheon. And there was Hebe, goddess of youth, who served the wine at the gods' feasts before that job passed to someone else, and Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, who is going to be deliberately delayed at a very important birth later on as part of one of Hera's schemes. This is a family where even the goddess of being born can be weaponized in a marital dispute. Let me tell you about Hephaestus, because he deserves better than the footnote he usually gets. He was, depending on which version you follow, the son of both Zeus and Hera, or, in the pettier and more interesting version, conceived by Hera alone, out of spite. Because Zeus had managed to produce a child without her, and she was determined to prove she could do the same. Either way, Hephaestus was born with a physical difference, a lameness in his legs, and his own mother, repulsed that her son was not flawless, did something genuinely awful. She threw him from the heights of Olympus, casting him out of heaven because he did not look the way a god was supposed to look. He fell for a full day and landed in the sea, where he was taken in and raised by sea goddesses in a cave beneath the waves. and there, far from the family that had rejected him, this cast-off child became the greatest craftsman in all creation. He built himself a forge and learned to make things, not just weapons and armour, but wonders, self-opening gates, mechanical servants made of gold that could move and think and speak, thrones of impossible beauty. He was the only Olympian who worked, who got his hands dirty, who made rather than merely commanded, and there is something profoundly dignified in that. The rejected son building marvels in exile, while the beautiful gods above contributed nothing but their opinions. And he got his revenge, eventually, in the most elegant way imaginable. He crafted a throne of dazzling gold and sent it up to Olympus as a gift for his mother Hera. She, delighted, sat down upon it and instantly found herself bound fast, locked in place by invisible, unbreakable chains worked into the metal itself, unable to rise. None of the gods could free her. They tried everything, and the only one who could release her was the Maker, who was not inclined to hurry. He had to be coaxed back up to Olympus, and the only god who could manage it was Dionysus, who got Hephaestus thoroughly drunk and led him home in a swaying procession to finally release the Queen of Heaven from the chair her own son had built to teach her a lesson about throwing him off a mountain. The Greeks found this story delicious, and so do I, and I suspect somewhere in you, half asleep, you do too. They married him off partly as a reward and partly as an apology to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, the single most desired being in all creation, wedded to the one god who had been cast out for not being beautiful enough. You can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite did not exactly honour the arrangement, and her ongoing companionship with Ares, the war god, was the worst-kept secret on Olympus, and led to one of the great comic episodes of the myths, in which Hephaestus, tipped off and quietly furious, forged a net so fine it was nearly invisible, and so strong nothing could break it, and arranged it over his own marriage bed. When Ares and Aphrodite next met there, the net dropped and held them both fast, and Hephaestus flung open the doors and called in all the other gods to come and look. The gods came, and they looked, and, this being the family it is, they mostly just laughed, and a few of the younger gods reportedly remarked that being caught in that particular net might be worth the embarrassment. Nobody comes out of this story with their dignity, except possibly the blacksmith, who at least made his point. Now I've given you Hera and her children and the tangled, bitter, oddly tender machinery of the first divine marriage, but I've skipped past the goddess at the centre of that last episode, and she deserves her own telling, because Aphrodite's origins are older and stranger than almost anyone's. Cast your mind all the way back to the very beginning of the night, to the first overthrow, to Cronus and the flint sickle, and to what fell from that wound into the churning sea. The foam gathered there, the story goes, and from the white sea foam something began to take shape, and rose, and was carried on a shell to shore, fully grown and impossibly lovely, Aphrodite, born not of any mother or father in the ordinary way, but of the sea and the sky, and that first violent act at the dawn of things. She is, by this reckoning, older than Zeus, older than the Olympians entirely. Desire, you'll remember, was one of the very first forces to emerge from the Great Gap, and here she is given a face and a name. The oldest urge in creation, walking up out of the waves onto the sand. There's a gentler version too, where she's simply a daughter of Zeus like everyone else, and the Greeks held both stories at once without much worrying about the contradiction, because a goddess of desire benefits from being a little hard to pin down. What everyone agreed on was her power, which was not the power of strength or thunder, but something quieter and far more difficult to defend against. She could make anyone love anyone. Gods, mortals, monsters, her own colleagues, none of them were safe from it, and she used it freely and not always kindly. And a great many of the disasters waiting further along in tonight's story can be traced back, if you follow the thread, to Aphrodite deciding that two particular people ought to fall for each other regardless of the consequences. The whole Trojan War, the one we'll spend a long stretch of the night inside, begins with her making a promise about exactly this kind of love. But that's hours away yet. We've assembled most of the first family, the king and his impossible queen, the rejected smith and his unfaithful bride, the foam-born goddess older than the throne itself. There are more Olympians still to meet, the brighter and stranger ones, the twins born on a floating island and the grey-eyed daughter, who came into the world in the most alarming way any god ever has. There was a prophecy. There's always a prophecy. And this one concerned the wise Titanus Meti, the same clever ally who had brewed the potion that freed Zeus's siblings from their father's belly. After the war was won, Zeus and Metis became companions, and she conceived a child. And word reached Zeus, from Gaia and the old powers who keep track of these things, of what that child would become. A daughter first, fierce and wise, equal to her father, and then, if Meti bore a second child, a son who would overthrow Zeus and take his throne, exactly as Zeus had overthrown Cronus, exactly as Cronus had overthrown Uranus. The pattern again. The same dread passed down like an heirloom nobody wants, but everyone inherits. And here Zeus did something so strange and so characteristic that it tells you he had learnt precisely the wrong lesson from his own father. Cronus had swallowed his children to escape his fate. Zeus, faced with the identical warning, decided to swallow the mother. He coaxed Meti into a small form, in some tellings a fly, and consumed her whole, cunning and all, before the second child could ever be conceived. He took the wisest being in creation and folded her away inside himself, and in doing so became, the Greeks rather slyly suggest, wise himself, carrying her counsel forever in his own chest. He didn't defeat cleverness, he absorbed it. It's the same monstrous act his father committed, dressed up as cunning instead of fear, and the family resemblance is the whole point. But the daughter was already growing, and some time later Zeus was struck by a headache, a colossal, splitting, world-wringing headache, the worst pain a god had ever felt, building and building until he could not bear it. He called for Hephaestus, the smith, and asked him to do something about it, and Hephaestus, in what must be the most alarming medical procedure ever described, took up an axe and struck his father's skull open. And out of the opening sprang Athena, fully grown, fully armoured, with a spear in her hand and a war cry on her lips, leaping from her father's head into the light. No infancy, no childhood, no helplessness. She arrived complete, the goddess of wisdom and of strategy, of the disciplined and clever side of war that her half-brother Ares could never understand. Ares was the chaos of battle, Athena was the plan. She was, from the first instant, her father's favourite, the one child he never feared, because she had emerged not as a rival, but as an extension of his own absorbed wisdom. Metis's daughter, carrying her mother's mind, born from the head of the king himself. Athena kept her own counsel and her own company. Of all the goddesses, she was the one who never married and never took a companion, holding herself apart, defined by her mind rather than by desire. She became the patron of the great city that bears her name, Athens, and she won that honour in a contest you may know. The city was new and needed a divine patron, and both Athena and her uncle Poseidon wanted it. Each offered a gift. Poseidon struck the rock of the Acropolis with his trident and brought forth a spring of water, but it was salt water, the sea's own gift, useless for drinking, magnificent and impractical, which is Poseidon all over. Athena planted an olive tree, and the people, asked to choose, chose the olive, because the tree gave them oil and food and wood and shade, gave them something useful for generations, and that practical wisdom is exactly what she stood for. Poseidon took the loss, about as well as you'd expect from a god whose entire temperament is the sea, and his resentment of clever cities is a thread that'll come up again when we reach a certain very clever sailor trying to get home. Now, while Athena was being born out of a headache, there was another birth happening at the far edge of the world, 2 of them, actually, twins, and the circumstances were dire, because their mother had made the unforgivable error of catching Zeus's eye. Her name was Leto, a gentle Titaness, and Zeus loved her, and she was carrying his children, and Hera, learning of it, was incandescent. She could not punish Zeus, so she punished Leto in the most thorough way she could devise. She forbade her from giving birth on any solid ground, anywhere on the earth under the open sky. Hera commanded the land itself to refuse her, and so poor Leto wandered, heavily pregnant and in growing pain, turned away from every shore and every field and every mountainside, because no place dared defy the Queen of Heaven and let her rest. She was saved by a technicality, which is a very Greek way to be saved. There was an island called Delos, and Delos was not, at that time, fixed to the earth. It floated, a bare rocky island drifting on the sea, anchored to nothing. And because it was anchored to nothing, it was not, strictly speaking, the earth, in the way Hera's command described. Leto came to this floating island and begged it for refuge, promising that the child she carried would honour it forever, would make this barren rock the most celebrated of all the islands. And Delos, which had nothing to lose and everything to gain, agreed. Even then Hera was not finished. She kept her daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, the one whose presence is required for any birth to happen at all, up on Olympus, away from the island, so that Leto could labour, but could not deliver, trapped in pain that could not end. For 9 days and 9 nights Leto suffered on Delos, unable to bring her children into the world, until at last the other goddesses, taking pity, bribed Eileithyia with a magnificent necklace to slip away from Hera and come down to the island. And the moment she arrived, the birth could finally happen. First came Artemis, and then, in the detail the Greeks loved best, the newborn Artemis, minutes old, immediately helped her mother deliver her twin brother, becoming a goddess of childbirth herself in the same hour she was born into it. The brother was Apollo, and the floating island, the moment those 2 were born upon it, was rewarded as promised. 4 great pillars rose from the deep and anchored Delos to the floor of the sea, fixing it in place forever, the wandering rock made permanent because 2 gods had first drawn breath there. These twins became two of the brightest and most important of all the Olympians. Apollo was the god of light, of the sun in its ordered course, of music and poetry. He carried a golden lyre and led the muses in their songs, and also, in a combination the Greeks saw no contradiction in, the god of healing and of plague, the one who could cure sickness or send it, depending on his mood. He was the god of prophecy too, and his great oracle at Delphi, yes, the same Delphi where the swallowed stone was kept, became the most important spiritual site in the entire Greek world, a place where kings and farmers alike came to ask the future, and went home puzzling over answers deliberately tangled enough to mean two things at once. We'll spend real time at Delphi later, with the strange priestess and the smoke and the riddles, because it deserves it. Artemis took the opposite path from her brother's sunlit one. She asked her father Zeus, while still a child, for a particular set of gifts, to remain unmarried and free forever, to roam the wild mountains and forests, to have a bow and a band of nymph companions and a pack of hunting hounds, and to be the goddess of all the untamed places and the wild creatures in them. She wanted the wilderness and her independence, and Zeus, charmed, granted all of it. She became the huntress, moving through the moonlit forests with her companions, fiercely protective of her solitude and of the young of every creature, and absolutely unforgiving toward anyone who intruded on either. There's a hunter named Actaeon who will learn this the hard way later, when he stumbles where he shouldn't, and discovers that catching even an accidental glimpse of this particular goddess carries a price that turns the hunter into the hunted. But the moon is barely up in our story. We'll save him for deeper dark. So now the family is nearly whole. We have the grey-eyed strategist born from a headache, and the radiant twins born on a rock that used to float, the archer of the sun and the huntress of the moon, brother and bright sister. There remain a few more to gather before the household of Olympus is complete, a swift messenger with wings on his sandals who is also, somehow, the patron of both travellers and thieves, a goddess of grain whose grief is going to invent winter itself, and the strange latecomer, the god of wine and wildness and a kind of holy madness, who was carried, the stories insist, in his own father's thigh. You can always spot Hermes coming, the story goes, because something is usually missing afterward. He was born in a cave on a mountain in Arcadia, the son of Zeus and a shy nymph named Maia, who lived quietly and wanted no part of Hera's attention, and Hermes was, without competition, the most precocious infant in the entire pantheon. He was born in the morning. By midday he had climbed out of his cradle, and by evening of that same first day of his life he had invented a musical instrument, stolen a herd of cattle from a god, and lied so convincingly to that god's face that the matter had to be taken all the way up to Zeus. That is one day. Most newborns manage to focus their eyes. Here's how it went. The infant Hermes, restless in his cradle, slipped out and toddled off and came upon a tortoise, and rather than doing anything a baby would do, he saw the curve of its shell and conceived fully formed the idea of the lyre. He hollowed out the shell, stretched strings across it, and made the first one, plucking out a tune on an instrument that had not existed an hour before. Then, pleased with himself, he went looking for further entertainment, and found the cattle of his half-brother Apollo grazing in a field. So he stole them, all 50 of them, and because he was already on day one a criminal genius, he drove them backward, so their hoof prints pointed the wrong way, and made it look as though they'd walked toward the herd rather than away from it, and he wore sandals he'd woven out of bark to disguise his own tracks. Then he tucked the cattle away in a hidden cave, strolled home, and climbed back into his cradle, pulling his blanket up and pretending to be exactly what he appeared to be, a harmless newborn who had been asleep all day. Apollo, god of prophecy, was not fooled for long. He worked out who had taken his cattle and came storming to the cave, and there unfolded the delightful sight of a radiant adult god furiously accusing a swaddled baby of grand theft, and the baby blinking up at him with wide innocent eyes and pointing out, reasonably, that he had been born only yesterday and hardly knew what a cow was. The argument went to Zeus, who found the whole thing enormously funny, a father recognizing his own cleverness in a child for once, rather than his own dread, and made Hermes give the cattle back. But by then Apollo had heard Hermes play the little tortoise-shell lyre, and he wanted it so badly that he traded the entire herd for the instrument on the spot. And that is how Apollo, god of music, came to carry the lyre he is always pictured with. He bought it from his infant brother with stolen livestock that the infant had stolen from him in the first place. The Greeks adored Hermes for exactly this kind of thing. He grew into the role the day predicted. Hermes became the messenger of the gods, the one who carried word between Olympus and the earth and even down into the realm of the departed. He wore winged sandals and a winged cap, and moved faster than any other god, and he was the patron of travellers, of merchants, of heralds, of athletes, of anyone who crossed boundaries for a living. He was also, openly and without much shame, the patron of thieves and tricksters and liars, because the Greeks were clear-eyed enough to know that the god who guides you safely across a border is the same skill set as the god who helps you smuggle something across it. And he had one more solemn duty that sits oddly against all his mischief. He was the guide of those who had finished living, the one who came gently to lead each person's shade down the long road to the underworld, the trickster, the thief, the merry inventor of the lyre. He was also the kind hand that arrived at the very end to walk you the rest of the way. There's something lovely in that the Greeks gave the cheerful boundary crosser the tenderest border of all to manage. Now I have to take you somewhere sadder, because the household needs its goddess of the grain, and her story is the one that explains why the year turns cold. Demeter was one of the 6 original Olympians, freed from Cronus alongside Zeus and the rest, a goddess of the harvest, of the grain ripening in the field, of everything that grows from the earth to feed the living. She had a daughter named Persephone, a bright girl, the child of Demeter and Zeus, and the two of them were as close as a mother and daughter can be. Persephone liked to gather flowers in the meadows with her companions, and it was while she was doing exactly that, reaching for a particularly beautiful bloom, a narcissus that had been placed there as a lure, that the ground opened beneath her. Out of the opening came Hades, lord of the underworld, the eldest brother who had drawn the realm of the departed in that long ago casting of lots. He had seen Persephone and wanted her for his queen, and he had gone to Zeus, who was both his brother and the girl's father, and Zeus had quietly given his consent without telling Demeter, which is, even by this family's standards, a real low point in fatherhood. So Hades simply took her, sweeping the girl into his chariot and down through the opening in the earth, which closed over them, and carried her to his silent kingdom below to be its reluctant queen. Demeter heard her daughter's cry and found her gone, vanished without a trace. And she searched. She searched the whole earth for 9 days and 9 nights, carrying torches, asking everyone she met, refusing food and rest and the comfort of the other gods, a mother looking for a child who had simply disappeared off the face of the world. At last the sun, who sees everything from above, took pity and told her the truth, that Hades had taken Persephone, and that Zeus had allowed it. Her grief, when she understood, turned to a cold and total fury, and she did the one thing she alone could do. She withdrew her gift from the world. The grain stopped growing. The fields went barren, the seeds lay dead in the ground, the trees gave no fruit. Demeter, in her sorrow, let the whole earth turn lifeless, and the first famine crept across the land. Nothing grew anywhere, and the mortals began to fade, and, this is the part that finally moved Olympus, if all the mortals were gone, there would be no one left to offer sacrifices to the gods. Demeter had found the one lever that even Zeus couldn't ignore. He could let her grieve forever, but he could not let the whole apparatus of worship and offering wither along with the wheat. So Zeus relented and sent Hermes, of course it was Hermes, the one god who could come and go from the underworld freely, down to bring Persephone back. And here the story turns on something small and irreversible. While she was below, Persephone had eaten a few seeds of a pomegranate, just a few, 6 in most tellings, and by the ancient rule, anyone who eats the food of the dead belongs, in part, to the land of the dead. She could not be fully returned. A compromise was struck for part of each year Persephone would go down to be queen beside Hades in the dark below, and for the rest she would return to the world above and to her mother's arms. And so the year was divided. When Persephone is below, Demeter grieves, and the earth grows cold and bare and sleeping. That is autumn and winter. When she returns, her mother rejoices, and everything greens and blossoms and bears fruit again. That is spring and summer. The seasons themselves are the rhythm of a mother's grief and a mother's joy, turning over and over forever. It's worth noticing how much gentler this makes the underworld feel, in the end. Persephone is not simply a victim held below. In the world's imagination she becomes a true queen of that realm, dread and dignified, and not unkind. Heroes who venture down into the dark later will sometimes find her more merciful than her husband. The girl gathering flowers becomes the lady of the dead, and the two halves of her, the spring maiden and the underworld queen, are both fully her. The Greeks built one of their most sacred and secret religious traditions around this story, the mysteries at a place called Eleusis, rites that initiates swore never to reveal and somehow never did, so that to this day no one is entirely certain what was shown or said in them. Whatever it was, it offered people some hope about what waits on the other side of a life, some comfort drawn from the image of a daughter who goes down into the dark every year and every year comes back up. We don't know the secret. That, somehow, feels right. We have one more Olympian to gather, and he is the strangest of them all, born twice, carried part of the way in his own father's body, the god of the vine and of wine, and of the wild loosening of everything that holds ordinary life together. He was carried, before he was born, in a clap of thunder, and that thunder ended his mother's life, which is a difficult way to begin even by the standards of this family. Dionysus was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman, a princess named Semele, and her story is one of the saddest small tragedies in all the myths, because it turns, like so many of them, on Hera's patient jealousy. Semele was carrying Zeus's child, and Hera, learning of it, did not strike at her with thunder or monsters. She did something quieter and crueler. She befriended her. Disguised as an old woman, Hera won Semele's trust, and then planted a single doubt. Was her divine lover really Zeus at all? How could she be sure? Why not ask him to appear to her exactly as he appeared to Hera, in his full glory as proof? So Semele asked Zeus for a promise before she would name her wish, and Zeus, besotted, swore by the river Styx to grant whatever she asked, and an oath sworn on the Styx cannot be broken by anyone, not even the king of the gods. And then she asked. She asked him to show himself to her in his true divine form. And Zeus, horrified, begged her to choose something else, because he knew what she did not, that no mortal could look upon a god's full. He had no choice. He revealed himself in the fullness of his divine power, the lightning and the radiance of the King of Heaven, and Semele, being mortal, could not endure the sight, and her life ended in that instant, undone by the very proof she'd been tricked into demanding. But the child within her was Zeus's own, immortal already, and Zeus moved fast. He snatched the unborn infant from his mother as she faded, and, because the child was not yet ready to be born, he sewed the baby into his own thigh, carrying it there through the remaining months until it was ready. And so Dionysus was born a second time from his father's body, and the Greeks called him the twice-born for exactly this reason, once from a mother whose life ended too soon, and once from a father who finished what she could not. There is no other god with quite this beginning, and it left its mark on everything about him. He is always, somehow, the god who stands at the threshold between things, between life and ending, between the wild and the tame, between the self you are sober and the self that comes loose with the wine. Hera, predictably, was not finished even then, and Dionysus spent much of his early existence hunted by her wrath, hidden away, raised in secret by nymphs in a far-off valley, sometimes disguised as a girl to throw her off the trail. And out of all this hiding and wandering he discovered the thing he would be known for, the grapevine, and the art of turning its fruit into wine. He became the god of the vine, of the harvest of the grape, of festivity and theatre and ecstasy, and of something darker beneath the festivity, a power to loosen the mind entirely, to grant a wild divine madness that could be a blessing or a terrible punishment depending on how he was treated. Because Dionysus, for all his association with revelry, was not a soft god, and the myths are very clear on this point, he demanded to be recognized, and those who refused to honor him, who mocked his worship or denied his divinity, met genuinely frightening ends. There was a king named Pentheus who scorned the new god and forbade his rites and tried to imprison him, and Pentheus came undone in the wild hills, torn from his ordinary mind, and met his end at the hands of his own household, who in their God-sent frenzy did not recognize him until it was too late. The lesson the Greeks drew from Dionysus was that the wild, ecstatic, Irrational part of life is not optional. You cannot simply lock it out and live by daylight reason alone. Deny it entirely and it returns through the wall. Honour it in its season, and it gives you wine and music and release. Refuse it, and it takes something from you anyway, on its own terms. He travelled the world spreading the vine and his worship, gathering a strange ecstatic following, wild women called Maenads who danced in the hills, and a perpetually inebriated old companion named Silenus, and a train of revellers, and everywhere he went he brought both the gift and the warning bound together. And in the end he did something no other god in this story manages to do for the person they love most. He went down into the underworld and brought his mother back. He descended into the realm of the departed, found the shade of Semele, the mortal woman whose life had ended before he was even born, and led her up out of the dark and set her among the immortals, so that the mother who never got to hold him would not spend eternity below. Of all the affection in these myths, and there is a great deal of cruelty and very little tenderness. That one quiet act of a son retrieving the mother he never knew is among the gentlest, and it's a good note on which to close the gathering of the gods. So now the household is complete, or near enough. The 12 great Olympians have their seats in the high halls, Zeus and Hera, Poseidon visiting from his sea, Demeter from her fields, Athena and Apollo and Artemis, Ares and Aphrodite and Hephaestus, Hermes the swift, and either Dionysus or in the older reckonings, Hestia, the quiet goddess of the hearth, who gave up her throne to him and took instead the gentler honour of tending the sacred fire at the centre of every home and every city. I want to pause on Hestia for a moment before we leave Olympus, because she is the one god in all of this who simply wanted no trouble and got none, and is therefore almost never spoken of. Hestia was the firstborn of the children Cronus swallowed, which made her also the last to come back up, first in, last out, and the Greeks had a saying about that Hestia is honoured first and last in every offering. She was the goddess of the hearth, the literal fire at the heart of the home, the flame you kept burning and never let go out. She asked Zeus for one gift, to remain unmarried forever, and to keep that quiet domestic honour, the warmth at the centre of every household, and the sacred fire of the city itself. 2 gods, you'll have noticed, came asking Zeus to let them belong to themselves rather than be wed, and both times he agreed, Hestia and Athena, the hearth-keeper and the strategist. She had no grand myths, no affairs, no wars, no transformations. She just kept the fire. And there is something restful in knowing that even in this household of thunder and grudges and endless drama, one of them simply tended a warm flame in the middle of it all and asked for nothing, and was honoured at every meal by every family for it. Of all the gods, she might be the one you'd actually want to sit beside on a cold night. That's the family then, who have climbed the mountain and met everyone in the great draughty halls. But gods alone do not make a world. There has to be someone for them to rule over, someone to light those hearths and leave out those offerings and wander into all the trouble that's coming. We haven't yet made people. The world had gods and mountains and seas and seasons, and it had no one to notice any of it, and that job, the making of the notices, fell to a Titan who was not quite on anyone's side. His name was Prometheus, which means forethought, and he had a brother named Epimetheus, which means afterthought, and you can already tell from the names alone that one of these brothers thinks before acting, and the other one realizes his mistake about a day too late. They were Titans, but of a younger sort, and when the great war between the Titans and the Olympians had come, Prometheus, being the one with forethought, had seen which way it would end and sided with Zeus. So when the dust settled and his fellow Titans were bound in the deep, Prometheus walked free among the victors, an outsider on the winning side, never quite trusted and never quite condemned. The two brothers were given a task, to populate the earth with living creatures and to hand out, to each kind, the gifts it would need to survive. Epimetheus, the afterthought, begged to be allowed to do the distributing himself, and his careful brother agreed to let him, planning to inspect the work afterward. And Epimetheus set about it with great enthusiasm and absolutely no plan. He gave out the gifts, strength to this animal, speed to that one, claws here, thick fur there, wings, venom, shells. Sharp senses, the ability to burrow, the ability to swim. He was generous and he was thorough, and he worked his way down the whole list of creatures handing out advantages, until he came at last to the human beings, and discovered, to his afterthought-shaped horror, that he had nothing left. He had used up every gift on the animals. Mankind stood there naked and slow and weak, with no fur against the cold, no claws, no speed, no natural weapon of any kind, the one creature he'd forgotten to provide for. Prometheus, inspecting the work and finding humanity shivering and defenceless, took pity on these creatures, and it became something more than pity. He became their champion, the one immortal who genuinely cared what happened to the fragile new people, and he decided to give them a gift to make up for all the ones they'd missed. But the gift he had in mind belonged to the gods, and they had no intention of sharing it. That gift was fire. Not just the warmth of it, but everything it made possible. Cooking, metalwork, light against the dark, the forge and the hearth, and the first crude beginnings of every craft and technology that would ever follow. Fire was the thing that could lift humanity up out of helplessness, and Zeus had deliberately withheld it, keeping it for the gods alone, because a humanity with fire was a humanity that might one day grow proud, grow capable, grow to need the gods a little less. So Prometheus stole it. He went up to the heavens, took a spark of the divine fire, hidden, in most tellings, in the hollow stalk of a fennel plant, smouldering quietly where it wouldn't be seen, and carried it down to earth and gave it to mankind. And the people kindled their fires, and the night was no longer wholly dark, and the cold no longer wholly deadly. And from the high halls Zeus looked down and saw new lights burning across the world below that had no business being there, and understood exactly what had been done. His anger was vast, and it fell in two directions. On humanity, he loosed a more subtle punishment, which we'll come to in a moment. But on Prometheus, the Titan who had defied him, who had taken the side of the weak creatures over the will of the king, he laid one of the most famous and most terrible sentences in all of mythology. Prometheus was seized and carried to the far edge of the world, to a remote mountain in the Caucasus, and there bound fast to the rock with unbreakable chains, fixed in place, unable to move or rest or shelter. And each day an eagle came. The eagle was Zeus's own bird, which makes it pointed, and fed upon his liver. And because Prometheus was immortal, his liver grew back every night, whole again by morning, so that the eagle could return at dawn and begin again. Day after day, with no end, the same suffering renewed each night precisely so it could be inflicted again each day. A punishment engineered to never finish, for a being who could not be released by the ordinary mercy of an ending. He endured this for a very long time, ages, and he never broke, and he never apologized, and he never told Zeus the one thing Zeus eventually came to want from him. Because Prometheus, with his forethought, knew a secret, he knew of a prophecy, the same kind of prophecy that haunts this whole family, concerning a particular union that would produce a son destined to overthrow Zeus the way Zeus had overthrown his own father. Zeus desperately wanted to know which union it was, so he could avoid it, and Prometheus knew and would not say, and held that knowledge as his one piece of leverage across all those years on the rock. Eventually a bargain would be struck, and a hero would come, far down the line, one of the greatest of them, on his way to other labours, and free Prometheus from his chains and bring the long torment to an end. But that's a thread for much later in the night. For now leave him on the mountain, unbroken, keeping his secret, the friend of humanity paying humanity's price. Because Zeus had not forgotten humanity itself, and his punishment for the people who'd received the stolen fire was, in its way, even more lasting than the eagle and the rock, and it arrived disguised as a gift, which is the cruelest kind of punishment there is. Up until this point in the oldest telling, the human race was made up only of men. There were no women yet in the world. And Zeus commanded the gods to make one. Hephaestus shaped her out of earth and water, forming a being of extraordinary beauty. Athena taught her crafts, the weaving and the handiwork. Aphrodite gave her grace and the power to charm. Hermes, and here you feel Zeus's intention sharpen, gave her a cunning mind and a way with words, and also, the story is careful to say, a certain capacity for deception. Each god contributed something, which is why she was named Pandora, all-gifted, the one to whom all the gods gave gifts. She was the first woman, assembled by the entire pantheon as a deliberate and beautiful instrument of Zeus's revenge. And she was sent down to earth as a bride, for Epimetheus, the afterthought brother. Now Prometheus, the forethought brother, had warned Epimetheus explicitly never to accept any gift from Zeus, because he could see a trap coming from a mile off. But Epimetheus, being who he was, took one look at Pandora and forgot the warning entirely, and married her, and only realized his mistake, as always, far too late. Pandora came into the world with one item, a jar. A large sealed storage jar. In the original Greek it's a jar, though it's come down to us through a centuries-old mistranslation as a box, and the box is stuck so firmly that we'll all picture a box no matter what I say. She was given this jar and told by the gods who'd sent her never to open it. And here we have to be a little fair to Pandora, because she had been built deliberately by Hermes himself with curiosity woven into her from the start. She was made to open it. The trap was not that a woman happened to be curious. The trap was that the gods constructed a curious woman, handed her a forbidden jar, and waited. Blaming Pandora for opening it is a bit like blaming a key for fitting the lock it was cut for. So she opened it. She lifted the lid, just to look, and out of the jar poured everything that the world, in its first easy age, had never known. Out came hardship and toil and sickness, sorrow and worry and old age, and every form of trouble and pain that has plagued human life ever since. All of it had been sealed away, kept out of the world, and Pandora's curiosity, built into her on purpose, released it all into the air, scattering across the earth to settle permanently among mankind. She slammed the lid shut in horror, but it was far too late. Everything had already escaped, except for one single thing still caught beneath the rim. And that last thing, the one that had not yet flown out when she closed the lid, was hope. Hope alone remained in the jar, and the Greeks argued endlessly about what that meant. whether it was a mercy that hope stayed with us, a comfort kept close at hand to help endure all the troubles that had escaped, or whether it was the final cruelty, that hope too was trapped away from mankind, leaving us to suffer without it, or whether hope being kept in the jar means it's always available to draw on, or whether it means we never quite get to have it. The story doesn't resolve it, and I don't think it's meant to. It's the kind of ambiguity you can turn over and over in the dark and never quite settle, which is perhaps exactly the point of putting hope in there in the first place. That, in the Greek imagination, is the whole shape of the human condition explained in a single afternoon, a defenceless creature, championed by a titan who stole fire to save it and suffers eternally for the theft. Given in return a world full of troubles loosed from a jar, with only an ambiguous scrap of hope left at the bottom to make any of it bearable. It is not a flattering origin, and it was never meant to be a comforting one. The Greeks looked human life squarely in the face, the work, the sickness, the aging, the grief, and asked where it all came from, and this was their answer. It came as the price of fire, as the cost of one titan loving humanity too much to leave it cold. The world below is full of people now, kindling their small stolen fires against the dark, troubled and curious, and clinging to whatever hope they were left with. From here the stories come down off the mountain and into the world of mortals, the heroes and the monsters and the long human adventures. Water has a memory in these stories, and the first thing the gods decided about humanity, not long after making it, was that they'd like to wash most of it away. There came a time, and nearly every ancient people tells some version of this, which is one of those facts that prickles the back of your neck a little, when Zeus looked down at the human race and was thoroughly displeased with what he saw. This was a later, harder generation of mankind, the so-called Bronze Age of men in the Greek reckoning, a violent and impious lot who had stopped honouring the gods properly and treated one another worse. There's a particularly grim story about a king named Lycaon who tried to test whether Zeus was really all-knowing by serving him a horrifying meal at a feast, and Zeus, revolted, decided the whole experiment of humanity had gone rotten and ought to be rinsed off the earth and started fresh. So he sent a flood. He gathered the rain clouds and called on his brother Poseidon to send the rivers over their banks and the sea up onto the land, and the waters rose and rose until the whole world was drowned. The fields and the towns and the hills all vanishing beneath a single grey sea, and the people of that age were swept away, gone, the entire generation, washed from the world. Almost the entire generation, because there were two. A man named Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha, and here the threads tie together nicely, because Deucalion was the son of Prometheus, that same friend of humanity still bound on his far mountain. Prometheus, with his forethought, had seen the flood coming and warned his son, and Deucalion had built a great chest, a wooden vessel, and when the waters came, he and Pyrrha climbed inside and floated, the two of them alone, across the drowned world. For 9 days and 9 nights they drifted on the endless water, 9 again. The Greeks really did love that number, until at last the vessel came to rest on the peak of a mountain, Parnassus, the only land left above the flood. And there they climbed out into a world scrubbed empty of every other living person, just the two of them. The last of humanity. When the waters finally drew back, Deucalion and Pyrrha found themselves in a silent, sodden, lonely world, and they did what you'd do. They went to a sacred place, and they prayed for guidance, for some way to not be the last two people in all of existence. And an oracle answered them, but the way oracles always answer, in a riddle that sounded at first like the most disturbing instruction imaginable. "Cover your heads," the voice told them, and throw the bones of your mother behind you as you walk. The bones of your mother. Pyrrha was horrified. She refused outright. You cannot go scattering a parent's remains across a hillside. But Deucalion thought it through, the way his careful father would have, and worked out the riddle. Their mother was not any particular woman. The mother of all of them, the mother of every living thing, was Gaia, the earth herself, and the bones of the earth were her stones. So the two of them gathered up the rocks of the mountainside, and covered their heads as instructed, and walked along throwing the stones behind them without looking back. And where the stones that Deucalion threw landed, they softened and grew and rose up into men. And where the stones that Pyrrha threw landed, they became women. A new human race, made from the bones of the earth, springing up behind a single surviving couple, which is, the Greeks noticed, why people are hard, why we endure toil and hardship. Because this generation was quite literally made of stone, descended from the rock of the world itself. I find that one of the quietly lovely images in all of mythology, the two of them walking down the empty mountain in the wet morning after the whole world had ended, not looking back, and behind them, rising up out of the scattered stones, a whole new humanity standing up in the mist. The world repopulated by two grieving survivors and a hillside of rocks. It's a strange comfort that the human race in this telling is fundamentally a thing that gets washed away and then stubbornly stands back up out of the ground. Now, while we're in the territory of mortals receiving riddling instructions from the divine, I want to take you to the place where those riddles came from, because we've mentioned it several times tonight, and it deserves a proper visit. We're going to Delphi. Delphi sat on the slopes of that same Mount Parnassus, and it was, for centuries, the single most important sacred site in the entire Greek world. The place the Greeks believed to be the very centre of the earth. There was a story about how they knew that Zeus had once released two eagles from opposite ends of the world and let them fly toward each other. And the place where they met, the exact middle of everything, was Delphi, marked by a sacred stone called the Omphalos, the navel of the world. And it was here that Apollo, the god of prophecy, spoke to mortals, not directly, but through a priestess, a woman called the Pythia, who sat at the heart of the temple and gave voice to the god's answers. The whole arrangement was wonderfully strange, and a great deal of it remains genuinely mysterious to this day. People came from all over the Greek world and beyond, kings, generals, ordinary citizens, whole cities sending delegations, bringing their questions, often the biggest questions of their lives. Should we go to war? Should I make this voyage? Where should we found our new colony? And after the proper offerings and rituals, the Pythia would deliver Apollo's answer, often in a state the ancient writers describe as a kind of trance or divine possession, speaking words that the temple priests would then render into verse for the questioner to carry home. There's a long-running fascination, ancient and modern, with how the trance worked. The old sources speak of a vapour that rose from a cleft in the rock beneath the temple, a sweet-smelling exhalation from the earth itself that the Pythia breathed in, and that loosened her mind to receive the god. For a long time scholars dismissed this as a pretty legend with no basis, and then, fairly recently, geologists studying the site found that the temple sits precisely on the intersection of two fault lines, and that the rock below contains deposits that could plausibly have released mild intoxicating gases up through fissures into the chamber. The debate isn't fully settled, and I'd flag that honestly, some researchers find the gas theory persuasive and others remain sceptical. But it's a remarkable case of an ancient detail that everyone assumed was symbolic turning out, possibly, to have a literal crack in the earth behind it. But the truly famous thing about the Delphic oracle was not how it worked, it was how it answered. The Pythia, or the god speaking through her, had a gift for replies that were perfectly maddeningly true in two opposite directions at once. Answers you could only fully understand after the thing they predicted had already happened, by which point it was too late to do anything about it. The most famous example is a king named Croesus, fabulously wealthy, who was thinking of going to war against the rising Persian Empire and sent to Delphi to ask whether he should. And the oracle replied that if Croesus went to war, he would destroy a great empire. Delighted, he went to war and was crushed, and the great empire that was destroyed turned out to be his own. The oracle had been completely correct and completely useless, and that was rather the point. The god told you the truth, he simply didn't promise to make it easy, or to keep you from walking straight into it with your eyes open and your interpretation wrong. Inscribed at Delphi, carved into the temple, were a handful of short sayings meant as wisdom for everyone who came. And the most famous of them is 2 words long and has outlived every king who ever climbed that hill to ask his questions. Know thyself. That was the counsel at the navel of the world, beneath all the riddles and the trances and the rising vapour. Before you ask the god about your future, understand who you actually are. It's good advice. It was good advice 3,000 years ago, and it's good advice tonight, and almost nobody who heard it managed to follow it, which is its own kind of lesson. We're going to need Delphi again and again as the night goes on, because an astonishing number of the great hero stories begin with someone climbing this hill and receiving an answer they don't fully understand. A prophecy about a son who'll harm his father, a riddle about where to settle, an instruction that only makes sense in retrospect, usually a terrible one. The Greeks built their grandest tragedies on the gap between what the oracle said and what people heard. There's a king of Thebes coming, much later in the dark, who will receive the worst prophecy ever given and spend his whole life running from it, only to run directly into it, but he's hours away yet, and his story wants the deepest part of the night. For now we've drowned the world and stood it back up out of stone, and we've climbed the sacred mountain and listened to the riddling voice at the centre of the earth. The age of pure gods is behind us. From here the world is full of people, and people, as we've established, are made of hard stuff and prone to trouble, and they're about to start doing the thing the Greeks loved most to tell stories about. Leaving home, against good advice, to go and do something impossible. The hero you'd least expect to start with is a young man who spent his early life being told, repeatedly and by everyone, that he was destined for greatness, and who responded to this by being insufferable about it, and then earning it. His name was Perseus, and his troubles began, as so many do in these stories, with a grandfather and a prophecy. There was a king named Acrisius who ruled the city of Argos, and he had no sons, only a daughter named Dana. And being the sort of man who couldn't leave well enough alone, he went to an oracle to ask whether he'd ever have a male heir. The oracle gave him an answer he very much did not want. No son, but a grandson. And that grandson would one day bring about the end of Acrisius's own life. The same shape of prophecy that has haunted this whole night, handed down now to a mortal king. He'd be undone by his own descendant. Acrisius did what people in these stories always do with a prophecy, which is everything possible to prevent it and thereby guarantee it. He couldn't bring himself to harm his daughter directly, so he locked her away. In some tellings, in a chamber of bronze sunk into the ground, sealed off from the world, and from any man who might father the dangerous grandchild. But you cannot wall out Zeus, who had taken an interest, and who came to Dana in the one form no bronze chamber could keep out, a shower of golden rain, pouring down through a gap in the roof. And in time Dana bore a son, Perseus, there in her sealed prison, and the wail of an infant where no infant should have been possible told Acrisius exactly how thoroughly his precautions had failed. Now he had a real problem, because the grandson was here and the prophecy was ticking, and yet harming his own daughter and grandchild outright was a step even he wouldn't take, partly from feeling, partly because the gods take a dim view of that particular crime. So he chose a method designed to let him keep his hands technically clean. He had Dana and the baby sealed inside a wooden chest and set adrift on the open sea, leaving their fate to the waves and to whatever gods might or might not be watching. If they didn't survive, well, the sea had done it, not him. It's the same cowardly bookkeeping you saw with the kings, who exposed unwanted infants on hillsides, arrange the ending, then claim you didn't cause it. The chest didn't sink. It drifted, mother and child inside it, across the water, until it washed up on the shore of a small island called Seriphos, where a kind fisherman named Dictys found it tangled in his nets, opened it, and took the half-drowned pair into his home. And there Perseus grew up, on a little island raised by a gentle fisherman, the prophesied grandson living quietly and unaware while back in Argos his grandfather presumably congratulated himself on a problem solved. The trouble was Dictys's brother, who happened to be the king of the island, a man named Polydectes, and Polydectes wanted Dana, and Dana wanted nothing to do with him, and the grown Perseus stood squarely in the way as a protective son. So Polydectes hatched a scheme to get the young man out of the picture. He announced that he intended to marry a different woman entirely, and declared that every man on the island owed him a wedding gift, specifically a horse. Perseus, who had no horse and no money for one, was thereby manoeuvred into a corner, and the king, feigning offence at the young man's empty hands, demanded a different gift instead. He demanded that Perseus bring him the head of Medusa. He picked the most impossible errand he could think of, fully expecting it to be the last anyone ever saw of the boy. You probably know the word Medusa, and you may know the snakes, but the fuller shape of the story is stranger and a good deal sadder than the monster's reputation suggests. Medusa was one of three sisters called the Gorgons, and she was the only one of the three who was not immortal, which is the detail the whole quest hinges on. The Gorgons were beings so terrible to look upon that any living thing that met their gaze directly was turned instantly to stone, frozen, mid-motion, into cold grey rock. Their lair, in some tellings, was ringed with the stone shapes of every man who had come before and looked at the wrong moment, a garden of statues that had each been a person. To go and take Medusa's head, you would first have to find a way to fight something you were not permitted to look at. It was, by design, a way of sending a young man to join the statues. There is an older and more sympathetic thread to Medusa worth pausing on, because it complicates the easy picture of her as simply a monster. In some versions she was not born a Gorgon at all, but had once been a beautiful young woman, and the snakes and the stone gaze were not her nature, but a punishment, a transformation imposed on her by a goddess after a wrong that, in the older tellings, was not even Medusa's fault. The details vary and some of them are grim, so I'll keep it soft. She was, in this version, more wronged than wicked. A woman turned into the very thing that would justify a hero being sent to take her head. The Greeks held both pictures at once, the pure monster and the punished woman, and the story is richer and more uncomfortable for it. When the head comes off, later, you might find you don't entirely cheer. Perseus, for all his bluster, could not possibly have done this alone, and the gods stepped in, specifically Athena, who had her own reasons for involvement in the Medusa story, and Hermes, ever the helpful guide. They equipped him for the impossible task with a set of gifts that reads like the inventory of the best-prepared hero in mythology. From Hermes, the winged sandals, so he could fly. A special curved blade, sharp enough for the work. A cap, the cap of Hades himself, that rendered its wearer completely invisible, a special pouch to safely contain the head once it was taken, since the gaze remained dangerous even after. And from Athena, the cleverest gift of all, a polished mirror-bright shield, because the secret to fighting something you cannot look at directly is to never look at it directly, to watch only its reflection, to fight by the image in the bronze and never once meet the real thing with your own eyes. But before he could use any of it, Perseus had to find the Gorgon's lair, and nobody knew where it was. Nobody except 3 even stranger beings called the Grey. The Grey Ones, 3 ancient sisters who had been old since the beginning, and who shared, between the 3 of them, a single eye and a single tooth, passing them back and forth from hand to hand, as each needed to see or to eat. Perseus came upon them in the gloom, and waited for the precise moment when the eye was being passed from one sister to the next, that small blind instant when none of the 3 could see, and he snatched it out of the air. And then he simply refused to give it back until they told him what he needed to know. He held the eye of 3 blind crones hostage to get directions, which is not the most heroic thing a hero has ever done, but is certainly one of the most practical, and the Greeks rather admired that streak of cunning in him. The Grey, blinded and bargaining, told him the way. So armed and so directed, Perseus came at last to the lair, and he found the Gorgons asleep, which was its own kind of mercy, since it meant he could approach without their waking gaze turning him to stone. He fixed his eyes on the polished shield, watching only the reflection, walking backward toward the sleeping figures by the image in the bronze, his own gaze never once landing on Medusa herself. Guided by Athena's steadying hand, watching the mirror and not the monster, he struck, and took the head of the only Gorgon who could be defeated, the mortal one, in a single clean stroke, and swept it straight into the special pouch before the gaze could find him. And here the story does the thing Greek myths love, where one violent moment blooms into unexpected new life. From Medusa, in that instant 2 offspring sprang forth into the world, for she had been, in the older tales, connected to Poseidon, the sea, and out came Pegasus, the winged horse, white and magnificent, who would carry other heroes on other adventures down the years, and a warrior brother besides. The monster's end was also a strange birth, the winged horse leaping up out of the very moment of the Gorgon's undoing and soaring away. The Greeks never could let an ending be only an ending. Perseus had his prize, and the cap of invisibility let him slip away before the 2 immortal Gorgon sisters, waking to find what had been done, could catch him. He flew off over the world with the deadly head sealed in its pouch and a long way still to travel home. And on that journey home he was going to pass over a particular stretch of coastline where a young woman had been chained to a rock as an offering to a sea monster, and where Perseus, glancing down mid-flight, was about to acquire both a wife and one more impossible fight he hadn't gone looking for. The young woman on the rock was named Andromeda, and her predicament was, strictly speaking, her mother's fault, a recurring theme in these tales, where the punishment lands on whoever happens to be standing nearest the wrongdoer rather than on the wrongdoer themselves. Her mother was a queen named Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia had committed the very Greek sin of boasting. She had declared, out loud and to anyone listening, that she, or in some tellings her daughter, was more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs, the lovely daughters of the deep. This was exactly the kind of statement the gods could not let stand, because the entire moral architecture of Greek mythology rests on mortals not getting above themselves, and the Nereids complained to Poseidon, who took the insult to his domain personally. He sent a flood, and then he sent something worse, a sea monster called Cetus, an enormous creature that came up out of the waves to ravage the coastline of the kingdom, and would not be satisfied. The desperate king and queen consulted an oracle, as you do, and received the worst possible answer. The only way to appease the monster and spare the kingdom was to offer their own daughter to it. So Andromeda, entirely innocent, guilty of nothing but having a boastful mother, was taken to the shore and chained to a rock at the water's edge, left there as a sacrifice, waiting for the sea to bring the thing that would end her. And that is the sight that met Perseus as he flew home over the coast with Medusa's head in its pouch, a young woman chained to a rock, alone, the sea churning ominously below her. He came down to her, and the story takes a brief, oddly tender turn here, because Perseus essentially fell for her on sight and then did the responsible thing, which was to go and ask her parents' permission before fighting the monster, a small touch of decorum in the middle of a crisis that I find genuinely charming. He struck a bargain. He would slay the creature and free Andromeda, and in return she would be his wife. The terrified king agreed to anything. And when Cetus came surging up out of the deep toward the chained girl, Perseus met it in the air on his winged sandals, and in the version where he keeps things simple, he fought it with the curved blade, though in the version the storytellers preferred, he simply drew the head from its pouch at the right moment, and showed the monster the face of Medusa, and the great sea creature, meeting that gaze, went still and grey and sank as solid stone beneath the waves it had terrorized. He turned a sea monster into a reef. The coastline was saved, the girl was freed, and Perseus had acquired a wife on the way home from an errand he'd been sent on to die. There was a brief, ugly complication at the wedding, because Andromeda had already been promised to someone else, an uncle who showed up with armed men to object, and Perseus, badly outnumbered, ended the confrontation the only way he reliably could, by telling his own allies to look away and then revealing the head to the room, leaving a banquet hall full of grey statues frozen mid-lunge. He was, you'll have noticed, becoming rather too comfortable with that solution. The head was an enormously powerful object and an enormously tempting shortcut, and Perseus used it more or less whenever a situation became inconvenient, which raises a quiet question the myth never quite answers about how heroic it really is to win every fight by showing people something they can't survive looking at. He returned at last to the island of Seriphos, where his mother Dana had spent the whole adventure fending off the unwanted king Polydectes, who had never expected Perseus to return at all, and Perseus, arriving to find his mother still being pressured, walked into the king's hall where Polydectes and his supporters were gathered, and there used the head one final and entirely deserved time. The king, who had sent a boy to fetch the impossible, expecting it to be the end of him, got to see the impossible up close. Perseus then handed the kingship of the island to the kind fisherman Dictys, who had pulled mother and child from the sea all those years ago and asked for nothing, which is about the only just reward anybody hands out in the whole sequence. The head itself, having done its work, Perseus gave to Athena, who set the Gorgon's face upon her shield, or in some tellings upon her breastplate, the Aegis, so that the image of Medusa, the punished woman turned to a weapon and then to a trophy, would ride into battle on the shield of the goddess forever. You can still see her there in the old art, the face on the shield, staring out. The wronged woman became in the end a protective emblem, which is either a redemption or a final indignity depending on how you've been feeling about her since the cave. And the prophecy, the one that started everything, the grandfather and the grandson and the foretold ending? It came true, of course, the way they always do, gently and absurdly and entirely by accident, long after everyone had stopped watching for it. Perseus, years later, was competing in some athletic games, throwing the discus, a friendly contest, and the discus left his hand and went astray, sailing into the crowd, and struck and ended the life of an old man who happened to be in the stands. The old man was Acrisius, his grandfather. The grandfather who had locked away his daughter and set his infant grandson adrift on the sea precisely to prevent this exact outcome had been undone by that grandson after all, by a thrown discus at a sporting event, decades later, neither of them having any idea. Every precaution Acrisius took had carried the boy safely to the moment of the prophecy's fulfilment. That's the cruel joke the Greeks built into every one of these tales. The running is the arriving. You cannot sidestep the thing. Your sidestep is the path. Perseus, to his credit, was horrified by the accident and never wanted the throne of Argos after that, trading it away for a different kingdom rather than rule the land of the man he'd unknowingly undone. He and Andromeda lived a long while and had many children, and from their line, generations down, would come another hero, the greatest of them all, the strong man whose 12 impossible labours we'll get to before the night is through. The Greeks liked their heroes connected by blood across the generations, one bright life leading to the next, so that the whole sprawling mess of mortal legend is really a single tangled family album. Which brings us to a hero of a completely different temperament, because not every Greek protagonist won by strength or by a monstrous severed head. Some won by being clever, and the cleverest of all the early heroes, clever to the point of recklessness, was a young man named Bellerophon, who tamed that very winged horse, Pegasus, the one that had leapt from Medusa's undoing and gone soaring off into the world. We left Pegasus flying away unclaimed. Now someone is about to catch him. Bellerophon wanted Pegasus desperately, but couldn't get near the wild creature, and a wise seer told him to sleep in the temple of Athena and wait for the goddess. He did, and in a dream she came and gave him a golden bridle, and when he woke the bridle was real, lying there in his hands, one of those small details the Greeks loved, the dream gift you carry back into waking. With the golden bridle he found Pegasus drinking at a spring and slipped it on, and the winged horse, tamed by Athena's craft, accepted him. Now Bellerophon could fly, and a young man who can fly, in these stories, is a young man about to be handed a quest he should probably refuse. His quest came wrapped in betrayal, by way of a letter, and the dark joke of it is that Bellerophon carried the instructions for his own undoing across the whole world himself, sealed and unread, trusting the very people who wanted him gone. There was a king who had a grievance against him, and rather than confront him directly, the king sent Bellerophon off to another ruler bearing a sealed message, with a warm recommendation to deliver it personally. The message, when the second king opened it, asked him to quietly arrange for the bearer's life to end. But this second king didn't want to do the deed under his own roof either. These kings are all the same flavour of coward, so he sent Bellerophon off to do the impossible instead, to slay a creature that had been ravaging the countryside and surely couldn't be beaten. He sent him after the Chimera. The Chimera was one of the strangest monsters in all the myths, a creature stitched together from parts that had no business sharing a body, the front of a lion, a goat rising from the middle of its back, and a serpent for a tail, and from its lion's mouth it breathed fire. It was the offspring of monsters, kin to other horrors we'll meet later in the dark, and it had been laying waste to the land of Lycia with no one able to stand against it. Anyone on foot who faced the fire-breathing thing was lost before they got close. But Bellerophon was not on foot. He had Pegasus. And the whole impossible problem of the Chimera dissolved the moment you could simply rise above it on a winged horse and strike from the air where the flames couldn't reach. Which is exactly what he did, circling above the creature, attacking from a height it couldn't answer, in one clever telling lowering a lump of metal into its fiery breath so that the molten metal did the work from the inside. The unbeatable monster was beaten by a man who'd thought to bring a horse with wings, and the second king, watching his assassination plan come flying triumphantly home, had to think of something else. Bellerophon kept surviving everything they threw at him, more impossible tasks, more ambushes, and kept on winning, until the kings finally gave up trying to be rid of him and decided he must be favoured by the gods, and married him into the royal family instead. He had everything: the winged horse, the victories, the kingdom, the wife. And that, in a Greek story, is precisely the moment to start worrying, because nothing undoes a hero faster than having won too completely and starting to believe he's earned a seat above his station. Bellerophon's mistake was the one the Greeks feared most and warned against most often, and we'll see exactly how high he flew before it caught up with him. Pride, in these stories, has a very specific altitude, and Bellerophon decided to test it. Having beaten the Chimera and survived every trap laid for him, having won the horse and the kingdom and the acclaim, Bellerophon arrived at the conclusion that undoes more Greek heroes than any monster ever did, that he was not merely favoured by the gods, but practically one of them, and that the proper place for a man of his accomplishments was up on Olympus among the immortals. So he climbed onto Pegasus and pointed the winged horse upward, and began to fly toward the home of the gods, intending to take his rightful seat at the table, an uninvited mortal flying up to join the dinner party of heaven. Zeus watched this approach with the weary patience of a king who has seen overreach before, and he dealt with it almost gently, with a single small insect. He sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus, just a fly, the humblest possible tool against the grandest possible ambition, and the winged horse, stung, bucked and threw its rider. Bellerophon fell. He fell all the long way back down from near the threshold of heaven to the hard earth far below, and though he survived the fall, he did not survive it whole. He spent the rest of his life broken and alone, lamed and half-blind, wandering the earth shunned by men and abandoned by the gods, avoiding the paths of other people, eating his heart out in sorrow. The hero who flew higher than any mortal should ended his days as a limping outcast precisely because he'd tried to rise above where mortals belong. Pegasus flew on without him, up to the stables of Zeus, and became the bearer of the god's thunderbolts, serving in heaven the rider who'd been cast back down for daring to follow. It's one of the bleaker hero endings, and the Greeks meant it to sting like the gadfly. The lesson runs all through their mythology and their tragedy. There's a word for it: hubris, the overweening pride that forgets the gap between mortal and divine, and the gods punish it with a reliability they bring to almost nothing else. You can get away with theft, with trickery, with all manner of misbehaviour in these tales, but the moment you forget you're mortal and reach for the seat of the gods, something stings your horse and down you go. "Know thyself," the temple at Delphi said. Bellerophon, at the height of his success, forgot exactly that, and the fall was very long. We've had the hero who won by a monstrous head, and the hero who won by a winged horse. So let me give you the one who won by sheer craft and a ball of string, because his story takes us to one of the most famous structures in all of mythology, and to a creature kept at its centre that the Greeks could barely bring themselves to describe. The setting is the island of Crete, the same Crete where baby Zeus was once hidden in his cave, now ruled, generations later, by a powerful king named Minos. Minos had a problem of his own making, rooted in another act of divine punishment for a mortal's failure to keep a promise. He had once asked Poseidon for a sign of favour, a magnificent bull to rise from the sea, vowing to sacrifice it back to the god in return. Poseidon sent a bull of dazzling snow-white perfection, and Minos, seeing how beautiful it was, couldn't bear to give it up, and quietly kept it for himself, sacrificing an ordinary bull in its place and hoping the god wouldn't notice. The god noticed. Poseidon's punishment was strange and oblique, and aimed, as ever, at someone other than the guilty party. He caused Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae, to be overcome with an unnatural and inescapable longing for the bull itself. I'll keep this part soft, because the Greeks did not, but the outcome is what matters. From that cursed longing, the queen in time brought into the world a child that was not entirely a child, a being with the body of a man and the head and nature of a bull, a creature of two natures that fit neither the world of people nor the world of beasts. This was the Minotaur. It grew, and it grew dangerous, and it could not be kept among people, and could not simply be sent away, and Minos needed somewhere to put a thing that should not exist. So he commissioned a prison unlike any other, and for that he turned to the most ingenious mortal in all the myths, a master craftsman and inventor named Daedalus, a man whose cleverness is going to matter enormously in just a moment, and whose own story ends in the most famous cautionary image the Greeks ever produced. Daedalus designed the labyrinth, not a simple maze, but a structure of such cunning and complexity, so tangled with false turns and winding passages folding back on themselves, that anyone who entered it could never find the way out again. Even Daedalus himself, the story says, barely managed to find his way back out after building it. Into this inescapable maze the Minotaur was placed, at the very centre, and there it was kept, hidden away in the dark heart of the king's design, fed and contained and never spoken of in polite company. Fed how, you might be wondering, and here's where the story acquires its real horror, delivered in the soft language we'll keep to. Minos had gone to war with the city of Athens and won, and as the terms of the defeated city's submission he demanded a tribute, a regular offering of young people, youths and maidens of Athens, 7 of each, sent every few years across the sea to Crete, and these young people were sent into the labyrinth, into the dark with the thing at its centre, and they did not come out. That was the Minotaur's keeping, a steady tribute of the children of a conquered city, walking into a maze they could never escape, to meet whatever waited in the middle. Athens lived under this grief for years, sending its young away across the water on a ship with a black sail, watching them go, knowing. Into this arrived the Athenian hero of our story, a young man named Theseus, the Prince of Athens, son of its king Aegeus, and a youth who had already made a name for himself, clearing the roads of the various dangerous figures who preyed on travellers, in a series of adventures where he made a habit of turning each villain's own cruel method back upon them. When the time came again for Athens to send its tribute of young people into the labyrinth, Theseus volunteered to go as one of them. He would sail to Crete among the offered youths, and he would find the thing at the centre of the maze, and he would end the tribute forever, or he would not come back, like all the others. He promised his grieving father one thing before he left. The ship would sail under its black mourning sail as always, but if he succeeded and returned alive, he would change it for a white sail, so that his father, watching the horizon, would know from far off whether his son was coming home. Hold on to that white sail. It's going to matter terribly, and not in the way you'd hope. When Theseus arrived on Crete among the tribute, he was seen by the king's daughter, the Princess Ariadne, and she fell for him, immediately and completely, the way people in these stories tend to fall, all at once and inconveniently. And Ariadne could not bear to watch this young man walk into her father's maze and never return. So she went secretly to Daedalus, the maze's own architect, and got from him the secret to defeating his greatest creation, and the secret, beautifully, was not a weapon or a magic charm, but a simple ball of thread. She gave Theseus the thread, and told him to tie one end at the entrance of the labyrinth, and unspool it behind him as he went, so that however deep into the tangled dark he wandered, however many false turns he took, he would always have the line leading back to the door. The most ingenious prison ever built, defeated by a piece of string and a woman in love. Theseus tied off the thread at the entrance and went in, unwinding it behind him as he descended into the winding dark, deeper and deeper toward the centre, until he found the Minotaur in the heart of the maze. The fight itself the storytellers keep brief. He met the creature and overcame it, ending the thing that had taken so many of his city's children. And then, where every other young Athenian had become hopelessly lost in the folding passages and never found the door again, Theseus simply followed the thread. Hand over hand along Ariadne's line, back through every turn, out of the dark and into the light, leading the other freed young people of Athens behind him. The tribute was over. The maze was beaten. And it had been beaten not by strength alone, but by foresight and a length of string, which is exactly the kind of victory the Greeks most enjoyed crediting to cleverness rather than muscle. He fled Crete by night with the rescued youths and with Ariadne, who had betrayed her own father and her own city for him, and now sailed away at his side toward Athens, and the life he'd promised her. And this is the part of the story where Theseus's reputation takes a real and lasting hit, because of what happened on the voyage home. They stopped at an island called Naxos along the way, and there, while Ariadne slept on the shore, Theseus and his ships sailed on without her, leaving the woman who had saved his life alone on an empty beach, waking to find his sails already small on the horizon. Why he did it the storytellers couldn't agree on, whether he simply abandoned her, callously, or whether a god intervened and commanded it. But the image is unforgettable and unflattering, the hero sailing off, the rescuer left behind on the sand. There's a gentler turn waiting for Ariadne, because the god Dionysus came to that very island and found her there and took her as his own, and she was not, in the end, left alone forever. But Theseus sailed home carrying a heavy debt of betrayal he never repaid, and the gods, who keep their own ledgers, were about to collect, because in his haste and distraction, Theseus had forgotten the one promise that mattered most. He had forgotten the sail. A black sail crossing the sea looks exactly like grief, and that is the whole tragedy. Because Theseus's father was watching for the colour and not for the sun. King Aegeus had spent every day since his son sailed away standing on the heights above the shore, looking out at the water, waiting for the ship to come back and dreading what its sail would tell him. And Theseus, sailing home in triumph with the Minotaur beaten and the tribute ended, had simply forgotten, distracted by everything that had happened, by the loss of Ariadne, by the weight of it all forgotten to take down the black morning sail and raise the white one that meant he was alive. So the ship came over the horizon flying black, the colour of failure, the colour that told a watching father his son had not come back. And Aegeus, seeing it, believing in that instant that Theseus was gone, was overcome with grief and fell from the height where he stood into the sea below, and his life ended there in the water. The sea he fell into has carried his name ever since. It is the Aegean. Every time you see that word on a map, you are reading the name of a father who watched the wrong sail come home. That is the cruelty the Greeks built into Theseus's great victory. He saved his city's children and ended the monster and won every part of the quest. And the cost of his one small forgetfulness was his own father, undone by a sail. The young man stepped off his triumphant ship into a kingdom that was suddenly his, because the homecoming itself had taken the king. He became ruler of Athens in the same hour he learned what his carelessness had done, and the Greeks never quite let him off the hook for it, the way they never quite let him off the hook for Ariadne. Theseus is one of their great heroes, and also one of their most flawed, a man whose victories keep arriving stapled to someone else's ruin, and they told him that way on purpose, because they were interested in heroes who were not simply admirable. He did a great deal more as king, united the scattered villages of the region into a single city, by tradition founded much of what made Athens Athens, and he had further adventures, including a venture down into the underworld itself that went badly, which we'll touch on when we go down to that dark country later. But I want to stay with the labyrinth a moment longer, because we left someone inside the story whose own ending is the most famous warning the Greeks ever told. And it isn't Theseus, it's the man who built the maze. Daedalus, the master craftsman, and his son. King Minos, you'll remember, had a clever architect on his hands, and after the business with the thread he worked out that Daedalus had helped Theseus and Ariadne defeat the labyrinth, had handed over the secret to his own creation. Minos was furious, and his punishment was bitterly fitting. He imprisoned Daedalus, the maze-maker, inside a confinement of his own, locking him away. In some tellings within a high tower, in others within the labyrinth itself, along with his young son Icarus. The man who had built the most inescapable prison in the world was now a prisoner, and he had to find a way out of confinement using the only thing he had ever been able to rely on, which was his own ingenuity. Daedalus studied the problem the way he studied every problem, and he realized that Minos controlled the land and the sea. Every road watched, every ship searched, no way out by any ordinary route. But Minos did not control the sky. He may block the land and the water, Daedalus reasoned, but the air is open. And so the greatest craftsman in the myths set about building a way to escape through the one element no king could close. He gathered feathers, the feathers of birds, arranging them in rows from small to large, and bound them together with thread and sealed them with wax, shaping them into the curve of a real wing, 2 great pairs of wings, one for himself and one for his son, so that they might fly up off the island like birds and leave Crete behind through the open air. When the wings were ready, Daedalus fitted them to Icarus and gave the boy a warning, the most famous piece of fatherly advice in all of storytelling, and the most thoroughly ignored. Fly the middle course, he told his son. Do not fly too low, or the damp and the spray of the sea will weigh down your feathers and drag you into the water, and do not fly too high, or the heat of the sun will soften the wax that holds the feathers, and the wings will come apart. Keep to the middle. Follow close behind me, and stay between the sea and the sun. He fitted the boy's wings with trembling hands, the old sources say, and kissed him, not knowing it was the last time. And they rose together off the island into the open sky, and for a while it was glorious. They flew out over the water, the man and the boy, leaving Crete shrinking behind them, and fishermen and farmers below looked up and were astonished, taking them for gods, because the sky was for gods and birds, and these were neither. Icarus, the boy, felt the thrill of it, actual flight, the wind, the whole sea spread out beneath him, and the heavens open above. And like any young person handed something exhilarating and told to be moderate with it, he could not hold to the middle. The joy of it pulled him upward. He climbed, higher and higher, drawn toward the sun, leaving his father's careful course behind, forgetting the warning in the pure delight of the height. He flew up toward heaven the way Bellerophon once flew up toward Olympus, for a different reason, but with the same outcome the Greeks reserved for those who climbed too high. The sun did exactly what Daedalus had said it would. The heat softened the wax. The feathers began to loosen, then to come free, slipping away one by one into the air, and Icarus, beating wings that were no longer wings, found nothing beneath him to hold him up. He fell. He fell from that great height down toward the sea, calling out for his father, and the water closed over him, and the boy who had flown too near the sun was gone beneath the waves. The feathers drifted down after him onto the surface of the water, and the sea where he came down has carried his name ever since too, the Icarian Sea, so that the boy and his father Aegeus both became names on the water, both undone by something rising over the horizon that should have meant safety. Daedalus, flying on, turned and called for his son, and got no answer, and looked down and saw the feathers scattered on the waves, and understood. He had built wings cunning enough to defeat a king and escape an island, and they had carried his child up to ruin precisely because they worked so well. He gathered what he could and flew on alone to safety, and he is said to have hung up his wings as an offering at a temple and never to have flown again, and to have cursed his own arts that had cost him his son. The greatest inventor in the myths spent the rest of his life knowing his own genius had built the thing that took the one person he loved. The Greeks set that story down as a warning about excess and about not exceeding your given measure, fly the middle course. But underneath the moral, it's also just the oldest grief there is. A father who couldn't keep his child from reaching too high. Both of these stories, Theseus's and Icarus's, turn on the same Greek conviction, the one stitched through the whole night, that the middle path is the safe one, that forgetting and excess both carry a price, and that the gods and the world will collect that price no matter how clever or how heroic you are. Keep the middle course. Remember to change the sail. Small things, easy to forget, and the forgetting costs a father or a son. The Greeks were not sentimental about their heroes. They loved them, and they watched them fall, and they wrote down both, with the same steady hand. We've followed the cunning heroes now, the ones who won by thread and wing and wit, and watched what cleverness costs when it forgets its limits. It's time to turn to the other kind entirely, to the hero who didn't outwit his problems, but simply outlasted them, who was handed the most punishing sequence of impossible tasks in all of mythology and ground through every one of them by sheer endurance and strength. The strong man descended from Perseus's own line, the one the gods both favoured and tormented, whose name has come down to us as the very definition of a labour too great for an ordinary person. We're going to meet Heracles, and we're going to start, as his story always must, with the reason a hero that mighty was set to his 12 great labours in the first place, which begins, as so much does in this family, with the jealousy of Hera. Strength like that has to come from somewhere, and in Heracles' case it came from Zeus, which meant it came bundled with a lifelong enemy before he had even drawn breath. Zeus had fathered him on a mortal woman named Alcmene, and not just any mortal woman, but one of the line of Perseus, so that the greatest hero descended from the hero who took the Gorgon's head. Zeus wanted this child to be exceptional, the greatest of all his mortal sons, and on the day the boy was due to be born, Zeus made a proud and careless boast in the halls of Olympus, that on this day a child of his own blood would be born, who would rule over all those around him. Hera, who had spent eternities learning to weaponize her husband's own words against him, saw her moment. She made Zeus swear to it, bind it with an unbreakable oath, and then she went to work on the timing. She had her daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, delay Alcmene's labour, holding the baby back from being born, and at the same time hurried the early birth of another child of Perseus's line, a cousin, so that he came into the world first. By the time Heracles was born, the oath had already settled on the other infant. The child fated to rule was by Hera's manipulation of the clock, not Heracles at all, but his lesser cousin Eurystheus, and Zeus's own binding oath could not be undone. So Heracles, born to be a king, was instead born to serve, destined to one day take orders from the weaker cousin Hera had pushed ahead of him in line. That arrangement is the engine of his whole story. The labours, when they come, will come at the command of that very cousin, the accidental king Hera installed to spite her husband. She wasn't finished. While Heracles was still an infant in his cradle, Hera sent 2 serpents into the nursery to end him, before he could grow into the threat she feared. And the baby Heracles, not yet able to walk, woke to find the serpents coiling toward him, and reached out and took one in each tiny fist and throttled them, and was found by his astonished family gurgling happily, with 2 limp serpents in his hands. Having dealt with his first assassination attempt before he could speak, it was the first sign of what he was, strength beyond anything mortal, the raw power of his divine father concentrated into a single human frame. The name his family gave him, Heracles, actually means something like glory of Hera, a bitter little irony, since the goddess he was named to honour would spend his entire life trying to undo him, and would, in the cruelest of all her schemes, eventually succeed in turning that very strength against the people he loved. Because here is the dark heart of why Heracles undertook the labours at all, and I'll hold it in the soft language we've kept all night. Hera could not overpower him directly, he was too strong, so she struck at his mind. She sent upon him a fit of madness, a divine derangement that clouded his reason entirely, and in that state, not knowing what he did, not seeing what was truly before him, Heracles brought harm to his own wife and children. He came back to himself to find what his clouded hands had done, and the grief and horror of it nearly undid him. It is the great tragedy at the centre of his story, the strongest man alive, made by a goddess's malice into the instrument of his own deepest loss, guilty of something he never chose and could not have prevented, and left to live on carrying it. The Greeks did not flinch from this. They built their mightiest hero on a foundation of genuine sorrow, and everything that follows, the labours, the wandering, the endless tasks, is in part his attempt to atone for a thing that was never truly his fault. Seeking some way to cleanse himself of this grief, Heracles went, as people did, to the oracle at Delphi to ask what he must do. And the oracle told him, "Go and serve the cousin Eurystheus, the very man Hera's scheme had made king in his place, and perform whatever tasks that king set him, and by completing them he would purify himself of his sorrow and win, at the very end." Something no other mortal hero achieved. So Heracles, the greatest man alive, bound himself to the service of his lesser cousin, and Eurystheus, a timid and rather cowardly king who was frankly terrified of his enormous relative, set about devising the most impossible and lethal tasks he could imagine, hoping each one would be the end of him. These are the famous 12 labours. There were originally meant to be 10, but the king cheated on the count twice and added 2 more, in a bit of pettiness we'll come to. Let me walk you through them, because each one is its own small adventure, and together they're the spine of the most famous hero story the Greeks ever told. The first task Eurystheus set was the Nemean lion. There was a lion ravaging the region of Nemea, and it was no ordinary beast. Its hide was impervious, so tough that no weapon could pierce it. No spear, no arrow, no blade. Heracles tried them all and found them useless, his arrows simply bouncing off the creature's skin. So he did the only thing left to a man whose weapons won't work. He cornered the lion and used his bare hands and his own overwhelming strength, wrestling the unkillable beast into submission by main force. And then, needing to skin it, but finding that nothing could cut the impervious hide, he solved the problem with a cleverness people don't always credit him for. He used the lion's own claws. The one thing sharp enough to part its own skin, to do the work. He took the pelt and wore it ever after, the lion's head as a hood, and the unpierceable hide as armour nothing could penetrate, and that lion skin became the way you recognise him in every statue and every vase painting from then on. The first labour gave him his signature look, and a coat that no weapon could get through, which would come in fairly handy for the 11 still to come. The second labour was the Hydra, and this one nearly beat him, because it was a problem that got worse the harder you fought it. The Hydra was a great serpentine water monster that lived in a swamp with many heads, and its defining horror was that whenever one of its heads was struck off, 2 new heads grew back in its place. So the obvious approach, cutting off the heads, was precisely the wrong one. Every blow doubled the enemy. Heracles found himself fighting a thing that multiplied with each success, the swamp filling with more and more snapping heads the more effectively he attacked. Worse, Hera, watching, sent an enormous crab to bite at his feet and distract him while he fought, just to make it harder. He dealt with the crab, and then he stopped trying to win by force alone and called for help from his nephew Iolaus, and together they worked out the trick. The heads grew back only if the severed neck was left open. So as Heracles struck off each head, Iolaus came behind with fire and sealed the wound shut, so that nothing could grow back. Head by head they cleared the monster, sealing each stump as they went, until only the one immortal central head remained, and that one Heracles severed and buried deep beneath an enormous rock, where it could do no further harm. Then he did something practical and a little ominous. He dipped his arrows in the Hydra's venom, making them lethal beyond any cure. Remember those arrows. They solve a great many of his future problems, and at the very end of his life, by a long and terrible accident, they become the cause of his own. And here's the petty bit I promised. When Heracles returned, the king Eurystheus refused to count the Hydra as a completed labour, on the grounds that Heracles had not done it alone, he'd had help from his nephew. It was a technicality and a mean one, the cowardly king reaching for any excuse to keep his terrifying cousin in service longer, and it's the first of the 2 strikes from the record that turned 10 labours into 12. Heracles, who could have crushed the king without effort, simply accepted the ruling and went on to the next task, which tells you something about the patience that grief had taught him. He had a debt to work off that had nothing to do with any king's bookkeeping. The 3rd labour turned from raw force to patience entirely, the hind of Serenea, a deer sacred to the goddess Artemis, with golden antlers and hooves of bronze, so swift that no creature could catch it. Eurystheus chose this one hoping that Heracles would either fail to catch the impossibly fast animal, or, worse for him, harm a creature sacred to Artemis and bring her wrath down on himself. So this labour wasn't about strength at all, it was about not breaking the thing he was sent to fetch. Heracles pursued the hind for an entire year, the story says, chasing it across mountains and rivers and to the far edges of the world, never quite catching it, until at last he wore it down or caught it with a single carefully gentle shot that didn't harm it, and carried it back alive. On the way he met Artemis herself, angry that her sacred animal had been taken, and had to explain that he was bound to the labour and meant the creature no harm and would return it, talking his way out of a goddess's anger with humility rather than force. A whole year for one deer brought back unharmed. The labours were not all monsters. Some were simply tests of whether the strongest man alive could be patient and careful, which were the 2 things least natural to him. A live animal turned out to be more trouble than a dead monster, and the 4th labour proved it twice over. Eurystheus next sent Heracles after the Erymanthian boar, an enormous wild creature that came down from a mountain to ravage the countryside, and the task this time was to bring it back alive, which is always harder than the alternative, as anyone who has tried to relocate a wild animal rather than simply deal with it can tell you. Heracles solved it with a method that's almost funny in its simplicity. He chased the boar up into the high country, where the deep winter snow lay thick, and drove the heavy animal into a snowdrift where it floundered and sank and couldn't get free, and then simply walked up and bound it while it was stuck. He carried the trussed, furious boar back on his shoulders to the king, and here we get one of the great comic images of the whole sequence, because Eurystheus, the cowardly king, took one look at the enormous live boar his terrifying cousin was carrying toward him, and panicked completely, scrambling to hide inside a large bronze storage jar sunk into the ground, peeking out at the monster from inside a pot. The Greeks loved this. They painted it again and again, the mighty hero holding a struggling boar and the king of the realm cowering in a jar, calling out his orders from inside it. From then on, the joke goes, Eurystheus did much of his commanding from the safety of that jar, ordering Heracles to take each new horror somewhere, anywhere, far away from the palace. On the way to the boar, by the way, Heracles had stopped to share wine with a friendly centaur, and this is worth a brief detour because it introduces a whole strange race of beings and plants a seed that will, much later, grow into the hero's undoing. Centaurs were creatures with the upper body of a man joined to the body and legs of a horse, wild, mostly, and prone to losing their heads over wine, which is exactly what happened here. The smell of the opened wine drew a whole crowd of centaurs who became violent, and in the resulting chaos Heracles drove them off with his arrows, the ones dipped in hydra venom. But one of those arrows, by accident, struck a centaur named Chiron, and Chiron was not like the others. Chiron was wise and gentle and immortal, the great teacher who tutored many of the heroes, the kindest being in a wild race. The hydra's venom could not end an immortal's life, so it did something worse. It left Chiron in pain that could never heal and never end, deathless and suffering, until eventually he chose to give up his immortality entirely just to be free of it, trading his endless life away to a certain other prisoner so that he could finally find peace. It's a quiet, sad thread, the accidental wounding of the one good centaur by the hero he'd never harmed, and it's the kind of collateral sorrow the Greeks scattered through even their triumphs. The fifth labour was the one designed purely to humiliate, and it's my favourite for exactly that reason. Eurystheus, casting about for a task that would degrade the great hero rather than endanger him, ordered Heracles to clean the stables of King Augeas in a single day. Now this sounds like nothing, until you learn that Augeas kept an immense number of cattle, thousands of them, divinely healthy and therefore prodigiously productive, and that their stables had not been cleaned in 30 years. 3 decades of accumulated filth, a job no one could finish in a lifetime, let alone a day, handed to the mightiest hero alive specifically, so that he'd spend his strength shoveling muck and be thoroughly demeaned by it. And Heracles refused to be demeaned. He looked at the problem and decided he would not touch the filth with his hands at all. Instead, he went out and physically rerouted 2 rivers, breaking open the walls of the stable yard at both ends and bending the river's courses so that the water roared straight through the stables, washing 30 years of filth away in a single afternoon, while Heracles essentially stood back and watched the rivers do his chore. The task meant to humble him became a demonstration that he could move rivers. And then, because this story cannot resist a cheated count, Eurystheus refused to credit this labour too, on the grounds that Heracles had arranged to be paid for the work by Augeas, which supposedly disqualified it as a labour performed in service. That's the second of the 2 strikes. 2 labours discounted on technicalities, and so 10 became 12, all because a frightened king kept moving the goalposts from inside his jar. The 6th labour sent him against the Stymphalian birds, a flock of menacing birds that had infested a marsh, with beaks and feathers like metal, so numerous that they darkened the sky and so settled into the dense marsh that Heracles couldn't reach them. The ground too swampy to walk on, the reeds too thick to push through, the birds simply staying out of range. This was a problem of access more than of combat. And here Athena, who helped the heroes she favoured, gave him a solution, a great rattle or pair of bronze noisemakers, forged by Hephaestus. Heracles climbed to high ground and sounded the bronze, an enormous clashing clamour, and the startled birds burst up out of the marsh all at once into the open air in a panic, and once they were aloft and exposed, he brought them down with his arrows. The trick was never strength, it was noise, the same principle that once kept the infant Zeus hidden in his cave, bronze clashing to solve a problem that force couldn't. The Greeks liked these echoes, the way a hero's solution rhymed with an older story. We're halfway through the labours now, 6 down, and you'll have noticed the pattern shifting. The early tasks were beasts to be overcome by strength or wit close to home, but Eurystheus is running low on local monsters, and the second half of the labours sends Heracles farther and farther afield, to distant lands, to the literal edges of the known world, and finally beyond the edge of the living world entirely, down into the realm of the departed. The tasks escalate not just in danger, but in distance, pushing the hero off the map of the ordinary and out toward the strange margins where myth kept its most remarkable things. The 7th labour took him across the sea to Crete, that island again, where the white bull still figures in the story. The Cretan bull was in fact that same magnificent bull Poseidon had sent from the sea, the one King Minos failed to sacrifice, now run wild and wreaking havoc across the island. Heracles was sent to capture it and bring it back alive, and he did, wrestling the great beast into submission and carrying it across the water to the mainland. The aftermath has a small dark comedy to it. Eurystheus wanted to dedicate the bull to Hera, but Hera, refusing to accept anything that brought glory to the hero she hated, would have nothing to do with it. So the bull was released and went wandering off across the Greek countryside to become a problem for somebody else entirely. It roamed to the plain of Marathon, where much later the hero Theseus would deal with it, tying the labours of one great hero to the adventures of another, the same wild bull crossing 2 famous lives. The 8th labour carried him far to the north and east, to the land of a fierce king named Diomedes, not the warrior of the same name we'll meet at Troy, a different one, who kept a team of mares with a horrifying habit. They had been fed on the flesh of men, made wild and dangerous by the cruel diet their master gave them, savage beyond any normal horse. Heracles was sent to bring these man-eating mares back, and the way he tamed them was grimly fitting. Without belabouring it, the cruel king who had fed travellers to his horses ended up sharing the fate he'd inflicted on others, and the mares, once they'd been satisfied in that final terrible way, became calm and manageable, the savagery gone out of them. Heracles led the now docile horses back to Eurystheus. It's one of the harsher labours, and the Greeks told it as a kind of grim justice. The man who built his power on feeding others to his animals, fed, in the end, to those same animals. The labour done, the mares too were eventually released to wander, their wildness spent. That's 8 of the 12, and the hero is now being sent ever outward, towards stranger and more distant things, to fetch the belt of a warrior queen at the edge of the known world, to round up the cattle of a 3-bodied giant beyond the western ocean, to steal golden apples from a garden at the rim of creation, guarded by a sleepless dragon, and at the very last, to go down alive into the country of the departed, and bring back up the thing that guards its gate, which no living person had ever done and returned to speak of. The labours are about to leave the familiar world behind entirely, and the farther Heracles goes, the closer he comes to the borders of myth itself. The 9th labour sent Heracles after an article of clothing, which sounds like a step down until you learn whose clothing it was. Eurystheus had a daughter, and the daughter wanted a particular treasure, the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. The Amazons were a nation of warrior women who lived at the far edge of the known world, a society without men in the usual arrangement, where the women were the hunters and fighters and rulers, formidable in battle and answerable to no one. Their queen Hippolyta wore a belt, or war girdle, that had been given to her by Ares, the god of war himself, as a token of her supremacy among them. And the spoiled princess back home wanted it, so off Heracles went to the ends of the earth to ask a warrior queen for her belt. And remarkably, the first part went well. Hippolyta met Heracles, heard why he'd come, and, being impressed by him, or simply gracious, agreed to give him the belt freely, no battle required. The labour was on the verge of being the one peaceful success in the whole bloody sequence. Then Hera ruined it, because of course she did. Disguising herself as one of the Amazons, she spread a rumour through their ranks that this foreign hero had come to abduct their queen, and the warrior women, believing their queen was in danger, took up arms and came charging down on Heracles' party. And Heracles, seeing an army of Amazons bearing down on him, concluded that Hippolyta had betrayed him and lured him into a trap, and in the fighting that followed, the queen who had meant him no harm lost her life, and the peaceful labour turned into a battle that never needed to happen, engineered entirely by Hera's lie. He got the belt and carried it home to be handed to a princess as a trinket, at the cost of a queen who'd been willing to simply give it to him. It's one of the saddest of the labours precisely because it almost wasn't sad at all, derailed at the last moment by a goddess who couldn't stand to let the hero have one clean victory. The 10th labour pushed past the edge of the known world to its western rim, and the prize was cattle again, but cattle belonging to a giant unlike anything Heracles had faced. Far to the west, beyond the great ocean, on an island at the boundary of the world, lived Geryon, a giant with 3 bodies joined at the waist, 3 torsos and 3 heads and 6 arms, who kept a magnificent herd of red cattle, guarded by a herdsman and a fearsome 2-headed hound. To even reach this place, Heracles had to travel farther west than anyone had gone, to the very strait where the Mediterranean meets the outer ocean, and there, the story says, he set up 2 great pillars to mark the western limit of the world, one on each side of the strait. Those are the Pillars of Heracles, the ancient name for the rocks that flank the Strait of Gibraltar, and the Greeks genuinely believed the hero had placed them there to mark where the world ended. The journey itself was so hot, for the sun beat down mercilessly as he crossed the southern lands, that Heracles, in a fit of temper, actually drew his bow and threatened the sun. And the sun, rather than scorch him for the insolence, was so amused or impressed by the audacity of a mortal aiming an arrow at it, that it lent him a great golden cup, the very vessel the sun used to sail back around the world each night, and in this golden cup Heracles sailed across the ocean to Geryon's island. He overcame the guardian hound and the herdsman, and then the 3-bodied giant himself, brought down by a single well-placed venomous arrow, and then faced the genuinely tedious second half of the labour, which was herding a flock of cattle on foot all the way back across the entire world from its western edge to Greece, a journey beset by thieves and obstacles, and one stretch where a local figure stole some of the cattle and hid them by dragging them backward into a cave so the hoofprints pointed the wrong way, the same trick the infant Hermes once pulled, foiled this time because the hidden cattle lowed and gave themselves away. Months of driving stolen and recovered cattle across continents, all so a king could fulfill a count. The labours were turning into less a series of fights than a single endless footsore expedition to the corners of the earth. With 10 labours done, Heracles should have been free. 10 was the original number. But Eurystheus, you'll remember, had thrown out 2 on technicalities, the Hydra for the help and the stables for the payment. And so he declared that 2 more were owed. And for these final 2 he reached past every monster and every distant land to the 2 most impossible things he could conceive of. Something from the literal edge of the world, and something from beyond the edge of life itself. The 11th labour was the golden apples of the Hesperes, and here the whole night loops back on itself, because these were the very apples that grew on the tree Gaia had given to Hera as a wedding gift, long ago, in that western garden at the rim of the world, tended by the nymphs called the Hesperes, and guarded by a dragon that never slept, a 100-headed serpent coiled around the tree. I told you, hours ago, to remember that orchard. Here is the hero come to rob it. The trouble was that no one even knew exactly where the garden was, and so the labour began as a search, Heracles wandering the edges of the world asking after the location, having various adventures along the way, including the one that finally pays off a much older promise. On this journey he came at last to the far mountain where Prometheus was still bound, still having his liver fed upon by the eagle each day, across all these ages since he stole fire for mankind. And Heracles, the friend of humanity's own distant descendant, drew his bow and shot the eagle and broke the Titan's chains and set Prometheus free at last, ending the longest punishment in all of mythology. The friend of mankind, freed by mankind's greatest hero. Prometheus, in gratitude and because his gift was always forethought, gave Heracles the secret to the apples. Do not try to take them yourself, but find the Titan Atlas, whose garden it borders, and have him fetch them for you. Atlas was a Titan with his own eternal sentence. After the great war of the Titans, he had been condemned by Zeus to stand at the western edge of the world and hold the sky upon his shoulders forever, bearing the entire weight of the heavens, so that earth and sky stayed apart. And the garden of the golden apples was near where Atlas stood, tended by the Hesperides, who were in fact his own daughters. So Atlas could walk into the garden and take the apples where Heracles, a stranger, could not. Heracles made him an offer. I will take the weight of the sky onto my own shoulders for a little while, and you go and fetch the apples for me, since the dragon will not trouble you and the nymphs are your daughters. Atlas, who had been holding up the heavens for an eternity, and would do nearly anything for a break, agreed at once. Heracles bent and took the crushing weight of the sky onto his own back, the only mortal ever to bear it, and Atlas, suddenly free for the first time in ages, strolled off and plucked the golden apples easily. But when Atlas came back, apples in hand, he had a thought he liked very much. Why ever take the sky back? Let the strong man hold it forever, and Atlas would walk free at last and deliver the apples to the king himself. He told Heracles as much, that he'd just go and hand the apples over personally, and Heracles could keep holding up the heavens. Thanks very much. And Heracles, who could not simply set the sky down and chase him without the whole heavens crashing, had to outthink a Titan while bearing the weight of the world. So he pretended to agree. Fine, he said. Only the weight is sitting awkwardly on my shoulders and hurting me. Would you take the sky back just for a moment, just long enough for me to fold my cloak into a pad to cushion my shoulders, and then I'll take it again, and you can be on your way. Atlas, not the sharpest of the Titans, saw no harm in it, and set down the apples, and shouldered the sky once more so Heracles could adjust his cloak. And Heracles picked up the apples, thanked him politely, and walked away, leaving Atlas holding up the heavens exactly as before, tricked back into his eternal burden by the oldest move there is. The strongest hero won that one with his head, not his back, which the Greeks appreciated. Even the muscle-bound champion knew that sometimes you beat a Titan by simply being a little quicker than he is. 11 labours done, the apples delivered, and then quietly returned to the garden, since they were sacred and couldn't stay in the mortal world. One task remained, the 12th and final and most impossible of all, the one Eurystheus surely believed no one could survive, because it required going to the one place from which the living do not return. He sent Heracles down into the underworld, into the kingdom of Hades, to bring back up to the surface the monstrous hound that guards its gate. And to follow him there we have to leave the bright world of the labours behind and go down at last into the dark country we've been circling all night, the realm of the departed, with its rivers and its ferrymen and its three-headed dog. Down is easy, the Greeks said. It's the coming back up that almost no one manages, and Heracles was being sent to do both. Before we follow him through the gate, let me show you the country itself, because the Greek underworld is one of the most carefully imagined places in all their mythology, and it's nothing like the fiery pit later ages would picture. It was simply the land of the departed, a vast, dim, grey kingdom beneath the earth where everyone went when their life was over, ruled by that eldest brother who drew it in the casting of lots so long ago. Hades, the lord of the place, took his name from the realm itself, or gave the realm his name, and he was not the villain that later stories would make him. He was stern and unyielding and rarely moved to mercy, but he was not cruel for its own sake. He simply ran the most populous and least cheerful kingdom there was, and ran it with grim fairness. The Greeks were actually a little afraid to say his name out loud, for fear of drawing his attention, so they called him by gentler titles, names meaning the rich one, because all the wealth of metals and gems beneath the earth was his, and because everything that lives eventually comes down to him, making his kingdom the one that never stops growing. To get there at all, the departed had to make a journey, and the first great obstacle was a river, several rivers in fact that wound through the underworld, but the famous one was the Styx, the river of hatred and unbreakable oaths, the same river the gods swore their binding promises upon. The shades of those who had finished their lives gathered on its near bank, and they could not cross on their own. They needed a ferryman, and the ferryman was Charon, a grim, ancient, unwashed figure who poled his boat across the dark water, carrying the departed to the far shore. And Charon did not work for free. He charged a fare, a single small coin, for passage across the river. This is why the Greeks placed a coin in the mouth of those who had passed before laying them to rest, an actual practice, a real coin for a mythical boatman, so that the departed would have the fare to pay Charon and not be left stranded. And those who arrived without the coin, the ones who had not been properly laid to rest, could not pay the fare, and Charon turned them away, leaving them to wander the near bank of the river for 100 years before he'd finally take them across. The whole grim economy of it is wonderfully specific. Even the journey to the land of the departed had a toll booth, and the Greeks made sure to send their loved ones off with exact change. On the far side of the river waited the gatekeeper, and this was Heracles' actual target. Cerberus, the great hound of the underworld, a monstrous dog with 3 heads, some say more, and a serpent for a tail, who guarded the gate of Hades. And Cerberus's job was peculiar, and tells you something about how the Greeks understood the place. He was not there to keep the living out so much as to keep the departed in. The dead could enter freely, it was leaving that Cerberus prevented. He let every shade pass inward, and let none pass back out, the perfect one-way door, fawning on those who arrived, and savaging anyone who tried to return to the light. To complete his final labour, Heracles had to get past this creature, subdue it, and drag it up out of the underworld into the daylight, to remove the very thing whose entire purpose was that nothing ever leaves. Beyond the gate, the geography of the dead opened up, and it was not a single undifferentiated gloom. The Greeks sorted their departed. Most shades went to a vast grey plain called the Fields of Asphodel, a neutral twilit meadow where the ordinary multitude of ended lives drifted on in a dim, dreamlike, half-remembering existence, not punished, not rewarded, simply continuing in a faded version of themselves, pale shadows of who they'd been. This was the common fate, the destination of the great average of humanity. Not torment, just a quiet, colourless forever. There was a darker region for the genuinely wicked, the deep pit of Tartarus, the same 9 days falling abyss where the defeated titans were bound, reserved now also for a handful of mortals who had committed the very worst offences, usually against the gods themselves, and whose punishments became some of the most vivid images the Greeks ever devised. And there was, for a fortunate few, a place of genuine reward called Elysium, the Elysian Fields, a sunlit and gentle country set aside for the heroes and the especially virtuous, where the air was soft and the departed who had earned it lived on in ease and pleasantness. 3 destinations, then, the grey middle for most, the pit for the worst, the bright fields for the best. The Greeks built a whole moral architecture into the afterlife, though they were honest enough to consign the vast majority of people to the unremarkable grey middle, which feels about right. Let me linger on Tartarus and its famous prisoners, because their punishments are among the most memorable things in all of mythology, each one a perfect, eternal, ironic torment fitted exactly to the crime. There was a king named Tantalus who had been honoured by the gods, invited to dine with them, and who repaid that honour with a betrayal so grotesque, testing whether the gods were truly all-knowing by serving them a horrifying meal at a feast, much like that other impious king from the time of the flood, that his punishment became proverbial. Tantalus was made to stand forever in a pool of cool water beneath a tree heavy with fruit, tormented by thirst and hunger, and whenever he bent to drink, the water drained away from his lips, and whenever he reached for the fruit, the branches lifted just out of his grasp. Forever within reach of relief and forever denied it, the satisfaction always receding the instant he reached for it. His name gave us the word tantalize, and his is the punishment everyone remembers. The thing you want eternally, agonizingly, a hair beyond your fingertips. Then there was Sisyphus, the cleverest and most defiant of mortals, a king who had managed the impossible feat of cheating the underworld not once but twice. He had tricked the very figure of life's ending, binding it in chains so that for a time no one in the world could pass on at all, and when he was finally brought below, he talked his way back out again, persuading the queen of the underworld to let him return to the surface briefly to scold his wife about his funeral rites, and then simply refusing to come back, living on in the sunlight as a fugitive from the dead, until at last he was dragged down for good. For this serial cheating of the natural order, the gods devised a punishment of pure, exquisite futility. Sisyphus was made to roll an enormous boulder up a steep hill, straining with his whole body to push it to the top, and every single time, just as it neared the summit, the boulder rolled back down to the bottom, and he had to descend and begin again. Forever, an eternity of labour that accomplishes precisely nothing, the goal reached and lost in the same instant, over and over without end or purpose. The Greeks gave the cleverest man alive the most pointless task imaginable, and the image of Sisyphus and his stone has haunted people ever since as the very picture of meaningless toil. And there was Ixion, who had committed an offence against Zeus's own hospitality and even dared to pursue Hera, and who was bound forever to a fiery wheel that turned endlessly through the dark, spinning without stop for all eternity. 3 kings, 3 eternal torments, each one a crime against the gods answered with a punishment shaped precisely to it. The always receding reward, the always undone labour, the always turning wheel. The Greeks understood that the most terrible thing was not pain, but pain without end and without meaning, the same futile moment repeating forever, and they put their worst offenders exactly there. This was the country Heracles walked into alive, past the ferryman, past the gate, into a kingdom built for those who never leave, to seize its guardian hound and drag it back up to the world of the sun. And the strange, almost gentle resolution of the 12th labour is that he did it more or less honestly. He went before Hades himself and asked permission to take Cerberus, and Hades, lord of the dead, granted it on one condition, that Heracles subdue the hound using no weapons, by his bare strength alone. So Heracles wrestled the 3-headed dog into submission with his hands, the same way he'd taken the Nemean lion at the very first, and carried the great struggling beast up the long dark road and out into the daylight. He brought Cerberus before Eurystheus, who took one look at the hellhound and dove straight back into his bronze jar, because some things never change, and having finally, undeniably, completed the 12th labour, Heracles was released at last from his servitude. The hound was returned to its post at the gate, where it guards the way still. The labours were over. The greatest of them all had gone down into the country of the departed and come back up into the light, which almost no one ever does, and his long penance was finished. But we're in the deep country now, and there are others who came down here alive on errands of their own. One of them for the oldest and most heartbreaking reason there is. A musician who came down to ask the Lord of the Dead for the one thing the dead never give back. There was a musician whose playing could make the rivers slow to listen, and the saddest story the Greeks ever told is about the one time it wasn't enough. His name was Orpheus, and he was the greatest musician who ever lived, the son, in most tellings, of one of the Muses themselves, which is as good as a birthright in music can get. When Orpheus played his lyre and sang, the whole world stopped to listen. Wild animals grew tame and gathered at his feet. Trees pulled up their roots and leaned closer to hear. Rivers paused in their flowing, and even the stones were said to soften. His music was not merely beautiful, it had power over the very nature of things, able to charm anything that could hear it, and a great deal that you wouldn't think could. He was, briefly, among the happiest figures in all of mythology. Because he had his gift and he had found his love, a woman named Eurydice, whom he married, and with whom he was, for a short while, simply and completely happy. Hold on to that happiness. It lasts about one paragraph, which is roughly how long happiness tends to last in these stories. On their wedding day, or soon after, Eurydice was walking through the grass when she was bitten by a serpent hidden there, and the bite was more than she could survive, and her life ended, and she passed down into the country of the departed, gone, in an instant, on what should have been the happiest stretch of both their lives. And Orpheus was left in the world above, with his music and his grief, and no wife, and he could not bear it. He played such mournful songs that all of nature wept with him, the whole world grieving along to his lament. But grief, however beautiful, doesn't bring anyone back, and Orpheus eventually arrived at a decision no sensible person makes. He would go down into the underworld himself, alive, and ask the Lord of the Dead to give his wife back. So he went down the long dark road that we just travelled, the living musician walking down into the country of the departed, and his music carried him through every obstacle that should have stopped him. He came to the river, and where other shades had to pay the grim ferryman his coin, Orpheus simply played, and Charon, who had never been moved by anything, ferried him across, charmed by a song. He came to the 3-headed hound at the gate, the same Cerberus that savaged anyone trying to pass, and the dog that let no one through grew gentle at the music and lay down and let him by. Even the tormented in Tartarus felt their punishments pause. The stone of Sisyphus rested for a moment on the hillside. The wheel of Ixion slowed, and the always receding water stilled for Tantalus, the whole machinery of eternal suffering, halting to listen to a man play for his lost wife. He walked through the entire kingdom of the dead on the strength of a song, every barrier dissolving before the sound of his grief made beautiful. And he came at last before the thrones of Hades and Persephone, the stern lord of the dead, and his queen, the same Persephone who spends half each year in this dark place and half in the light above. Who knows better than anyone what it is to be separated from someone you love by the boundary of this world? And Orpheus played for them. He sang his case directly to the rulers of the dead, that he had come not to cheat them, that everyone comes to this kingdom in the end, and Eurydice would return to it eventually no matter what, that he asked only to borrow her back for the span of an ordinary lifetime, and that if they refused, he would not return to the world above at all, but would stay below, so that they might keep them both. And he played it so beautifully, with such genuine sorrow, that the impossible happened. The Lord of the Dead was moved. Persephone wept. The stern king who never relented, they agreed to let Eurydice go, to allow her to follow Orpheus back up to the land of the living, the only time in all the myths that the dead were freely granted back. But Hades set one condition, and it was a cruel one precisely because it was so simple. Eurydice would follow behind Orpheus as he climbed back up toward the light, but Orpheus must not look back at her, not once. Not until they had both fully emerged into the upper world. He had to walk the entire long dark road up out of the underworld, trusting that she was behind him, never turning to check, never seeing her face, until they were both safely in the sunlight. If he looked back even once before that, he would lose her, and this time forever. A single backward glance was all it would take to undo everything. So Orpheus began the long climb up, and Eurydice followed somewhere behind him in the dark, and he could not see her or hear her footsteps. The dead make no sound. And he had only the word of the Lord of the Dead that she was there at all. Up he went through the silent dark, past all the obstacles his music had charmed, climbing and climbing toward the distant light, every step an act of pure trust against a silence that gave him nothing back. And the closer he got to the surface, the more the doubt gnawed at him. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? What if he climbed all the way out and turned to find no one? The whole bargain a cruel joke. The light grew ahead of him. He was almost there. He could see the world above brightening at the mouth of the passage. And in the very last moment, with the sunlight just touching him, with safety a single step away, Orpheus could not bear the doubt 1 second longer, and he turned to look. She was there. She had been there the whole time, following faithfully just behind him in the dark. He saw her face for 1 instant, and because he had turned before she herself had crossed fully into the light, the condition was broken, and Eurydice was pulled back. She reached out for him, and he reached for her, and their hands could not quite catch, and she slipped back down into the dark, away from him, drawn back into the country of the departed, fading from him with, the old poets say, a single soft word of farewell, not even able to blame him, because what was there to blame him for but loving her too much to trust? He lost her in the last stride. 1 look, after he had charmed the entire underworld and won back the unwinnable thing, 1 look at the final moment cost him everything, and this time the loss was permanent. He tried to go back down. Of course he did. He rushed back to the river and begged the ferryman to carry him across again, but the music that had worked once would not work twice, and Charon refused, and Orpheus sat on the bank of the Styx for days, not eating, not sleeping, simply pleading to be let back into the kingdom of the dead, and he was not let in. The door that opens once does not open again. He had been granted the one impossible mercy, and he had spent it on a single backward glance, and there was no second mercy to be had. Eventually he climbed back up to the world above alone, truly alone now, having lost her twice. What became of Orpheus afterward is a bleak coda, and I'll keep it soft. He wandered the world inconsolable, playing songs so sorrowful that they wounded everyone who heard them. Withdrawn entirely from the company of others, faithful to a wife he'd lost in the last possible instant. And in the end he came to a bad ending himself at the hands of others who could not forgive his grief and his withdrawal. His life torn from him, his lyre and his head carried off by a river, still singing, the music outlasting the man. The story goes that his lyre was set among the stars, and that his shade went down at last into the underworld for good, where he found Eurydice again at last, and was reunited with her among the departed, and where, the gentlest versions say, the two of them walk together now in the grey fields. And Orpheus can finally look back at her as often as he likes, with no fear of losing her, because there is nowhere left for either of them to fall. That last image is the only mercy the Greeks allowed the story, and it's a small one, offered almost as an afterthought, that the looking back which undid him in life costs nothing in the country where they finally both belong. The lesson everyone draws from Orpheus is about doubt, about the failure of trust at the final step, about how the thing you want most can be lost by the smallest weakness at the very moment of winning it. But underneath the lesson it's simply the oldest and most human story there is. A person who could not accept that the dead stay dead, who was granted the one exception, and who could not hold his nerve long enough to keep it. The Greeks told it knowing every listener would have turned around too. That's why it hurts. We've been a long time in the dark now, among the rivers and the gates, and the ones who came down here for love or labour. The deepest part of the night suits it. But not every descent into this country ended in loss, and there are gentler and stranger corners of the Greek imagination waiting for us as the night thins toward its end. Loving the wrong thing too completely runs all through these tales, and the strangest version of it doesn't involve another person at all. It involves a young man, a still pond, and a reflection he couldn't walk away from. We're coming up out of the deep country now, into a set of stories the Greeks told to explain the world's small tender mysteries, why an echo answers from the hills, why a particular flower nods at the water's edge, how grief could leave its mark on the shape of things. These are the transformation tales, where people in the grip of some overwhelming feeling are changed into flowers, trees, birds, stones, rivers, becoming permanent features of the world. The Greeks saw the landscape as crowded with the remains of old emotions, every echoing valley and weeping spring and trembling tree the leftover of some person who had felt something too strongly to stay a person. The most famous begins with a young man named Narcissus, who was extraordinarily beautiful and knew it, and who treated everyone who fell for him with cold contempt, and a great many people fell for him, drawn by his beauty and then dismissed by his coldness, left to ache for someone who couldn't be bothered to care. Among those who loved him hopelessly was a mountain nymph named Echo, and her own story is the sadder half of this one, usually forgotten in favour of the pond. Echo had once been a chatterbox, a nymph who talked endlessly, and she had used her gift of gab to help cover for Zeus's wanderings, keeping Hera distracted with long chattering conversations while Zeus slipped away. When Hera realised she'd been talked in circles on purpose, she punished Echo in a way perfectly fitted to the crime. She took from her the power of original speech, leaving her able only to repeat the last words that others said to her. Echo could no longer speak her own thoughts. She could only give back the ends of other people's sentences. So when Echo fell for Narcissus and followed him longingly through the woods, She had no way to tell him how she felt. She could only wait for him to speak and echo his words back. When he called out, "Is anyone here?" she could only answer, "Here." When he said, "Come here, let us meet," she joyfully repeated, "Let us meet," and rushed to embrace him. And Narcissus, cold as ever, recoiled and rejected her cruelly, telling her he would rather his life end than let her have him. And Echo, humiliated and heartbroken, crept away into the lonely caves and mountain glens. And there she wasted away in her sorrow until nothing was left of her but her voice. Her body faded entirely, only the sound remained, hiding in the cliffs and the empty valleys, still doing the only thing it could do, repeating back the last words of anyone who calls out. That is why to this day you can shout into a canyon and hear your own words come back to you. Its echo, still there, still unable to say anything of her own, still answering. Narcissus, meanwhile, went on breaking hearts until one of the people he'd spurned prayed for justice, that Narcissus might someday love the way the rest of them had loved, hopelessly and without return. And the goddess of divine retribution heard the prayer and granted it. One day Narcissus, hot and thirsty from hunting, knelt beside a clear, still pool to drink, and saw in the perfect mirror of the water a face of astonishing beauty looking back at him, and he fell instantly and completely in love. He didn't understand at first that he was looking at himself. He thought it was some beautiful water spirit dwelling in the pool, and he reached down to touch the lovely face, and the water rippled and the face dissolved, and when the surface stilled it returned, gazing back at him with the same longing he felt. He tried to kiss it and met only water. He tried to embrace it and caught only his own arms. The thing he loved was right there, close enough to touch, and could never be held, because it was him, and you cannot embrace your own reflection. And Narcissus could not leave. He understood, eventually, the terrible joke of it, that the beloved he was pining for was his own image, that he was both the lover and the thing loved, and that this was the one love in the world that could never, by its very nature, be returned or fulfilled. But understanding didn't free him. He stayed at the edge of the pool, unable to tear himself away from the face he loved, refusing food and rest, simply gazing at his own reflection and wasting away with longing for something he could never have, because it was himself. The same hopeless ache he'd inflicted on so many others now held him fast, exactly as the prayer had asked. He pined away there at the water's edge until his life faded out of him, and even as his shade crossed down into the underworld, the story says, it leaned over the river to catch one last glimpse of itself in the water. And where his body had lain at the edge of the pool, the others came to find him gone, and in his place there grew a flower, white petals around a golden centre, nodding on its stem above the water. We call it the narcissus still. It grows by ponds and streams, bowing its head toward the water, looking, forever, at its own reflection. The Greeks packed a great deal into that one, vanity, and the cruelty of those who are loved and don't care, and the strange truth that the inability to love anyone but yourself is its own kind of trap that starves you in the end. But they told dozens of these transformation stories, and not all of them are about punishment. Many are simply about grief finding a shape to live in. Let me give you a few more quickly, the way they drift past in the half-light, because each one explains some small feature of the world. There were two young lovers in the city of Babylon, Pyramus and Thisbe, whose families forbade them from being together, and who could only whisper to each other through a crack in the wall between their houses. They arranged to slip away one night and meet beneath a particular mulberry tree, which at that time bore white fruit. Thisbe arrived first, and was frightened away by a wild animal, dropping her veil as she fled, and the animal, fresh from a hunt, tore and stained the veil before wandering off. Pyramus arrived to find the bloodied veil and the animal's tracks and no Thisbe, and concluded, wrongly, catastrophically, that she had met a terrible end, and that it was his fault for arranging the meeting. Overcome with grief, he took his own life there beneath the tree. And Thisbe crept back to find him gone, and understood the whole terrible misunderstanding, and could not bear to live without him, and followed him. The mulberry tree above them, the story says, was stained by all of this, and ever since that night the mulberry tree has borne dark red fruit instead of white, in memory of two young people undone by a misunderstanding in the dark. If that plot feels familiar, it should. It's the bones of a much later and far more famous pair of star-crossed lovers lifted almost whole from this ancient little tragedy. There was a vain queen named Niobe who boasted that she had many fine children, and was therefore greater than the goddess Leto, who had only the two, Apollo and Artemis. It was the same fatal pride we keep seeing, comparing herself favourably to a god, and the divine twins answered the insult by taking her many children from her, one after another, until the proud mother was left with none, frozen in grief. And the gods, in a strange mercy or a final cruelty, turned the weeping Niobe to stone, but a stone that still wept. A rock formation on a mountainside from which water trickled endlessly down, the grieving mother turned to a crag that mourns forever. Travellers were shown the weeping rock for centuries, and told it was Niobe, still crying for her children, water running down stone that used to be a queen. And there were the lovers Ceyx and Alcyone, devoted to each other, separated when Ceyx was lost at sea in a storm and did not come home. Alcyone waited and waited at the shore for a husband who would never return, and when at last she learned the truth and saw his form carried in on the waves, her grief was so complete that the gods, moved to pity, transformed them both into birds, kingfishers, so that they could be together again, skimming over the water side by side. And it was said that each year, for a stretch of days in the depth of winter, the seas would grow miraculously calm and still while these birds nested on the water, a peaceful window in the stormy season granted so their young could be born safely. The Greeks called those calm winter days the halcyon days, after Alcyone's old name, and we use the phrase still. Halcyon days, a time of peace and calm. Almost none of us knowing it comes from a grieving wife turned into a kingfisher, granted a few still days each winter to raise her young on a quiet sea. That's the gift of these little stories. They're scattered all through our language and our world. The mulberry's dark fruit, and the echo in the canyon, and the narcissus bowed over the water, and the halcyon days of winter calm. Each one the fossil of some old, overwhelming feeling that the Greeks decided must have left a permanent mark. They couldn't imagine that grief and love and pride that's strong would simply vanish. They had to go somewhere. They became flowers and birds and weeping stones and voices in the hills, the feelings outliving the people, woven into the ordinary furniture of the world, so that you're surrounded, if you believe the Greeks, by the transformed remains of everyone who ever felt something too large to contain. With a great deal of grander business still ahead before the end, the longest war in all of mythology, and the long wandering home that followed it, the two great tales the Greeks built their whole literature around. All of it set in motion, you'll remember, by a single piece of fruit handed to the wrong person at a wedding. One apple. The longest and most famous war in all of mythology, 10 years of trouble for an entire civilization, and at the root of it sits a single piece of fruit and a wedding nobody should have left a guest off the list for. The wedding was a grand one. A sea goddess named Thetis was marrying a mortal man, and this was a significant match. partly because of a prophecy attached to Thetis that we'll come back to, because it explains why a goddess was being married off to a mortal in the first place. Every god and goddess of any importance was invited to the celebration. The whole of Olympus gathered for the feast. Every important god except one, Eris, the goddess of discord, of strife, of exactly the kind of trouble you don't want at a wedding, was deliberately left off the guest list, for the obvious reason that no one wants the personification of conflict at a happy occasion. And Eris, predictably, did not take the snub gracefully. She came anyway, uninvited, and she brought a gift. A single golden apple, beautiful and gleaming, which she rolled into the middle of the gathering without a word, and then left. And on the apple was an inscription, just one word, "For the fairest." That's all. For the fairest. She didn't say who, she simply tossed a golden apple, labelled for the most beautiful, into a room full of goddesses and walked out, and let the thing do its work. It was the most elegant act of trouble-making imaginable. She didn't have to lift a finger after that. 3 goddesses immediately claimed the apple as rightfully theirs: Hera, the queen of the gods; Athena, goddess of wisdom; and Aphrodite, goddess of beauty herself. Each insisted she was the fairest, and the apple was meant for her, and none would yield, and the argument grew until it threatened to sour the entire wedding and beyond. They demanded that someone judge between them, and here Zeus showed real wisdom, because he refused to touch it. Asked to decide which of 3 powerful goddesses, one his wife, one his daughter, one a force older than himself, was the most beautiful, Zeus recognized a question with no safe answer and wanted nothing to do with it. Whatever he chose, he'd make eternal enemies of the other 2, and one of them shared his bed. So he passed the decision off to a mortal, an unsuspecting young man with no idea what was about to land on him, a shepherd named Paris, who was tending flocks on a hillside near the city of Troy, and who happened to be, though he didn't yet know it, a prince of that city. The 3 goddesses were sent down to him to let him judge, and so this ordinary shepherd looked up one day to find the 3 most powerful goddesses in creation standing before him, each demanding he name her the fairest. There is no worse position in all of mythology. Whatever he decided, 2 goddesses would hate him forever. And the goddesses, rather than simply standing for judgment, did what powerful figures do when a decision is in someone's hands. They tried to bribe him. Each offered Paris something in exchange for the apple. Hera, the queen, offered him power, rule over the greatest kingdoms, to be lord of all of Asia, political dominion beyond any mortal's reach. Athena offered him wisdom and skill in war, to be the greatest warrior and the wisest of men, unbeatable in battle, brilliant in counsel. And Aphrodite offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in all the world. 3 bribes: power, glory, and beauty. And Paris, being a young man, chose exactly the way you'd worry a young man might. He gave the apple to Aphrodite and chose love, and in doing so chose the most beautiful woman in the world as his prize, and made lifelong enemies of Hera and Athena, the goddesses of power and war, which is a genuinely catastrophic pair of enemies to make right before a war. That choice, the judgment of Paris, is the seed of everything. A shepherd handed an apple to the goddess of love, and 10 years later a great city would burn for it. There was just one problem with Paris's prize, and it was an enormous one. The most beautiful woman in the world already had a husband. Her name was Helen, and she was the daughter of Zeus himself, born of one of his unions with a mortal woman, and her beauty was so renowned that when she had come of age to marry, nearly every king and prince in Greece had come to seek her hand. So many powerful suitors competed for her that the situation threatened conflict before any wedding had even happened. a room full of armed and ambitious kings, all wanting the same woman, all of them dangerous if disappointed. And here a clever man named Odysseus, who'll become very important to us, proposed a solution that everyone agreed to. Before Helen chose, all the suitors would swear a binding oath that whoever Helen married, all the rest of them would respect the choice, and crucially, that if anyone ever tried to take her from her chosen husband, every single one of them would unite to get her back. They all swore it, every king and prince of Greece bound by oath to defend Helen's marriage, whoever the husband turned out to be. Remember that oath. It is the thread that turns one couple's trouble into an entire civilization's war. Helen chose, or was chosen for, a king named Menelaus, who ruled the city of Sparta, and she became his queen, and for a while all was well. And then Paris, the shepherd who turned out to be a prince of Troy, now restored to his royal family, came to Sparta as a guest in Menelaus's own house. Aphrodite, you'll remember, owed him the most beautiful woman in the world, and the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, and she was married, and the goddess of love did not consider that an obstacle. Under Aphrodite's influence, Helen and Paris fell for each other, and whether Helen went willingly, swept up by the goddess-given passion, or was effectively taken, the Greeks argued about forever, and never settled, and I'll leave it as open as they did. Either way, while a guest under Menelaus's roof, enjoying his hospitality, Paris left in the night and took Helen with him, carrying her across the sea to Troy. He violated the sacred bond between host and guest, one of the most serious offences in the Greek moral world, and he stole the wife of a king, and he sailed home to Troy with her, expecting perhaps that this would simply be the end of it. It was very much not the end of it. Menelaus, his wife taken and his hospitality betrayed, called upon the oath, that oath every king and prince of Greece had sworn, to unite and recover Helen if anyone ever took her. And the oath held. From every corner of Greece the kings answered the call, honour bound to assemble and sail against Troy to bring Helen back. Menelaus's powerful brother Agamemnon, the most powerful king in Greece, took command of the whole enterprise, and so an entire civilization mobilized for war over a single marriage broken by a single apple given to a single goddess by a single shepherd. The Greeks were perfectly aware of how absurd that chain was, and they told it that way on purpose. The largest war they could imagine, traced back through link after link to a wedding gift from the goddess of discord. Strife rolled one golden apple into a room and walked away and let it become a war. Not everyone wanted to go. Two of the greatest figures who'd end up at Troy tried at first to avoid it entirely, and their attempts to dodge the war are worth telling, because they show you the two men who'll dominate the whole story. One was Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, who had a wife he loved and a newborn son and no desire to leave them for someone else's marital disaster. When the recruiters came for him, Odysseus pretended to have lost his reason, and made a great show of it, yoking mismatched animals to his plough, and sowing his fields with salt instead of seed, behaving like a man whose mind had come undone, hoping he'd be excused from service as unfit. But the recruiters were no fools, and one of them tested the act by snatching up Odysseus's infant son and placing the baby on the ground directly in the path of the plough. And Odysseus, faced with driving his plough over his own child, swerved to spare him, revealing in that instant that his mind was perfectly sound, that the madness was a performance, and that he was caught. He'd given himself away by the one thing he couldn't fake his way past: his love for his son. So Odysseus went to war, against his will, the cleverest man in Greece, outwitted by a recruiter who understood that no act survives contact with your actual child. The other reluctant recruit is the one the whole war turns on, and his story is stranger and sadder. Because his mother was the very goddess whose wedding started all this, Thetis married off to a mortal, and the son of that marriage was a child a prophecy hung over before he was born. His name was Achilles, and he was the greatest warrior of his age, and his mother knew something about him that made her desperate to keep him from this war. She knew he was fated either to live a long, quiet, unremarkable life and be forgotten, or to go to Troy and win undying glory and be remembered forever, but die young in the doing of it. A long life and obscurity, or a short life and eternal fame. His mother wanted the long life. Achilles, when the time came, would have to choose between them himself, and the choice he makes, and the rage that consumes him once he's there, is the true beginning of the greatest story the Greeks ever told. But that choice belongs to the war itself, and the 1,000 ships have not yet sailed. 1,000 ships gathered at a harbour, and then sat there, going nowhere, because the wind would not blow, and the price of getting that wind turned out to be the first and worst of all the war's sorrows, before a single Greek had even reached Troy. The fleet assembled at a place called Aulis, the greatest force Greece had ever put to sea, every king and his warriors and their ships drawn up and ready to sail for Troy. And then the winds died. Day after day the sea lay flat, and the sails hung slack, and the great army could not move, held in port by a dead calm that would not lift. And this was no accident of weather. The goddess Artemis had been offended, in most tellings by the commander Agamemnon himself, who had boasted or trespassed against her in some way, and she was holding the winds hostage in her anger. A seer told Agamemnon the terrible price of release. To win back the wind and let the fleet sail, he would have to offer up his own daughter, the young Iphigenia, as a sacrifice to the goddess. His own child, in exchange for a favourable wind to go fight a war over his brother's marriage. I'll keep this soft, as we've kept everything. Agamemnon was caught between his role as commander of all Greece with 1,000 ships and an entire war waiting on him, and his role as a father, and the Greeks understood this as one of the most agonizing, impossible choices in all their stories. He sent for his daughter under a false pretext, telling her family she was to be married to the great Achilles, a happy summons, and when she arrived expecting a wedding, the truth was something else entirely. The details the storytellers handled various ways, some saying Artemis relented at the last moment and spirited the girl away to safety, replacing her with a deer, others letting the sacrifice stand in all its horror. But the essential thing is that Agamemnon chose the war. He paid the price the goddess demanded, his daughter's life weighed against the wind returned, and the fleet finally sailed. He bought passage to Troy with his own child, and his wife back home, Iphigenia's mother, would never forgive him for it, and her unforgiveness, nursed across the 10 long years he was away, is going to be waiting for him when he finally comes home, a different kind of ending altogether. The war began, you might say, with a father undoing his own household to wage it. So the Greeks came at last to Troy, and found a city they could not take. Troy was a great walled city near the coast, mighty and well defended, its walls so strong and high that they were said to have been built partly by the gods themselves, and behind those walls the Trojans could hold out against any assault. The Greeks landed their army and laid siege, and the siege did not end quickly. It did not end in a year, or 2, or 5. For 10 years the Greeks camped on the plain before Troy, unable to breach the walls, while the Trojans inside could not drive the Greeks back into the sea, a grinding, exhausting stalemate. An entire decade of 2 great forces locked against each other on a windy coastal plain, fighting and dying and burying their losses and waking to do it again. Neither side able to win, and neither willing to leave. A whole generation of young men grew old or were lost there. The war became less an event than a way of life. Two armies that had been fighting so long that the original cause, one stolen queen, had receded into something almost abstract behind 10 years of accumulated grief on both sides. The famous story the Greeks told, the one a blind poet shaped into the foundation of all Western literature, does not cover the whole 10 years. It zooms in, remarkably, on just a few weeks near the very end of that final 10th year, and it begins not with a battle but with a quarrel between two Greeks on their own side. Because by the 10th year the Greek camp was a tense, miserable, disease-ridden place, and the two most powerful men in it had come to hate each other. One was Agamemnon, the supreme commander, proud and grasping. The other was Achilles, the greatest warrior in the army, the one whose mother had warned him of his fated choice, and Achilles had come anyway, choosing glory and a short life, and he had become the deadliest fighter on the field, the man the Trojans feared above all others. The two of them fell into a bitter dispute over the spoils of war, over honour and respect, and who had the right to what. And Agamemnon, pulling rank, took from Achilles a war prize that had been awarded to him, humiliating him before the whole army. And Achilles, enraged, and the very first word of the great poem, the Iliad, is rage. The rage of Achilles, that's what the whole epic announces itself to be about, withdrew. He was too proud and too wounded to keep fighting for a commander who had dishonoured him, so he simply stopped. He pulled himself and his men out of the war entirely, retreated to his ships, and refused to fight at all, nursing his anger while the war went on without him. And he did something more. He had his mother, the sea goddess Thetis, go to Zeus and beg him to turn the tide of battle against the Greeks, against Achilles' own side, so that they would suffer without him, so that they would learn exactly how badly they needed the warrior they'd insulted, so that Agamemnon would be forced to come crawling back and admit his wrong. Achilles wanted his own army to lose, and to lose badly, until they begged. It is a stunning thing for the hero of the story to want, and the Greeks built their greatest epic on it, not on a noble warrior's courage, but on a proud man's wounded fury, and all the ruin it brings down on the people around him, including, before the end, on the person he loves most in the world. Zeus granted Thetis' plea, and the war turned against the Greeks. Without Achilles on the field, the Trojans pushed forward, led by their own greatest warrior, and here we should meet him, because he is, to many readers, the most admirable figure in the entire story, on either side. His name was Hector, the eldest prince of Troy, Paris's older brother, and he was everything his brother Paris was not: brave, honourable, dutiful, the great defender of his city, fighting not over a stolen woman or for personal glory, but simply to protect his home, his parents, his wife, and his infant son. There is a scene the poet gives Hector that is one of the most tender in all of ancient literature. Hector coming back from the fighting to see his wife Andromache and their baby, and the baby crying in fear at the sight of his father's gleaming helmet and its horsehair crest, not recognising him under all the bronze, and Hector laughing and taking off the frightening helmet and setting it on the ground, and lifting his son in his bare head and praying over him, while his wife begs him not to go back out to a fight she fears he won't survive. He goes anyway, because the city needs him. Hector knows in that scene, with a kind of clear-eyed sorrow, that Troy will likely come undone in the end, and that he won't be there to protect his wife and child when it does, and he goes back out to the wall regardless, to do his duty as long as he can. The Greeks gave their enemy's champion more dignity and heart than almost anyone on their own side, which tells you something about how they understood this war. Not a tale of good against evil, but of brave people on both sides, ground up by a conflict that pride in the gods kept feeding. With Achilles sulking by his ships and Hector surging forward, the Greeks were driven back toward the sea, pressed harder and harder, until the Trojans had pushed all the way to the Greek ships themselves and began trying to set them afire, which would strand the entire Greek army on a hostile shore with no way home, a catastrophe that would end the war in Troy's favour. The Greeks were on the very edge of total defeat, and it was all precisely what Achilles had asked for. He'd wanted them to suffer until they begged, and now they were suffering, the ships burning, the army breaking. And watching this from beside Achilles was the one person who could not bear it, Achilles' dearest companion, a gentle man named Patroclus, who had come to the war at Achilles' side and who loved him beyond anyone, and who could not stand to watch their friends and countrymen falling while the two of them sat idle over a matter of wounded pride. Patroclus was about to make a choice that would break the stalemate, and break Achilles, and turn the whole war on its hinge, because he was going to ask Achilles for one thing, and that one thing was going to cost more than either of them could have imagined. Patroclus came to Achilles with tears running down his face, and Achilles, seeing his gentle friend weeping, teased him at first, asking why he was crying like a little girl running after her mother, tugging at her skirts to be picked up. It's a small, almost playful moment, and it's the last lightness the two of them will ever share. Patroclus had come to beg. The Greeks were breaking, the ships were burning, men they had known for 10 years were falling all around the camp, and Patroclus could not understand how Achilles could sit there nursing his grievance while their friends were lost. "If you will not fight," Patroclus pleaded, "then at least let me. Lend me your armour, your famous, unmistakable armour, and let me lead your men out, so that the Trojans will think Achilles himself has returned to the field, and lose heart and be driven back from the ships. Just long enough to save the army, just long enough to push them back from the fire." And Achilles, who would not yield his pride enough to fight himself, agreed to this. He gave Patroclus his own armour and his own soldiers, and he sent his dearest friend out wearing his identity into a battle he himself refused to join, with one warning, one single instruction: drive the Trojans back from the ships, save the camp, and then come straight back. Do not pursue them toward the city. Do not press your luck. Push them off and return. It is the same warning we've heard again and again tonight. Keep the middle course. Don't fly too high, come straight back, and you already know, because you've been listening all night, exactly how well that kind of warning gets heeded. Patroclus, wearing the armour of Achilles, led the charge, and it worked. The Trojans saw that terrible armour coming, and believed the greatest warrior in the world had returned to the fight, and their courage faltered. And Patroclus drove them back from the ships and away from the camp, putting out the fires, saving the Greek fleet exactly as he'd promised. He should have stopped there. That was the whole plan, and it had succeeded. But Patroclus, swept up in the fury and triumph of the fight, the gentle man transformed by the rush of battle, did not stop. He chased the fleeing Trojans across the plain toward the walls of Troy itself, pressing his luck, doing the one thing Achilles had told him not to do. And there at the wall, his moment of glory ran out. The god Apollo, who favoured Troy, struck him from behind in the chaos, dazing him and loosening the armour from his body, leaving him exposed and stunned. And in that opened instant, Hector, the great prince of Troy, came forward and ended Patroclus' life there beneath the walls, and stripped the famous armour of Achilles from his body as a prize, and the gentle friend was gone. When the news reached Achilles, the proud rage that had driven the whole story collapsed in an instant into something far worse. The grief that took him was so total, so violent, that it frightened even his goddess mother. He poured dust over his head and lay in the dirt and made a sound, the poet says, so terrible that Thetis heard it from the depths of the sea and came rushing to him. Everything he had been holding on to, the grievance with Agamemnon, the wounded honour, the whole reason he'd withdrawn, burned away to nothing in the face of this, and was replaced by a single overwhelming purpose, to return to the war, not for Greece, not for Helen, not for honour, but for one reason only: to find Hector. The pride that no plea from his own commander could move, the anger that had let him watch his whole army nearly burn, dissolved the moment grief replaced it, and the Greeks understood something profound in that the thing which finally moved Achilles back into the fight was not duty or glory, but love, and the loss of it. His mother begged him not to go, because she knew the prophecy attached to this choice, that Achilles was fated to fall at Troy soon after Hector did, that the two of them were bound together in fate, and that the moment Achilles took his revenge, his own ending would follow close behind. To go after Hector was to choose, knowingly, the short bright life and the early ending, and Achilles chose it without hesitation, because he could not live with having let Patroclus go out in his place and not avenged him. He chose the path that led to his own undoing, with open eyes, for the sake of the friend he'd lost, the clearest version, in all the myths, of someone choosing glory and a short life over length and obscurity, and choosing it not for fame at all in the end, but for grief. Thetis went to the smith god Hephaestus, and had him forge new armour for her son, since Hector had taken the old, and Hephaestus made a shield so wondrous that the poet spends a long, beautiful passage simply describing the whole world depicted upon it: cities at peace and cities at war, weddings and harvests and dancing and the wide ocean running around the rim, the entire span of ordinary human life worked into the metal that Achilles would carry into a fight about ending lives. There is something almost unbearably sad in that, the picture of all of peaceful human existence, the weddings and the harvests, embossed on the shield of a man going out to multiply grief. Armoured in this divine work, Achilles returned to the field at last, and the fighting that followed was terrible, the greatest warrior in the world moving through the battle like a force of nature, scattering the Trojans before him, driving them all back behind their walls in a panic. All of them but one. Hector waited, outside the walls of his own city, against the pleading of his father and mother who watched from above and begged